They told Bill when I was in Bill's office that they were gonna continue it. And when I got home, I got an email from Conrad saying they're not continuing it. They canceled my meeting, but anyway, it's all done. All right, everyone, we're gonna start the meeting now. So if you could quiet down, I appreciate it. All right, welcome, everybody. This is the Design Review Board hearing for October 13, November 13, 2025 at 5 p.m. Could you, Paula, call the roll, please?
Board Member Bauta,
Here.
Board Member Coveney,
Here.
Board Member Weil,
I'm here.
Chair Pro Tem Gannon,
Here.
Chair Gibbs.
Here. Why don't we do the pledge? Jess, could you lead us? I know it goes fast. We've got a long meeting. To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Amen. All righty, we have a very busy, full agenda. And let me go through our ground rules and how we run things, and then I'm going to have some requests. At the beginning, we will do public communications, which means anyone wishing to speak on a matter that's not on the agenda, but is within our purview as the board, will have an opportunity to come speak, limited to 2 minutes. We will then pursue, we do not have any items on the consent calendar, so we'll go by that. At that point, the board will have the opportunity to modify the order of the agenda, and then we will proceed with regular business. I will introduce an item. We will then proceed with ex parte disclosures. Those are communications the board had with the applicant or members of the public prior to the meeting tonight. The staff will then make a presentation on the project. The board will have an opportunity to question staff. After that, I will open the public hearing, and the applicant team will start with 5 minutes. Then members of the public will have the opportunity to speak. We normally, on a normal meeting, limit the time to 3 minutes. However, due to the length of the schedule and the number of potential speakers, we will be limiting it to 2 minutes each. Also, when the yellow light comes on for those who are speaking, wrap up, because it's not fair for people to go on past the 2 minutes, which will show up with the red light. I do not like cutting people off, but I will have to, because tonight we're just going to need to honor the red light. After that, I'll return to the applicant, who will have a 3-minute reply. The board will then have the opportunity to ask questions of staff, the applicant, and members of the public. Once that's completed, I will close the public hearing and we will deliberate. Any decision by the board is made by way of a motion, a second, and then it must carry a majority vote, which, if all 5 members are participating, none are recused, requires 3 votes. After that, any person, a member of the public who is residing within 300 feet of a project, or the applicant who's dissatisfied with the board's decision, will have the opportunity to appeal, and the appeal must be filed with the city within 14 days. So with that, we'll start with public communications. Anyone wishing to speak on a matter that's not on the agenda but within our purview, please come up. 2 minutes.
Good evening. Pat Menace, South Laguna. This is a general request that I would like levied on every project that has an approval, a disapproval that's going to be in front of the dais here. I would like to request that as a condition that the construction, fencing, and story poles come down within a 30-day period on any project. we as a neighbor in South Laguna, I'll be speaking a little later about a project, but we have had an 8.5-year view blockage and neighborhood blight from a construction fence, wherein works with the building official and code enforcement because they've been aware of it for the last 6 years and have not acted. So as a board, I would encourage you to levy that constraint, or I don't know what you'll call it, on any project, approved, disapproved, tabled, whatever. The reason I do bring it up, I did watch something on something that came by a couple months ago on West Street, Monterey, PCH, that it was really tabled. And I do applaud you because you basically said, story poles come down. And so that was real, yay, that was lovely. I would like that on every project. And then lastly, construction staging for the workers. And I don't really want to hear backup beep, 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 beep at 6:30 in the morning. It's a miracle if I'm even sleeping at 6:30. And if I am, I don't need to be wakened up by that. And I'm all about private property and building. I really am. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else? Not seeing any, I will conclude the public communications. Then with respect to modifying the agenda order, I am proposing that we move 5.2 to precede 5.1, and that we move 5.12, which is the Glen Eyrie project, ahead of 5.10. Any objections? Any other modifications?
You good with that?
All right, so we will now proceed with the regular order of business. We will start with 1445 Hillcrest Drive, Coastal Development Permit 25-2028, variance 25-2026. And this is, the request is to continue to December 11, 2025. Any member of the public wish to speak on that item? Seeing none, any discussion by the board? Hearing none, I make a motion that 5.2 be continued to our hearing on December 11, 2025.
I second that.
Paula, call the roll, please.
Board Member Bauta,
Yes.
Board Member Coveney,
Yes.
Board Member Weil.
Yeah.
Chair Pro Tem Gannon,
Yes.
Chair Gibbs.
Yes.
Motion has passed 5-0.
Okay, the next item is 5.1 at 1009 Cliff Drive, Design Review 25-1803, Coastal Development Permit 25-1802. We'll start with ex parte.
Chair, I visited the site and spoke with Marshall.
And I went by the site.
Chair, I visited site and met with Marshall and also the neighbor to the south, sorry. Visited the site and spoke with Marshall.
And I visited the site. With that, I think this should be, is there any objections you guys know to Yeah.
I'd call for an expedited on
Okay.
this one.
expedited? I just sent somebody talk to a neighbor. Go ahead.
Good evening, Design Review Board. I am Sammy, and I'm here to present item 5.1, which is an application for Design Review 25-1803 and Coastal Development Permit 25-1802 for remodel at 1009 Cliff Drive, which includes the addition of an elevator shaft at about 34 feet in height and a mechanical room for the associated equipment in the appealable zone. And we are finding it exempt from CEQA and recommend approval.
That was an excellent expedited summary. Marshall, you have 5 minutes, and I'm not going to let you go a second more, just to let you know in advance.
I'm Marshall Linens. I represent the owners at 1009 Cliff. Essentially, this is a house with a couple who found themselves aging. Imagine that. And they want to be able to age in place, and so they would like to install an elevator. The elevator is taking up 15 square feet on the outside, stays underneath the existing roof, and really has no impact and is barely visible from Cliff Drive. So I would ask that you would approve it tonight.
Thank you. Any members of the public wish to speak on this item? Seeing none, I return it to you. You have anything more to say, Marshall?
No, thank you.
All right, any questions? Hearing none, close, who desires to begin? Close the public hearing.
I'm happy to start. This seems a reasonable request. It's in keeping with design review criteria, and I can support the project tonight.
And I too can support the project. I concur with Board Member Coveney. I almost called you Balta.
Emir?
I concur with my fellow board members. I can approve the project tonight.
Yeah, the project's design review compatible. It's kind of a smaller scale project in nature. The design incorporates the existing structure and the articulation is compatible.
And I concur with my colleagues. Can I have a motion, please?
I'll move item number 5.1 at 1009 Cliff Drive, that the board adopts resolution 25-1803, approving design review 25-1803 and coastal development permit 25-1802, and find said action exempt from CEQA pursuant section 15301.
I'll
Second?
second that.
Call the roll.
Board Member Balta,
Yes.
Board Member Coveney,
Yes.
Board Member Weil,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Gannon,
Yes.
Chair Gibbs.
Yes.
Motion has passed 5-0.
Thank
Thank
you
you.
very much.
All right, so we go to the next item. It's 5.3 at 362 Eagle Rock Way, Design Review 25-1798. Excuse me, Coastal Development Permit 25-1799. Ex parte, please.
Chair, I visited the site and spoke with Jim Conrad.
Spoke with Jim Conrad and his associate, visited the site, met with Gary Sansorino.
That's correct.
Did I say that correct?
You did.
And then I also spoke briefly with Ann Earhart and her team.
I spoke with Nicholas, Jim, and the neighbor, Mr. Sansorino.
I did the same
Site.
as MJ.
And I visited the site with Nicholas, spoke to Jim Conrad by telephone, and met with Gary Sansorino. With that, you're on.
Good evening, Chair. Give me a moment while I pull up the presentation.
Mike.
Recording in progress.
Welcome back.
Thanks.
This makes sense.
Yeah, I figured it. Well,
There we go.
Good evening, Chair and members of the board. Item 5.3 is a request for design review and coastal development permit for a property located at 22362 Eagle Rock Way. The project is located at the terminus of Eagle Rock Way and will utilize both the existing driveway and a proposed new vehicular access off of the existing access easement for the property. The project plans have been reviewed by all departments, including Public Works, and the project is both safe and meets all of the design review criteria. The project scope encompasses the construction of a new 4,963 square foot single-family residence with an attached two-car garage, elevated decks, and an parking deck above the garage. Site improvements include grading, pool and spa, landscape, hardscape, and the new vehicular access off of Eagle Rock Way. As can be seen from the elevations, the structure incorporates a cohesive design with suitable colors and materials. The project's siting and design is appropriately scaled for the lot and the neighborhood. The residence incorporates architectural elements that reduce the perceived visual mass and complement the surrounding neighborhood along Eagle Rock Way. Overall, the project achieves a balanced approach to the development of the site, maintains view equity, and contributes positively to the visual and architectural character of the area. Staff has analyzed the applicant's request with respect to the city's development standards and determined that the project conforms to the zoning code, general plan policies, and design review guidelines. Additionally, staff finds that the CDP findings for the project can be made in the affirmative. Staff's recommendation is the board conduct a public hearing and adopt resolution 24-1798, approving design review 24-1798 and coastal development permit 24-1799, finding said action exempt from CEQA. That concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions, as is the applicant's team and representatives.
Thank you very much, Sharma. That was very good. With that, any questions of staff? With that, I open the public hearing. Mr. Conrad, you have 5 minutes.
Great. Thank you. My name is Jim Conrad. I'm the project architect. I have the owner's son with me, Michael, and my associate Nicholas. He's going to be making the presentation tonight.
Good evening, board members. Share that with you, please. Thank you. Well, good evening. I'd like to first appreciate taking the time to talking with us and meeting us on the site. Next slide, please. So the proposed project sits almost at the end of Eagle Rock Way, and it has an interesting condition because the street keeps going up and our existing driveway, which we're going to use, goes down. Next slide, please. After doing some research, we determined that with the information that we have, there is an existing easement that we could use. So we thought about adding additional parking on top of the garage. Next slide, please. This is just a plan provided by the title, where you can see the red line is our parcel and the dashed line, it's the area of the easement. Next slide, please. When we bring this easement into our topographic plan, that's the green hatch that you see over there. So that's the area that includes part of Eagle Rock Way and part of the property. Next slide, please. So over here, you can see the proposed additional parking that sits on top of the garage. Next slide, please. So from the roof plan, how it works is we have the entrance that goes down into the garage. And then if we keep going up on Eagle Rock Way, we would then turn into this additional parking that again sits on top of the garage. Next slide, please. This is the original elevation. This picture was taken from Eagle Rock, and this elevation created some concerns with the neighbors, so we work around it to modify it. Next slide, please. This was the original section. You can see the general layout or organization of the house and how this additional parking sits on top of the garage. Next slide, please. In order to soften this elevation, we've decided to lower the wall, add a railing, and incorporate more vegetation. There was another neighbor that had some complaints about the elevator of the shaft, so we decided to lower that shaft by 2 feet and keep everything under the height of the railing or at the same height. Next slide, please. In addition to this, we don't want this additional parking to feel like parking, so we are proposing to add landscaping and make this look more like a terrace rather than parking. And something important to say is that this is not going to be used all the time. Next slide, please. This is the new elevation. So as you can see, we lowered that portion of the wall. We added the railing. We incorporated more vegetation. We lowered the shaft, and I met with board members, Bill, and he suggested to incorporate more materials. So we decided to change the garage from stucco to stone to give more character to the project. Next slide, please. This picture was taken from 22331 Eagle Rock. The red portion that you can see was the original height of the elevator, and we've spoke with the neighbors. They were very nice and invited me to their house. So we agreed to lower that shaft in order to open their view. Next slide, please. This is just the general layout of the house. This is the upper level where you have the front door, the garage, kitchen, dining, living, office, main bedroom. This is the main entrance. So once you drive down into the driveway, this is what you see from the front door. We've decided to go with a contemporary style to take advantage of those views. This is just an interior image. And I think we got confused with the presentation, but if I can go back a little bit, there was a concern about how this elevated parking is going to work. So I don't know, Shweta, if you have the other presentation that I sent. I mean, I would love to show those graphics, but basically how it works is, or how we designed this is, you would keep going up Eagle Rock Way and then reverse into this additional parking. That way, when you leave that parking, you would have view towards the upper neighbors and the lower part, and you would exit that parking face front, or with the front of the car first. And yeah, I mean,
You're running out of time, but I may want you to, if you can pick that up again and explain it in more detail on your 3 minutes. All right.
Thank you.
Any members of the public wish to speak? Yeah, you can come up now. For those of you who didn't hear me say it at the beginning of the meeting, because of the number of items and the number of potential speakers, we're going to limit it to 2 minutes. So really hit your key points. And, keep in mind that the board reads everything that's been sent. And so we know we know what the issues are and the information that's been provided. Okay, you'll have 2 minutes. You can proceed. Start by stating your name too, please.
Thank you. My name's Chris Payne. I live at 22353 Eagle Rock, which is above the lot that they're talking about building on. And as a starting point, I'm happy they're building a house. I don't have any problem with a home being built there, or not. The issues that I'm really focused on are the driveway. I think they spent a lot of time focused on that in this presentation because of the concerns of the neighborhood. It's a really steep, quite narrow street. It's a driveway, and it's 1 car wide. So if this isn't properly done, or parking doesn't really belong there, should be addressed now, because it's dangerous for us if this doesn't work. And it seems like a very steep road to be bringing a side parking into. And so I've expressed concerns. I'm open to hearing that it's safe and that it actually does work, but not sure we've seen all the evidence of that quite yet. I think some of my other neighbors have their own views on things, but that's primarily where my position is.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
And Chair, may I update my, who I spoke with? I spoke with Mr. Payne. I said the wrong person.
Okay, your expert date's been so amended.
Photograph. Thanks all the board members who came and took a look at the property. This is not a simple situation. It's something that I sincerely asked the Design Review Board and the City of Laguna Beach to take the time to consider this one. I don't think that the drawings are a real representation of the trickiness of this driveway. If you look to the right, that's the current driveway to 22362. Plenty of room there. I understand they could even go a little farther left. This shows the blind spot. So, and this is really good. Where I pick up my mail, I can't see those trees. Go ahead, Shweta. I'm sorry, you can keep it there. So introducing what amounts to an intersection into a one-way street, basically one-lane street, seems ludicrous. There were so many things we didn't see. This project's been underway for 2 years, story poles in April. There were only some things that we were able to get our hands on yesterday afternoon. Thank you again, City of Laguna Beach. The other thing is that I can't think of a single residence in Laguna Beach where there's 2 driveways, One invades two other neighbors and is a personal parking lot for a 5,000 square foot house. If you took a look, that's a massive, massive parcel. If they build the house a little farther down the street, or if they don't, there's all kinds of room down there for parking for just about everybody in this room. So why they're doing that is ridiculous. It causes serious safety issues. And not to mention, a few other things. So it's flat out dangerous. I want to thank the board members, and I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sanserino. Next speaker, please.
Yes. I don't normally get out of my seat, but this one got me up. My name is Marcia Sanserino. I live at 22351 Eagle Rock. I just want to put a little perspective on this. This house is projected to be built on a lot where there was a single story, 1,200, maybe less, square foot house built in 1957. Now they're proposing a house almost 5,000 square feet with a pool, rooftop parking, and what else? I think the whole mass and scale is too big. But the main issue is the driveway. We don't think that they do have an easement. That's, to be proven. But even so, they are encroaching on our driveway, which is single family, to have two family units using, plus all the prime UPS, FedEx trucks, the gardeners, the workmen, up and down, even looky-loos when we have great sunsets like yesterday. So it's like, it's not safe. There's a big drop off. And what they want to do is knock down our rock wall where we have the addresses. They want to knock down our curb and then make a driveway ramp over the crevasse, which is the ravine, which is next to our property, which is also probably on Getty property. So this whole plan is egregious. We think it's arrogant. I think it's potentially dangerous. And I hope that you don't allow it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, members. We appreciate the time to be given to us. My name is Khosrow Ilkhanipur, Amir Ilkhanipur. I live at 22331 Eagle Rockway, and I appreciate basically we had, myself and my wife, we had two concerns. One was the elevator shaft that we could see it from our house, and the other concern was the second driveway that is proposed. So with the first concern, we really appreciate the architect and Nicholas. They came to our house and they recognized the intrusion into our view of the ocean, and they made the adjustment. We appreciate that. Thank you very much. But the second issue, the driveway, is a concern to us. I am a civil engineer myself, and there are basically three things I think with the second driveway. One is the safety concern, and as Marcia mentioned, a lot of vehicles drive down with a high speed, different types of vehicles, Federal Express, USP, and all that, and that's one concern. And also, as far as feasibility and making this driveway design feasibility, I think it's going to be a concern. You have this steep driveway and you want to put another flat driveway, merging these two together. I think it's going to be difficult. And also the last thing is the property rights. I don't think the property rights are quite investigated. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Any other speakers? Seeing none. Applicant, you have 3 minutes.
Is it possible to share the presentation again, the second one? I think we've prepared some graphics that would help us to answer the concerns. Is this the same presentation, the first one? Do you have the second one that I sent? Well, okay. So to answer Chris's concern, the city asked, the first time we submitted the project, the city asked us to widen that road to make it 16 feet because per the code, that's what we need to have the 2 cars. So when we make that street wide, that's why we have to knock the wall off. It's not because we want to, it's because we're required to enlarge the street. To answer Mr. Sansarino's, the representation, I mean, we use all the tools that we can, 3D models, plans, to make it as close as possible. We do know that it's currently a one-way street, but again, going to my first point, the city asked us when we presented this the first time to widen the street and make it a two-way street. We thought the additional parking was going to be appreciated between the neighbors. In addition to that, our client would like to have additional parking, which again is not going to be used at all times. And we are okay in making it look more like a terrace or a garden rather than a parking. And to answer Mrs. Sansarino, we did our plans following the title report, topographic survey that was prepared by a surveyor and is stamped, and he bases all of his points out of the county. So it's not something we're just drawing on the plans. So I mean, unless there's any other document that maybe we did not see or we did not took a look at, maybe that's something we can discuss. And to answer Amir, yes, that approach to the driveway is going to be tricky. However, Laguna is full of steep roads, and we've seen worse or more difficult challenges in terms of approaching a flat driveway, right? Jim always says that it looks like a potato chip, and I think that's a perfect description. So, I mean, I think it's something doable. And in terms of the property rights, again, we go back to the title and the legal documentation that we have when we started the design of the project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions?
Question. Can you go back to the presentation? I think it was like the 4th slide where you really show that entrance area, because I think you were wanting to talk to something like that. And I just want to clarify how much of, you said you're widening the road, and is that just after the brick wall that has the numbers on it?
Yes. So
and how far up are you widening?
Yeah, if on the landscape plan, we can see, so right at the entrance of the where this like Y is created, the entrance is not 16 feet. So that's why we're proposing to knock that existing
Just
wall.
in that area.
So we can have those 16 feet and widen the rest. And we would be happy to rebuild that wall so the neighbors can put their numbers, and that's something we are okay with.
And once that's 16 feet, is there street parking available at that point? Is that legal to park on a 16-foot wide street? Okay. And okay, I think that's and are you actually, so you're not actually in going into the main, the driveway that they refer to going up to the 2 homes that are at the top. You're just creating an entrance off of that.
Correct.
Okay.
We are using that ingress and egress easement, which takes part of the road, and then just turn into our proposed driveway. So if you go to the next slide, please. Yeah.
Look at page 3.
That's fine. I'm good. I got it. I just wanted to just reiterate and make sure I had it right.
Yes.
If I could just add, MJ, there is no street parking. And that's really the reason we want to have some guest parking, because if the owner, if he has some family or guests come over, there's really nowhere for them to park. That's the reason we want to have the additional guest parking. Thank you.
And I'll point out, look at A-101 on page 3. It shows just to be clear, how you're widening. I see it on the plan. You're widening the road, basically removing the existing curb, and it's widening just up past the entry off of Eagle Rock Way, the private road portion. Okay, and then about what is it? It seems to be wider toward the public road and narrows. So what's about the distance?
It has to be 16 feet wide. So the road is kind of narrowed where that rock wall is.
Yeah.
And so there it's about 3 feet where we're making it wider, and then it goes down to 0. It's kind of a little sliver.
That makes sense. I don't have any other questions. Anyone else?
I have one, and it's kind of random. I know you're adding extra parking, but for larger lot new construction, what how are the rules for creating off-street parking, like parallel to the street when applied to this project?
There's nothing that would preclude them from providing it. And in the review of the plans, the site and right-of-way improvement plan was reviewed by the Public Works Department, and they thought it was appropriate and the design satisfied their criteria.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd like to speak to that if I could, Luz. So we don't abut a public road. If we abutted a public road, we probably would have been required to provide a public street parking space. But since we're abutting a private driveway, we don't have that requirement. So,
Okay.
and there's no street parking right now.
Right. It's very limited as we come up this end of Eagle Rock, for
Right.
sure. But I know enough about the off-street parking requirement to want to ask the question,
Right.
just to get the clarification.
Thanks.
All right, I closed the public hearing, and since you spoke last, you want to go first on deliberations, Mr. Weil?
Yeah. All right. So we've seen quite a few of these over my tenure, where there's a couple remaining parcels alongside the open space. And yeah, a newer projects come in and it can be larger in size, but if it's done really well, it tucks into the environment. And I think this project does that by really not exceeding the road height. I think the access component, even though it's not conventional for just a single access, but the double access, as you mentioned, does exist throughout Laguna Beach. There are some very clever approaches to homes that get applied. And usually they have, a steep topography entrance on one side, which this site has. And so I actually applaud the creativity to add the parking above the garage and keeping the single car access to a 2-car garage and the turnaround space afforded on the site elsewhere. I think it works. And I think it solves some problems for the community. The other point of sites that abut these open spaces is newer constructions require so much more fire mitigation in terms of safety and those kind of things, that over my time, the fire chief has actually said newer buildings being placed near the open space actually helps the community, because if a fire does erupt in the open space and comes towards homes, this newer structure will put itself out ahead of fire departments potentially getting there and that kind of stuff. So it does increase the safety element for older neighboring homes that potentially are in the area. So new construction is somewhat beneficial. I think the size of it is appropriate given the size of the lot. I think there's enough articulation. I think I asked for a little bit more, coloring from the street view, and I think the applicant submitted that by adding some more stonework. The glazing's a little bit heavy on the downhill side. I'd probably recommend like a 20% film or a reduction in glare and that kind of stuff for this area to kind of protect the open space as well, which is a common element we've done. I think if I did have one more comment on the access for the approach for the garage parking deck. It all curves to the left. I think if you could get the curve on the right side to kind of go up to the property line where it flails up, and you reincorporate the stairs that are coming down from there, where it just opens up for both ends to come into the driveway. Like, as you mentioned, if it would be more beneficial for them to pull up the street and back into this, that if that angle was opened up, it would actually make it more encouraging to do that. I'd also want to, condition and make sure that there's no ballards or chains to ever be placed on this space, because I think by doing that approach and having your cars further off onto your property, it does afford the public an area to turn around in that earlier spot. I think in our city code, those chains are not allowed anyway. So I just want to make sure that's incorporated in this as well. But it is a larger home. I do believe it is compatible. The pool location and the spa equipment is appropriately affixed. So I can be supportive of the project.
Jess?
I concur with Board Member Weil. The only thing I would have to add, by the way, that's a great thinking, forward thinking for the garage on top, or for the parking space on top, to open up the the ability to either pull in or back in, pull up and back in to open up the curb, as Board Member Wiles said. That was something I haven't thought of, but it was forward thinking and agreeing with Board Member Weil that this is the parking solution. It's creative, it's practical, and it's a good solution. View equity, I'll just touch on things that he didn't touch on. View equity was achieved. I didn't see any view impacts from the neighbors. Privacy, I didn't see any potential privacy impacts. The materials, as Board Member Wiles said, the added materials, street facing side, it benefits the view. If anybody walks on that hillside, it just beautifies it and creates benefits as far as like mass and scale goes. It helps mitigate that. The articulation and design, this is an award-winning design. I hope you win a few architectural international awards. Access, I touched on. Landscaping, is this going to have VT glass? VT glass where it's non-reflected, yeah. Okay. And then the pool and spa, the equipment is vaulted? Or where's the pool and spa equipment?
Yeah.
It is vaulted, okay. I didn't look at that. And that's all my notes.
All right, MJ, may I follow? I concur with my colleagues. I think that the parking is a great solution in such a restricted area. I too appreciate Board Member Wiles' suggestion of no ballards, especially if there is some deliveries and stuff, or if you get a couple of people head on to each other, they can pop in there and people can get by. So that would be a real important thing to do. I also concur with his filming of the windows. I think it's a lovely design. So there's no doubt about it. I think that when you look up from the open areas and below, it can look like a spaceship at night when everything's all the lighting is on, and it's a little disruptive to the peaceful canyon. So I would like, I don't know if it has to be a condition of approval, exactly the amount of filming that has to be on there, but maybe Chair, you could have a point of view on that, and Bill. The size of it is, to me, compatible. It's kind of a standalone out there, not obstructing. You already made the condition of bringing down the tower, which was great. And also thank you for dressing out that parking area to make it look a little bit more conducive to the environment, a little more organic. I think it's good. I think when you finish your road and you plus up the wall, it's really going to elevate that whole corner. And I can get behind the project tonight. I think it meets all our design review criteria.
Oh, and I have one more thing to add, Chair. Pertaining to that parking spot, when I stood up there, it's perfectly positioned on the curve to be able to, somebody pulling out of there or backing out of there, for somebody to visually see both directions on that curve. So for a safety aspect, it provides safety.
All right, Emir?
Chair, I concur with my fellow board members. I think it's a very thoughtful project and could definitely support approval tonight.
Thank you. All right, let me first address the easement issue, because I spent some time today, spoke to the applicant team. I wanted to verify, because it's a rather unusual easement, and I was able to obtain track map number 1020, which doesn't show the applicant's parcel, but does show the meets and bounds, and Mr. Sansorino's lot, and which was part of what was called Lot 14. And checking the meets and bounds, it's an easement that runs from the property line of Mr. Sansorino's property for a total of 40 feet, which is the public right-of-way, 20 feet to the center line, to the property line of the applicant's property, which is also not shown on the map. And the reason, Mr. Sansorino, that your property description had a meets and bounds was because it was never shown as a lot on the track map. So rather than do a new track map, they did a meets and bounds description. And that's the same thing they did with the applicant's lot. So I think from looking at that, and it was helpful for the topographer and title company to confirm that the easement goes to the applicant's property line. And from walking the property with Mr. Sansorino and with the applicant, it's very clear that it does go to your property line. So for all those reasons, by the way, it's an ingress and egress easement, which means access, but does not mean parking. So you would be violating the parking requirements of the easement, and to the extent we approve it tonight, it sounds like we will, we'll make a condition that you do not park on that portion that's not on the applicant's property. I also agree with Mr. Wiles' suggestion that there not be, in fact, it appears to be law in Laguna Beach, that there not be any bollards. Given the nature of this road, so let me talk about the road. I do think it poses a potential danger. That being said, I think alternative parking is just not available. And to require the 3 spaces down that narrow road, I think would also create I think it potentially less safe coming out of there. And this parking above the garage provides, I think, a convenient place in an area that's parking challenged for guests, which would, I think, deter guests from parking in a way that might be more impactful to that area. I also think it's helpful, what Mr. Weil proposed, to have it flare out on the uphill side. You do not want to encourage, it's too bad that you can't fit a turnaround there, but you want to encourage safe exit from that. And by backing up, and I did the same thing my colleague Ms. Gannon did. I looked up there, and a car backing up will be easily visible to the uphill road. And for all those reasons, and the fact that my colleagues support the parking arrangement, I will too, with some concern about safety. Okay, so that being said, I looked at the rest of the project. Jim, again, another home run. I really like the design of this project. I concur, and I'd like to come up with an appropriate condition. It's a lot of glazing, but I understand why you're seeking that glazing. So we just want to make sure it's not reflective. I'm not going to require it be reduced. Mass and scale, from up above, including at Mr. Sansorino's house, and looking from that house, there's a lot of big homes in the area. And I think it would be unfair to limit the size, to say that this is not neighborhood compatible. I didn't see any viewer privacy concerns. I think the one view issue you resolved, so my hat's off to you there. So with that, any other comments before we go to motion?
I have one question.
Go ahead.
So in your your initial deck, you showcased a couple of olive trees that were being added. Is that incorporated in your landscape plan, or would those be added conditions to put those in?
So the idea is to add like 2 olive trees not to exceed the height of the railing, like to soften that entrance. And I believe, yes, that's a condition for, yeah.
It'd be a condition, okay.
Yeah.
All right, Louis, you want to make the motion?
Sure. Okay, I'll move item number 5.3 at project location 22362 Eagle Rock Way, that the board adopts resolution 25-1798, approving design review 25-1798 and coastal development permit 25-1799, and find said action exempt to CEQA section 15303. With the following conditions: that the proposed 2 olive trees be incorporated in the landscape plan and verified by staff, and that they're noted not to exceed the height of the railing of the garage. That as far as the access for the top driveway, it's to be reworked so that the flare opens up on the uphill side, and that the staircase is incorporated as well. The fire access safety staircase is incorporated as well in that connection, and staff to verify that update as well. And that no bollards or chains prevent access to the driveways. Lastly, the condition of 20% reduction in overall glare coming out the windows, and that the applicant to submit either do it with type of glass or with VT film, and staff to verify that reduction as well.
I'd second.
Wait a minute, I got a few modifications.
And Chair, Board Member Weil verifies if we could, subject to approval by staff, because we want to make
Right,
sure.
and if there's any dispute, it'll come out. That's
Yep,
one
I
thing I
think
was
that-
going to
yep.
add. It comes
Yeah.
back to the board.
I'll adopt that language versus the word verified. that I
Subject-
used.
subject to staff-
Subject to
staff
staff's
approval.
confirmation and
Yep.
approval, and that if there is a dispute, it comes back to the board.
And can we condition no parking on the portion of the driveway that's not on the applicant's property?
Yes, I'll accept that as well.
And yeah, that's all I had.
I second that.
Question?
You good?
Foot reduction. Oh, 2-foot reduction in the elevator
Oh,
element.
okay. And that was a proposal from staff, or from the applicant,
Yes.
was to reduce the overall height of the elevator by 2 feet.
Yes.
And the railing.
And the railing swap
And we added an open rail to the parking deck.
and the open rail to the parking deck be exchanged for lowering the garage railings or the garage deck, parking deck rails.
Right.
That,
I second that.
Did you describe it correctly?
Did.
Okay. Please call.
what, are you good with that? Or Shavita, sorry.
Shavita, is there any questions or you got it? All right, call the roll, Paula.
Board Member Balta,
Yes.
Board Member Coveney,
Yes.
Board Member Weil,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Gannon,
Yes.
Chair Gibbs.
Yes.
Motion has passed 5-0.
All right, congratulations.
Thank you, Jim.
Thank you very much.
All right, let me call the next item. If the applicant can come up, 5.4399 Pearl Street, Design Review 25-1819, Coastal Development Permit 25-1820. Ex parte, please.
Chair, I had a site visit with the applicant team, including the homeowner. I also met with all the neighbors down below.
Met with neighbor John Gutweiler and Steve Cortani and visited the project.
Chair, I visited the site with the applicant team and Steve Kawartani.
I met at the site with the applicant team, the owner, and with Steve Cortani.
Jess, did you do it already? Okay, and I met with the applicant team, including Mr. Cortani, and then I met with Linda Fluent, next door neighbor. All right, can we have it quiet, please? Daniel, you're up. Quiet, please. Staff will be giving the staff presentation right now. Well, with the door closed is the best we can do. I can't tell people to quiet. Is that better?
Yeah, they just closed.
Yeah.
There's always some.
It's
motion.
worse at
When-
council
once we
meetings.
change items, it settles down.
Yeah. All right, so Daniel, you're on.
Perfect. All right. Good evening, commissioners. Good to see you all again. My name is Daniel Bessonise. Item 5.4 tonight is design review and a coastal development permit at 399 Pearl Street. So this project is located in an existing neighborhood zoned as R1 residential low density. The site is bordered on all sides by residential properties and is on the corner of Pearl Street and Catalina Street. The project is for a remodel, upper and lower level additions, elevated decks, landscaping, and construction of an attached ADU. Design review approval is required to exceed the building site coverage, upper level additions, elevated decks, and landscaping. The attached ADU is exempt from design review, but does require a coastal development permit. At the October 9th DRB meeting, the item was continued to today's agenda to ensure the project was staked prior to the hearing date in accordance with the timeline required per city code. On this slide, you'll see the renderings of the project. The upper right-ish rendering shows the project from Pearl Street. The other three renderings are more so from the Catalina side. This slide shows the architectural site plan. You may want to take note that the setback on the lowest part of the slide is 4 feet, which is consistent with our ADU ordinance. So the applicant is requesting approval to exceed building site coverage requirements. The maximum BSC for the project site is 39.5%. Whereas the applicant is proposing 52.5%. The existing BSC is 35.8%. Pursuant to the code, the maximum BSC requirement may be modified by the board when it is necessary to preserve views, preserve privacy, reduce heights, or to maintain neighborhood development patterns. The project retains a largely single-story profile with garage massing below street grade and the ADU attached to the existing second-story massing to avoid new view equity impacts. The applicant provided justification for this in one of the attachments. It stated that this approach protects key ocean views, minimizes privacy concerns through thoughtful window placement, and minimizes privacy concerns through window placement and balcony orientation, and aligns with established development patterns in the Woods Cove neighborhood. Staff has received one public comment in opposition and concern. Concerns include privacy related to the height of the structure and neighborhood compatibility related to the size of the structure. The ADU is not subject to design review, only coastal development permit. Design review is required for the addition to elevated decks, landscaping, and to exceed building site coverage. Staff finds that the project is in compliance with the design review guidelines, that it complies with all code standards, and that the project does not substantially impair public views, privacy, and is compatible with the neighborhood. Therefore, staff recommends adopting the attached resolution approving design review and CDP and finding said action exempt from CEQA.
Thank you very much. Any questions of staff? Seeing none, open the public hearing. Applicant, you have 5 minutes. Yeah, push the button.
Thank you, board members. Chris Letourneau, project architect, representing the project at 399 Pearl Street. Alongside of me is Jason Mueller, the owner of the property, good lifelong friend. Maybe something that was great to meet you guys at the site, but I didn't get a chance to let everyone know I grew up 2 houses down from the street, so I know the neighborhood quite well. And it's been actually a unique process and project to work alongside of a house that I've spent my entire lifehood, as a child, kind of playing and enjoying it. So it's a unique project for me. We took this, this project was really about, creating a larger 1,000 square foot ADU for Jason. And doing so, placing it in an appropriate location. That was really important to us. We know that ADUs have been weaponized in the past. On a project like this, we had the opportunity to place it on the second story, bypass the entire design review process, but that just wasn't the right thing to do. Again, I obviously live in the community and wanted to create a proposed ADU that was in a more appropriate location, one that allowed view preservation and the view corridor for the uphill residents to be adhered to. So some of the findings that I believe we're looking for and to add to the building site coverage component, I was able to kind of go back through and notice there was an error in the building site coverage, and I can kind of verify that with staff. Instead of being at that sort of lower 52s, it's in fact 47.78, still over the allowable. And I could kind of hand sort of the tabulation for Tom if you wanted to kind of potentially see that at a later point.
I don't think it's necessary. If any of the board members want, they can ask.
Okay. So I believe one of the main findings for the overage in the building site coverage on this particular project was, in fact, view preservation and maintaining the single-story massing along Catalina and Pearl Street. I think it's neighborhood compatible, the articulation, the architecture, the preservation of the more historical portion of the site remains intact. And I'm looking forward to getting project feedback.
Thank you very much. All right, members of the public, I see we have one up there. If you could, you'll have.
I have a little bit of notes because
Okay.
I'm 75 and I have to read.
Okay.
My name
You'll
is
have-
John.
Hold on a second.
My name-
State your name,
Yeah.
and then you'll have 2 minutes.
My name is John Gutweiler. I live at 409 Pearl Street. I happen to live on the corner of Pearl and Catalina, and I'm very fortunate because I have ocean views from my living room, kitchen, and bedrooms. And I look directly down on Jason's property and down to the ocean. I'm completely in favor of this property, this project. It will take away a bit of my view, but what I'll get is a beautiful home to look at along with the ocean. I met with board member Weil, and he brought up about the chimney movement, but actually the new chimney, from my view, will be smaller, be not as big, and I don't have an issue with it at all being moved at all. So I would really, I really think would be incredible for me now to look at, after 27 years, to look at a beautiful home and the ocean. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Next speaker. I'd like a brief.
Hi. My name is, thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Justine Fluent. I'm the daughter-in-law of Linda Fluent, who lives in the neighboring house at 367 Pearl Street. She's 83 years old and has lived there for 36 years. This is property below. She loves her home neighbors in the city of Laguna Beach. She's at peace there. However, due to the proposed ADU, she has been distraught, anxious, and upset for many months. With a house with only 800 square feet and a lot that is just 3,000 square feet, Linda has a small spot that she can call her own. Please put a stop to the stress and anguish that has caused her by disallowing the building of 399 Pearl Street ADU as proposed. It is currently planned as a two-story structure, the end of which overwhelms Linda's patio. The windows on that side will look directly into Linda's private patio, where she spends a lot of time, and house windows in direct violation of your desire for neighbors' privacy to not be violated by another's construction. At night, any interior lights on the second story of the ADU will fully illuminate Ms. Fluent's private patio and shine into the windows of her house. Though they are interior, they will shine outward and in violation of the spirit of the city's good neighbor outdoor lighting ordinance. To remedy this, I propose limiting the ADU to one story, or at least the rear half of that looks over the patio and house windows, that be one story. Based on the hearing documents, the city has already taken great care to ensure that the proposed construction not damage or have significant impact on the environment. I ask that the same attention be paid to any potential damage to the human beings who live immediately next to the property. And surely the impact on somebody's privacy and emotional well-being can have at least as much attention. Linda Fluent's privacy and ability to enjoy her home will be severely affected by the construction of the ADU. It constitutes a substantial invasion of privacy and a disregard for her enjoyment of her own home. So I ask that the ADU be limited to one story only, at least the back half that overlooks her patio and windows. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next speaker. Don't come up, don't approach. You can give it to our senior office specialist.
All right. My name is Mark Fluent. I am Linda's son. I purchased this house 37 years ago and had a very great relationship with Jason's father, and Jason's been a great neighbor, but we have some concerns about the scale of the project and the loss of privacy and just the looming massive overhang nature of the design, and we would like to have some of those elements visited. As my wife said, it looks right into the patio, into the bedroom of 367. If you go to the third page, you can see that this, as you all know, this neighborhood is built a long time ago, little cottages. Most of them are single wall construction. Our house is a little over 800 square feet. Jason's house is already, by leaps and bounds, the largest house on the street. If you add the proposed amount of square footage, it'll be 217 times larger than the average house on the street and almost 3 times larger than our house. It's just an inappropriate scale for this neighborhood. It already enjoys the highest rooftops on the street. And what else do we have here? We like my wife said, we'd like to have the height visited, the overhangs, the balcony, look at moving more of the square footage to the lower level, also reducing the amount of windows and orienting the windows away from our patio and bedroom area. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you very much. Any other speakers?
Well, you don't know my name, but you know how old I am. That's not fair. I'm Linda Fluent. And Mark is my son, of course, and Justine is my daughter. Mark bought this property, as he mentioned, 36 years ago when he got out of college and started working in Orange County. He then moved to New York, and guess who moved in? Mom. Mom's been there ever since. As Mark mentioned, we knew the Jason's family, mother, dad, Jason's sister, and they're lovely people. And I wish Jason the best of luck, but I don't wish him to put a structure right up next to my house. He told me that he wanted to put an ADU. I didn't quite know what ADU meant, but I don't think it matters. I looked outside one day. Mr. Gibbs came to the property, and as you know, you can look up on that elevated hill. I looked up there, and right up against my fence were several poles. I think they were 3 stories high, and against the fence. And it was overwhelming. It brought tears to my eyes, believe it or not. I don't cry a lot. I met with Chris and Jason. We had a good meeting. I expressed my concerns, and they have made adjustments to the plan. And I know Mark will acknowledge that. But I'm asking the design board not to approve this. We had major construction going on one side of my house. I look out that side, and I'm looking right about 12 feet into my neighbor. Where'd he go?
Thank you. Thank you. Your time's up.
People. Anyway, please don't approve this. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Any other speakers?
Yes, I'm Linda's neighbor, and I'm aware of her concerns. I'm also highly aware of 2 rights here: the right to build up on your property and improve it, but also the right of privacy. And in my life, I'm 72. Everything can look great on paper. All the rules are followed. Guidelines are in place, but your privacy is affected greatly. So I hope you'll take that into account in terms of your decision on this project, because I know how much Linda loves sitting in that garden, and it means a lot to her. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other speakers? Returning to the applicant, you have 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you. We met with the Fluents down below a few times and been collaborating closely with Linda. And per the site section that I believe I shared with most of you on site, the ADU is placed, as you can see on our screen here, the ADU is placed 20 feet setback from that side property line. Obviously, you know, we did everything we could to pull that back as much as possible. Also in that diagram, the site topography, which naturally goes up about 12 feet. Our starting point is a whole story, almost story and a half higher just by nature of that. So the optics down in that ravine, which it's a natural water course that many of these homes were kind of built in. As we look up at Jason's property, there is that tendency of it feeling towering, as the word that they've been using. And so again, the location of this ADU has been cited in its best place possible for the site. We believe that there were far worse places that this ADU could have been located that would have much more disturbances on surrounding neighbors, view preservation. And so this is one of those situations where we did study the context quite a bit. We pulled back as much as possible We built or we designed cantilevering trellises with landscape to try to preserve the fact that there would not be a line of sight with Linda's patio. I should note that there really already is that privacy situation between the two properties, and it's always existed for quite some time. This is sort of nothing new that we're actually creating. Any questions for the board? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions?
Just have a clarification question for the planners or for staff. So this is an ADU, so the 16 commandments, the DR commandments, we can't use for this project?
That's that's correct. The ADU is exempt from design review.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll address that in the comments. Any other questions?
I have a quick question. I don't know if you were privy to this right now. So this pole right here, story pole, reflects the awning, correct?
What are you looking at, MJ? Yeah.
This is the awning from the upper story.
The fascia, the wood, the roof.
Roof.
Yes, yes, absolutely.
I would call it an awning,
Yeah.
but yeah, I guess it's.
And the
different.
poles denote the corner of the ADU footprint.
So that's where the actual building begins back there where the glass would be. Okay.
Correct. 20 feet back from the property line.
Okay. That's all I have.
All right, I'll close the public hearing and I'll begin. The ADU, and this is for, the neighbors and to know, our hands are tied. We can't really consider subjective factors about it. This is a large ADU by our standards, by our experience, better way of saying it, a very large ADU. Usually they come 300 to about 600, maybe 700. Occasionally they get this big. But what sets this project apart from others is the large request for increasing the building site coverage, which is within our purview. And it's going from 35.8, originally it was 52.5, but a nominal 47.78. In my experience on the board, I've not seen a request for that significant of an increase. Moreover, this is and I walked the neighborhood, one of the biggest houses already in the neighborhood. So you're asking for a significant increase in building site coverage. That rule is there for a purpose. And the purpose is particularly significant in the Woods Cove area, where it has a historic, feel all its own. Any improvement and increase remodeling or what have you, it's important it stays within character. And by and large, the projects that we've gotten have stayed within character, which includes building within the footprint that's allowed. Where there's a little bit of increase to maintain a single story rather than going up, we might consider it. But that's not the case here. The standard is when it's necessary to preserve views. I could see it potentially could preserve views from people that are not, where the second story is not built on one side, but it has the same impact on people on the other side. And I haven't seen convincing evidence that this is a significant, that you need to go 600 additional square feet to preserve anybody's views. We had one witness, but I just don't see substantial evidence to justify this kind of increase. With respect to preserving privacy, if anything, I think allowing the building there impacts the privacy of the neighbor. I don't see how it reduces height. And by the way, I'm reading from the rule. It has to be, quote, necessary to preserve views, preserve privacy, reduce heights, or maintain neighborhood development patterns. So I don't see how it's necessary to reduce heights. I don't see how it's necessary to maintain neighborhood development patterns. So while I would otherwise, and I'll get to the non-ADU portion in a second, but while we can't consider design criteria for the ADU, I just don't think that this project justifies a building site coverage. And for that reason, I'll have an open mind to hear what my colleagues say. My mind may be changed, but my inclination is not to approve it on that basis. With respect to the non-ADU portions, I think they meet all the design review criteria. In fact, overall, the design's fine. It's a very interesting house. I think you're staying within the design of the house. Then with respect to the coastal development permit, and this kind of goes to your question, MJ, we can consider the criteria for finding one under the criteria, and finding one for the CDP, including criteria 6. The proposed development will be visually compatible with the character of surrounding areas, and where feasible will restore and enhance visual quality in visually degraded areas. I don't find that I don't find factual basis to make that finding, and the reason is I think that structure, two-story significant ADU, is not visually compatible with the neighborhood, given its location and size vis-a-vis the next-door neighbor, and also given the amount of mass that already exists on that property. Adding additional mass takes it out of visual compatibility. So those are my comments. My hope is that redesign it to kind of bring it within the character of the neighborhood with consideration of privacy concerns. Who wants to go next?
I'll take a stab at it, Chair. I think this is a really interesting one pertaining to the ADU. There are a lot of elements that I believe that were very thoughtful during the design. I applaud the applicant. I think their application is going for additional site coverage, which I think is a reviewable course for us. The one thing I wanted to add was that if they were to take that ADU and plop it onto the existing footprint, that's an approvable project, but it may hinder view equity for the neighbors to the rear. So I'd like to deliberate that, but I think, given the location of the ADU, I think it's least impactful pertaining to view equity. I do also think that while there is a vocalized privacy concern, I think that that's not from a ceremonial room corridor. That's a garden, and while we can understand the impacts to outdoor space, I also don't think that's governs in this case. I think it does meet the desire review criteria, in addition to what you were saying, and I could definitely approve this project tonight.
Next, Jess.
I'm going to be a combination of the two. I'm kind of teetering on this one. As great of a design as it is, something really bothers me about this one. And Chair Gibbs had a few great points, but also Board Member Balta. Also, I follow his viewpoints as privacy. Privacy is already, it doesn't create a bigger privacy than what already exists. For that upper level, the fact that it's so far away and you have plants mitigating the view impact, and the fact that it's a trellis, it's not a walkout deck. I'd be hard pressed to think that somebody could push their face against the glass and look down onto that deck. Whereas when I was standing on the deck that's currently there, I was able to see onto the neighbor's deck. And so there's already a privacy that already exists. View equity, I concur with Balta that this position, it mitigates the view equity. If you were to locate it over what's already existing, the deck that wraps around, it would probably take the view of the neighbor in the back. And then, yeah, as far as it being neighborhood compatible, I agree. I'm split. I agree with Chair Gibbs that it doesn't fit within the neighborhood. It's very towering onto Pearl Street. Yeah, I got to sit with this one. I got to hear what the other board members have to say.
Louis, go ahead.
Let me take a stab at this. I concur with my colleagues in terms of like the main house and the main structure and the little improvements you're trying to do there. Very thoughtful, very, well articulated. I think it keeps to the lower level. It enhances it quite a bit. The upper level, it stays tucked to the existing raised second floor, and it maintains that view going down the street for the uphill neighbors. I think as I went further into the canyon, the view blockage of just the trees and the homes down the run are part of it. So like to Board Member Gannon and Bautas and even Chair Gibb, the location of the ADU, I think, is the more appropriate side of the lot to utilize in order to achieve it. I think to make the lot coverage finding, I'd want to see the ADU portion dropped a bit. So you create a little bit more of a differentiation between the ADU structure and the high peak of the upper level. I think if it was to come down a bit, 3, maybe 6 feet somewhere, play with the grade, because the way I'm looking at your cross sections is, the garage is a little subterranean and dug out. You could come down a little bit in grading under the ADU, because I think there's a little bit of mechanical and crawl space. If they were to reasonably lower that, I think we could probably make the findings that because of the lowering of it, that the second 2-story ADU could afford that lot coverage. And it would also give some more articulation to the project and make it a little bit stair-stepped as it follows kind of more the canyon that's dropping on that side of the house. It would also reduce the massing for the one neighbor on the side, because it won't quite be as high. But I do agree that by not putting an upper floor deck on the ADU, that would have been problematic for me. So I'd want to make sure that stays the trellis component. But I think there was a lot of thoughtful design in trying to make this work. I'd just like to see, the ADU portion dropped, and then I think it could be supported.
Let me just, real quick, let me just make kind of 2 comments, because I appreciate the comments of the board, and I'd like, no, I'm just kind of responding to the 2 points. Is that okay? Or, yeah, real quick, the size of this is driven by a 1,000 square foot ADU. That's a big ADU with a big lot side coverage. I don't think that they could come up with a compatible 1,000 square foot on top of the current house. So with respect to location of the ADU, it's the only place for that big of an ADU. Let's be real about it. And they want a big ADU rather than a smaller ADU, which would be, I think, more in line with the visual compatibility of the neighborhood, because they want the additional space. I think lowering it is helpful, but once it's built, it's there. And it's not only, patios, we have protected patios from privacy before, but it's also her bedroom is facing right in there, which, from crossways from the house, you might be able to see into it, but this towers over it. And it's not just visual privacy, it's light and air. And if you look at the story polls, and I think it was shown by the neighbors in their public comments, they're right up there. I mean, I think Lynn, is that her name? The young 85-year-old Linda, said it best, as a similar reaction that I had when I went out there. It's, and I don't know if the applicant team went out there, it's pretty powerful. So I would, urge, and I'd be, again, I'm very interested to see what MJ has to think and what, the others, anything would improve this. I would make it a 1-story to make it, justify the additional significant lot coverage, and also finding visual compatible under criteria 6, but at least reduce it and move back those overhangs. Anyway, go ahead, MJ.
Okay. Well, when I first heard about you wanting more lot coverage, I'm like, no way. And then I went and looked at it, and I looked at your design, and I thought the way you thoughtfully designed this was very impressive. So I was sort of then started to open my mind up to actually seeing what you were doing. And I think about what Board Member Balta said was like, well, what if you end up putting this over on the other side? Then you were, to use the garage, bolt it up, then we'd have view issues from other neighbors. So, it just, you say you looked at different places, and my assumption is this was one of the most efficient ways to do it from the criteria as well as costs, I imagine. So I think I can get beyond the size, because I think the way you've designed this and the materials you've used are really subtle and organic to the environment. So I feel like it sort of keeps it from feeling massive, and the use of windows and some of your decking. I think the problem is on the backside in the privacy component that just isn't quite following the CDP. So if you could pull that upper level back, I think that would relieve that concern. I think your lower decking is already consistent with your existing decking, so any of that was sort of already there. I feel like with the shrubberies there that would mitigate any privacy issues from that lower area. And even though you only have a little, Juliet deck-ish up top, that feeling of that roof or awning feels very heavy to the lower home below. So I think that would help on the mass and scale of the building, and it would help on the privacy. I think that filling the footprint is okay, especially when you're not maxing out. Often we get people that want to overdo it or fill out to the max and go up 2 or 3 stories and max out their height, and then it becomes a whole nother town. So that's where we have to, and if we have the flexibility with criteria, then we utilize that. You've really articulated this well. You've added different roof lines. You've opened up your view for your neighbor across the street and allowed him to continue to have a view. And like he mentioned, it's nice to have an upgraded home in the neighborhood. It elevates the whole feeling of the town. And again, yours is in very good keeping with our modern cottage, organic vibe. I just think that if you could relieve some of that privacy and you'd lose some square footage on the upper, I think I can allow you to keep the lower. But if you can privacy is my biggest one, and I think that's what they articulated. So I think that's an easy fix. You still get your ADU. It's still a decent size. We don't have to rework this thing. So I don't know how that, and if that could be conditioned or something we could deliberate on here.
Yeah, I think that's a great suggestion. I think it's worth hearing maybe what the applicant could come up with here. I'd love to hear them out. We had a suggestion of 3 to 6 feet, 3 to 6 feet on a drop and a pullback.
Yeah, I would be very interested. So you've got 2 ideas, and we call this deliberations so that we can kind of hear what each other has to say. So what about lowering it and pulling back the second story?
Yeah, I think pulling back would be a good option. And then just to engage the building site coverage, Steve did a study of the surrounding area and came up with 46% as the average building site coverage in the area. So we're getting pretty close. So when I can share that document with you, maybe that would help to kind of understand truly what the building site coverage and pattern of development is in that area. I have a tabulation that I kind of broke through because I know, Tom, that was obviously this is an important finding, and breaking down building site coverage into its different delineations. And yeah, the total building site coverage really is more in the 47.7, still, obviously a little too north, and I get that.
We haven't had a chance to study that. I think
Sure.
you were going to send it to me and I didn't get it. So let's keep it on the issues, talking about lowering it by 3 feet, and moving the second story back. Is that
Yeah, I
something
think
you're
we could-
amenable to?
We
doing?
can definitely, lowering it.
Let me ask you, what are the plate heights for the,
So we have right now, what's shown is a 10-foot lower. We could lower that down a foot, but that's for a 12-inch package. We have to soft it, but there's probably room to lower the whole house.
a 10-foot, is it 10-foot upstairs too?
No, it's about like 8 feet.
8
So,
feet. So you
yeah.
could lower it down a foot by reducing the plate height.
We could
to 9.
reduce plate height by a foot. One of the challenges with subterranean is it just the reason we didn't do it initially when we started this process is any kind of grading for an ADU triggered design review, right? So that there's kind of been a moving target as to what we could do with an ADU, and actually it was more incentivized for an ADU just to remain on site. So we've placed it right at natural grade currently. Shifting it down does become really problematic. hugely expensive shoring walls underpinning the existing house, drainage issues. We've got-
Chair,
So
Chair,
we
if I-
we could do
Chair.
8-foot plate heights at 2 feet. I don't know if that solves your issue, Louis.
Chair, if I may.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking that rather than do a lot of back and forth, if they're going to come back for another hearing as opposed to any condition of approval right now, because we'd have to restake it and everything, I think, because of the privacy issue. So I'm wondering if we could just consider agreeing that the lot coverage isn't a concern.
I won't agree to that.
Okay.
It would have to be, for me to justify the lot coverage, it would have to address the issues that we've talked
Well,
about.
that's what I'm getting at. So it's like, it's like, let's stick with what our concerns are. If we can adjust, number one concern is privacy. If we all agree on that, then I think that would inform the, lot coverage. In this case, I'm suggesting that we consider keeping the lot coverage so that you can keep your square footage, but releasing the upper level, which is not part of lot coverage, to allow for the privacy component to be fixed.
Let me suggest this and see if they get any traction from you guys. Why don't we continue this with direction to lower the building 2 feet and move back the second floor and reduce the overhangs, the eaves. And in that connection, work with the neighbor and see if you can, reduce the anxiety, number one, and also to come up with a compromise that works. I think you've heard, neighbor, Linda, that at least 4 members of this board are going to approve this project with a second story there. So I think given the relationships, it sounds like the relationships go way back. I would like to see, with the direction I've described, them go back and see if they can come up with a solution that could be kind of a win-win.
And Chair, can I ask the reason you want to drop it 2 feet? What if they're able to relieve the privacy component from the upper level? What's the purpose of the drop?
It won't be so looming.
You feel like that'll
It's so massive. When I was in the patio, it's just massive, and it's so out of character with Woods Cove. You just don't have that. I have a lot of friends who live in Woods Cove, been to a lot of homes, and you just don't have that kind of massive overhang into somebody's. And she's just got a little house and a little patio.
So
And
you're referring to the upper.
yeah, the upper to move it back.
And it's massive from the street as well.
That's why I don't know if the
May I just ask the applicant a
We could pull the
questions?
roof back.
So,
Yeah.
Your approach has been to try to soften, and I think you're really close with the total design. I think we're kind of nitpicking a few finite details. Do you want to take another stab at just trying to fine tune this based on the conversation that we've had? Or do you want us to try to?
I could
Try
make
to-
the proposals and we can do a deal and get everyone comfortable.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so we have a 6-foot overhang right now, which I think was being looked at as problematic. Why don't we cut that in half to 3?
Mhm.
Why don't we push the building back 2 feet entirely, like shift it back towards Catalina? So we now alleviate it by 2 feet. And then why don't we take the 10-foot plate that's down low and take that to a 9-foot plate? And then maybe try to get that shed down another 6 inches because we're already at an 8-foot plate up top. I am working with a 12-inch floor package, so that is kind of little minimal. It's typically you're probably seeing 14 and 16-inch packages. So the plate heights are going to sound a little taller on the lower level. So we've reduced down, we've pulled back, and we pulled back fascia or overhang.
And
That I
how
think
about
was-
grading? Can you grade down a foot? What does that look like?
I would like to see that upper level pulled back more than that. I think you're in the right track. I could even get behind it if I could get you to pull it back.
I think you've got a good idea, and I think you are a problem solver for this design. So I'd be encouraged to just kind of let you take the discussion points and come back to us. And I think we're all willing to work on really close to where you're at. I think a little fine tuning could just make this a really good project all around and make, a few tiny little improvements to make it overall better. If you're willing for a continuance, I think we
Yeah,
can take that direction.
I would like to get behind this project. I think the neighbors, the neighborhood would like to. So this is how I would describe it if we're going to do a continuance. Go down as far as you can, reduce the height at least to the 9 foot. If you get a foot, if you can do more than a foot, great. Reduce those eaves. I'd like to see them even less, but I think you're close than 3 feet. And push the upper story back. By moving the building back, that's a great plus, and maybe making it a little smaller. And then talking to your neighbor and go through it, and maybe there can be some compromises, and they come back. So I think that's a great idea, Louis. I support that.
How quick can we get this back?
Yeah, this is not major stuff. So
These are just some fine-tuned things.
Yeah, immediately.
Okay.
Yeah.
why don't we, the next hearing is already huge, this December 11th. So it'd be the
January.
first hearing in January, which is when?
That would be January 22nd.
22nd.
I will say there are already 13 items scheduled, so this would be the 14th.
I'd be willing to add this to the agenda for that. I don't think it's going to be huge. I'm very optimistic that this is going to be a quick one.
Yeah, you like that? Okay, that sounds great. Thank you.
And I appreciate it, applicant, I appreciate you being receptive to these ideas rather than try to come up with something tonight, which would have been, I think, more difficult. And I'd like to give you a 5-0 vote. All right. With that said,
I could make one more point, Chair, just for
Sure.
the applicant's benefit. We would need the plans back by December 3rd. So you've got about 2.5 weeks.
June 22nd?
No, December 3rd.
No, the meeting.
For January 22nd.
January 22nd. So I'll move item number
5.4.
5.4 at 399 Pearl Street to be continued to January 22nd.
Second that.
Call the roll.
Board Member Belta,
Yes.
Board Member Coveney,
Yes.
Board Member Weil,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Gannon,
Yes.
Chair Gibbs.
Yes.
Motion has passed 5-0.
Let me take a quick break.
Thank you. Really appreciate
Yeah,
Thank you,
thanks a
appreciate
lot.
it.
We will take a break and we will resume at 6:45 exactly. Everyone, please take your seats. We got a lot of business to do tonight. You can see there's a lot of people in here, which many people, it's very important to speak and be heard. So we're going to go to the next item, which is 5.5, 490 Hillage Drive, Design Review 25-2075. I see the applicants already in front. Ex parte, please.
Chair, I had a site visit with the homeowner Rij and spoke with Steve Coratani and met with the neighbor next door, Karen.
Met with Steve Coratani, I met with Warren and the property owners.
I went by the site and spoke with Steve Coratani.
Went by the site, met with the applicant team, Steve Coratani and the neighbor Karen.
As did I. I did what Emir did. And so, Kate, you're up.
Good evening, Design Review Board and members of the public. I'm Kate Kazama, and item 5.5 is a request for new elevated decks, new window and door openings, and exterior modifications to a street-facing facade for the property located at 490 Hillage Drive. The slide before you is an aerial of the project site and surrounding area. The approximately 4,400 square foot property is located on the downhill side of Hillage Drive within the R1 zone. The project site is currently developed with a 3-level single-family dwelling and no on-site covered parking. For background, the applicant was approved for a garage conversion to a JADU and a conversion of the lowest level to an ADU in February of 2023, and building permits were subsequently issued that summer. The ADU and JADU project are currently in construction and not part of the design review request tonight. The slide before you illustrates the proposed site plan. The applicant is requesting design review to construct a new covered entrance and entry tower at the front east corner of the property, highlighted in yellow. New elevated decks along both sides of the property, highlighted in green, and a deck expansion for the existing rear deck. The request also involves new window and door openings at the rear and both side elevations. This slide depicts the proposed street elevation and east side elevation where the two covered entryways and the larger elevated deck are being proposed, shown in red. The proposed project would maintain the existing maximum roof height and is designed within the allowable building envelope. While the project complies with the applicable development standards, staff has identified concerns regarding the additional massing and scale of the proposed covered entryways and elevated deck at the street level. These elements may appear visually prominent relative to the adjacent properties and the existing development pattern along Hillage Drive. In terms of public correspondence, staff has received 1 letter of correspondence in support of the project and 7 letters in opposition. And to conclude, staff is recommending that the board evaluate whether the proposed improvements are compatible with the established massing, scale, and character of the neighborhood. And if the board finds the project to be consistent with the design articulation, design integrity, and neighborhood compatibility design criteria, then staff recommends that the board adopt the attached resolution approving the project and a categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA. This concludes my presentation. Both staff and the applicant team are available for questions.
Thank you very much. Any questions of staff?
So there's no CDP associated with this project.
Correct.
How far away does it need to be from a mapped water course?
How far? There's no mapped water course located on this property
Within the vicinity?
that I'm aware of. I don't believe there's a water course.
I thought CDPs were within, X amount of a mapped water course. I mean, most of the city has a CDP.
I think it's in an exempt area. It's not
Like,
adjacent to the beach, so.
okay.
Yeah,
I mean,
I don't know, Patrick, it's directed really more to you, Patrick and Bill, whether there's any CDP requirement here.
there's that blue line.
Yeah, we're gonna take a look at it. Maybe you guys ask some other questions, and by the time applicant
Okay.
gives it, we'll.
All right, that's important. Any other questions? With that, I open the public hearing. Warren, you have 5.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. I'm here with the Regent Irby, the property owner. You guys have all met them. So we met with the immediate neighbor, call it to the south, who, as far as we know, have the only privacy, maybe massing issue. I believe all the other neighbors have density and parking concerns. That's my understanding. So they want to be good neighbors. First of all, we want to take the ADU. It's previously approved. The JADU is previously approved. We'd like to take the ADU off the table, abandon it 100%. I prepared an exhibit that I have here that we can look at if needed. So on site, we do have room for a full straight pull-in, fully code compliant parking, on-site parking space. I also did an exhibit that shows in front of the property, completely within the property boundaries, on the street, 3 more spaces. So we'd also like to offer concessions to our neighbor to the south, Karen. She had an issue with the entry tower. We'd like to take that off the table. She had an issue with some privacy concerns and some massing concerns. We'd like to offer on the entry deck a privacy screen similar to what she is using or that we've all seen in the past, a louvered style that allows light and air to come through, but you can't see through it. I think a 4-foot tall privacy screen would be plenty. We're open to discussion on that. Same type of privacy screen on the deck, the lowest deck, where right now it's a catwalk. We're enlarging part of it by about 2 feet just to make it walk-outable. I don't think anyone had view or any other issue, just privacy. So we would like to offer a privacy screen on that one. What am I missing? Oh, the middle deck, sorry, the entry deck. Some think it might be a little large. It's under 500 square feet, just barely, but it is. We're thinking about a fixed planter along the southern side of that neighbor, Karen's side. That does 2 things. It disallows someone standing, let's say standing on the deck there, trying to peer over, which they probably wouldn't, but this would disallow it. It also reduces that deck by about 60 feet. What we're going to do there? Oh, that's the lowest one. Yeah. So privacy screens on any deck facing our neighbor there to the south. And she might have had a massing issue, but I think that was due to what was originally proposed as a deck rail that was stucco. By replacing it with a louvered screen / rail, I think that would alleviate that. So for now, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Warren. Now, members of the public, you can have the right to speak.
Can we not ask questions?
Yeah, no, I'm sure we're going to have some questions. Yeah.
Bill, could you cue me up, please?
Bump.
Thank you so much.
I don't want to hear Coradani sing. I will shut off the microphone.
Thank you. Steve Kawaratani here. Good evening, Chair Gibbs. You've been in rare form as usual, and board members and staff. You know, I appreciate what Warren and the applicants have presented. However, 4 years have gone by on this project, and that's a long time. And even though some concessions have been made, and I think particularly eliminating the JDU and the ADU are very helpful. I didn't hear Warren say he was going to put in a 2-car garage, but we still have issues. If you look before you, with that tower element out, we're still going to have an issue with the entry feature because of its height. So I'd like to see that either eliminated or lowered. If you look at the original drawing down at the bottom, that's the driveway with one car there and a two-car garage. And that's probably how it should be restored. Next slide, please. So this is the view that we have. And if that deck remains, I'm not sure what Warren means by an entry deck being modest at 500 square feet. That's probably not modest as far as I'm concerned, but nevertheless, if you look at the red portion I've colored in, that's what we're looking at. Last slide, please. So even with the tower out, we're still going to have a lot of blockage from that bedroom, and we still have an issue with that deck on the west side, and perhaps the screen would be helpful, but we'd need to see a detail. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Next speaker. Any other speakers, please queue up in front of the microphone so we can go one after the other. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Karen Lewandowski at 484. I live 5 feet away. I'd love to list all my grievances and tell you about the nightmare I have been forced to live for 4 long years. I've been on nonstop defense, defending my house, my property value, and myself. It is hugely stressful, has been very expensive, and has greatly impacted my quality of life. It is inexcusable. My letter highlighted some of the history and issues. The overriding theme is calculated disregard for city processes, standards, and neighbors. I have a ton of documentation about that. This house was unquestionably a tear down and should have been here a long time ago. Steve touched on some of the plans currently. I haven't seen new plans for what they're proposing. That sounds promising, but the mass and scale, if the tower structure is gone, I'm fine, but the mass and scale, we've talked about that. The mass and scale of the 600 square foot outdoor living space next to my bedroom and bathrooms looms the entire side, blocks all the light, and introduces huge noise and privacy concerns. It's not just about, privacy is the least concern with that giant deck. Those are the 3 biggies. Parking, I'm happy to hear we're making some progress because I wasn't really going to touch on that. Simple ones are auto shutoff timers on motion sensor lighting, construction, parking, and staging plans because our street is small, my driveway is always blocked. Dust and debris mitigation, which I've been living through for 4 years, and maintenance. The applicant has an extensive track record of property transactions and renovations in Laguna. They have another project right up the street right now. While I don't have an issue with investment, I have experienced the utter lack of concern about neighbors for neighbors that come with that. Given the project and applicant's history, I expect the city to take every step necessary to ensure that this is built to plan and my property is protected. I hope this issue of parking is addressed. My other neighbors are going to be talking about that because that is also very high on my list. Thank you, board, and thank you very much, Kate.
Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Heather Chalmers and I live across the street from 490 Hillage. And I am not as prepared as I would like to be for this hearing because I received the October notice of public hearing late last month. And prior to that, there had never been any early neighbor communication with me regarding the proposal. I have only been able to look at the plan online in the last few days, and it is a lot to take in. If approved by you, it will be a life safety issue, and it will degrade fire and emergency vehicle access throughout the neighborhood. It's shocking that this proposal reduces existing on-site parking. And at the same time, it multiplies the number of residential units on the lot from 1 to 3, maybe 1 to 2 now, but whatever. It's reasonable to assume that the tenants of the 2 or 3 proposed units with no on-site parking will inevitably be forced to park their cars on the narrow and already overcrowded street. This ill-conceived plan would create a negative impact on our neighborhood's infrastructure, limiting access for emergency vehicles and further degrading public safety. Hillage is a street that is narrow, steep, with limited parking, constrained access, and no sidewalks. Pedestrians already have no choice but to walk on the street, dangerously maneuvering between parked cars and vehicles moving in both directions. Our street width from curb to curb is less than 24 feet wide. And in many places, when cars park on one or both sides of the street, fire and emergency vehicles access can be reduced to less than 12 feet, which is intolerably below the minimum recommendation by the United States International Fire Department. The recent tragedy of the Palisades fire must serve as a stark warning for cities like ours, which are already grappling with vulnerabilities in fire access and
Heather,
infrastructure.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your comments. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Dean Badillo. I'm the owner of 480 Hill Edge, and I want to say thank you for improving the parking. That was my major concern. I just want to present my point of view on it, and maybe just as a further guidance to the council. The fact that there was 3 ADUs on this property with 0 parking is a debacle. I have a 1-year-old and a 3-year-old, and if you can imagine driving down this narrow street, and maybe my 1-year-old's chasing a ball or something, there's 0 reaction time for a car coming down that hill, okay? It's absolutely a tragedy waiting to happen. So I hope in the future, this is never approved in the future. But in any case, I appreciate my neighbors for correcting it, and looking forward to having you as neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you much. Any other speakers? Seeing none, Warren, you have 3 minutes.
Yeah, I would like to point out that the street frontage, the street width is 24 feet and 3.5 inches, and directly across the street, it's no parking zone. So it's not so skinny of a street. So the reduction of the ADU and let's call it replacement parking of the ADU, of the garage that the ADU is replacing, that is now shown on site. It's always been on site. I think it's just never been presented that way. We would like to point out that there is more than one neighbor approved. We still feel that there, as far as we know, there's only one neighbor that's actually affected by views and/or privacy. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Real quick, before, I'm sure we've got a lot of questions, but you've taken the ADU off, or did you take the J ADU off as
We're
well?
taking out the ADU.
But you're leaving the J ADU and the locations where it was, where the old garage was?
Yes.
Okay. And then you're going to put a parking space on? Is that in? We haven't seen anything. Have you given us a site plan or anything?
I have a an exhibit that shows that you can see.
I don't.
So essentially, I'm sorry for interrupting.
I'm sorry for interrupting you. Go ahead, Warren. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Tom. Kate could probably right now show dimensionally on the site plan that there is space in the garage, in the driveway, pulling straight in. It's over 15 feet, it's over 18 feet deep. It's over 8'8" wide. Pulls straight in. It does exist already. No changes have been made. I just show it. So
Okay. She's
it's
put up
there.
a plan, so I get what you're saying. So it's a legal parking space.
Yes,
and that-
uncovered.
Uncovered.
Yeah.
I got that.
At the legal grade.
And then you said something about adding 3 parking spaces? What's
No, so I just showed that 3 parking places on the street exist fully.
Already there?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, I have some more questions, but I'm going to turn it over to my colleagues to ask their.
Mine's actually for Kate, so I'm a little confused if they removed the ADU. That was not, does that change the amount of renovation percentage to the house that it now has been demoed and rebuilding? Won't that calculate differently for overall house? I can't think of the word renovation, I guess. Because right now it's under 50%, but won't it be over 50% now? Because that's a whole lower level.
So, I mean,
Hold on,
Yeah, go ahead.
unless you have a really good answer to that.
no, I don't have an answer to
Well,
what
then
you're.
don't
It
speak.
reduces the amount of demolition and everything.
So are there still additions
Kate?
to the main house?
Yes, there's window
Yeah,
changes. There's
so the
there's
ADU is
barely
the
a house,
lowest level, that is now remains untouched off the table.
but there's window and door replacements down there and
Yeah,
some
but-
renovation.
So
He's basically removing the lower level ADU and leaving in the parking area. That's not what I understand.
Yeah, but there's renovations going to be done to that room, and that's going to have to calculate into the overall renovation of the house.
Are you talking about where the ADU?
I think
was
the ADUs
proposed?
Uh-huh.
No, there's no, there,
No doors or window changes,
That's correct.
nothing. It's just staying as it is.
yes.
It's not been demoed, because when I looked at it, it looked like partially been demoed already.
Not partially.
There's,
Yeah, substantially. Yeah. I mean, it barely looked like there was a house there, so it's hard for me to see.
well, but it'll be put back, I guess.
I know, but what I'm saying is that as far as the city basing things on 50% and how we look at things and what has to trigger certain things in building, it's based on 50% over the build.
I think you're right.
So anyway,
Or they're going to do the
I just
ADU
don't,
later. So that's also a possibility.
right. So, but I just want to make sure it goes through the proper channels. When you eliminate something and add something, it has to be looked at from how much percentage of change. And, we see it all the time, 49.25%, so that they don't trigger the 50%. So it already felt like it should have been over 50 as it is now, but because of the whole ADU, JDU, it became a thing. So
Hey, Louis, questions?
Warren, I hear a handful of things you're saying. Unfortunately, like for tonight, it's too muddled and we've got too much going on tonight to I would need to see it resubmitted and have the proper time to evaluate it. Because right now I don't know, I don't have a clear line on what we're trying to approve. I mean, if we're
Would you
just
like-
talking frankly,
Let's do that in deliberation.
yeah, all right, sorry.
Because I'll address that too. Go ahead.
Is the JADU under construction?
All construction is stopped at the moment.
What's been built with the JADU?
The slab floor was rebuilt. It was replaced in kind where the old garage used to be.
Okay, so probably no more than 5% of the build.
Probably
Okay.
less, maybe.
There's just a slab there right now. All right.
Wait, I have a question. So wasn't the JADU supposed to
No.
be the garage converted? So if they demoed the garage, isn't a junior ADU supposed to adhere to the confounds of the garage? Meaning they can't fully demo something.
No,
but they
I
did.
asked staff that question earlier. I have a trouble with, and I'll put it to you guys because this is kind of direction. Can they do a JADU when they've torn down the garage? It's supposed to be a garage conversion, I understand, or space conversion, but they've torn it down. So that's the question. Can they even do a JADU there? It's a new build.
It forfeits.
So that's to you guys, because I tell you, as a matter of, I'm very concerned about parking. And that street just can't support 3 units in that space. I know the ADU law and I can't base it on that, but if they're not entitled to a JADU, I'd like to know about that. I think I'm sensing every board member, if not every other member on that street, has concerned about the parking.
And so first, Chair, I did want to go back to Board Member Weil about the exemption from the CDP. Sorry, if you don't mind.
Go ahead.
It is exempt, 2507008, I believe, A1B, that talks about improvements to single-family dwellings, and then unless it's an exception to that exception, is located on a beach, wetland, or stream seaward of a mean high tide line or within 50 feet of a coastal bluff edge in an environmentally sensitive area. So we are good on that. Going to the more pressing question about whether or not the remodel of the JADU, I guess it's really more of a timing question, because they would be entitled to rebuild their garage, right? You can do it, and then it's just a function of them coming in and saying, hey, we're gonna convert it. So I understand it's hard. You guys look at stuff that are on plans and versus the as-built environment. So that's kind of off the top of my head right now. The board's concern is noted. We'll kind of flesh that out. But the way that we interpret it as we sit here currently in this very moment is that they would be entitled to rebuild their garage and So what's, then I guess it would just be a subsequent step.
All right, I get it. Any other questions? All right, I'll close the public hearing. Who wants Jess? The night's young.
I've been up since 5.
What? Okay. You want to go?
I'll go. You want me to go first? I'm
Go
happy
ahead,
to go
MJ.
first.
Still pondering on this one.
I think for me, excuse me, made a mistake of putting a mint in my mouth. I think for me, I've struggled with this and I don't feel like I have the right information tonight. I'm going to have to abstain from any kind of voting because I'm not comfortable. I have to reassess this now. I feel for the neighbors beyond that they've been at this for 4 years and this monstrosity's been there for 4 years. I would have gone crazy. So I wish I could be more specific. Maybe there'll be something in the deliberations here that'll help me and see it, but I'm very concerned about the way we try to curtail the 50% and that the parking then would be triggered by that. Beyond that, sprinklers, other things that are essential to safety and community quality of life. So unless I hear something from my board, I won't be able to vote on this tonight with the information I have before me. But I highly encourage the homeowners and for you, Warren, to expedite a solution that you've been in every corner of this town and every sneaky way of maneuvering the realities of our planet. Find a solution that gives them a little of what they need and helps the neighbors get what they need, which is back to a normal quality of life that neighbor, which is a beautiful neighborhood, deserves. So I encourage you, and I know you can do it. You know all the special tricks. So I'm confident you can figure it out.
Why don't I go next? One of the bad things about this ADU and JADU law is that you can't, in certain circumstances, you can't require specifically more parking. That being said, it is incumbent in a particular project for architects and applicants to really evaluate parking requirements if you're going to add multiple units to a street that cannot handle additional parking. Where are they going to park? I have no idea on that street. And I appreciate you adding a space back because the proposal was no parking. And yet you were having 3 units. Yeah, I'm not going to vote on this project tonight. I want to hear what you're proposing, and I want to see it. And I want it to be clear. But I have some additional comments. So I hear 2 votes. If we get another vote, there will be no decision tonight, and it will be continued. In connection with the continuance, the entry level deck, the one that's on the side, is too large. I walk throughout the community. The decks are facing the ocean, not facing side yards. And that creates privacy concerns, and it creates noise impacts on the neighbor to the south, Ms. Lewandowski. It appears that what the applicant has done here is foregone a garage so that they could have a big deck, a big side deck. I urge you to reevaluate that position and put in, which would be neighbor compatible, a driveway and a garage into this house that's functional, which is what every other neighbor has. I'm also very very tempted, and I think there is, it works, that when you're seeking design review for, that you are for a deck where a garage could be, we're entitled to consider both access and neighborhood compatibility. So in that connection, it's not neighborhood compatible and it doesn't meet access requirements not to have more parking than even one space if you're going to be adding a JDU and leaving space potentially for an additional ADU. I haven't made a firm decision on that. I'm rather hopeful that you will come back with a much better parking solution when you do come back, and a significantly reduced deck on the side yard. With respect to the I guess it's the second level deck, the one that is facing the ocean. Hold on a second, I just want to make sure I got that right. Yeah, the second level deck, it extends out to where somebody who's out on that deck could look into Ms. Lewandowski's bathroom. It's not neighborhood compatible. I looked through both, you could see numerous other homes with very minor decks going at that level with that kind of privacy issue. They're set back, and I don't see any reason for that extension. There's a perfectly appropriate deck there already, so I would like to see that extension eliminated. With that, those are my comments.
I can follow suit. As far as the side yard deck facing Karen, I know when we met, I was kind of leaning towards a favorable result, but when I experienced it from inside Karen's, I did see a privacy concern. The decks don't typically face a neighbor like that. It is usually a backyard where it's deck to deck. So I'd like to see just a deck that's big enough to allow access for and to enter the property and to exit the property safely. And then for the privacy screen, that was a nice touch. You're also indenting. So I don't mind the extension out. I think it's your only exterior where you can enjoy the ocean view. But the fact that you guys are moving the deck away from the neighbor and then indenting it, and then also adding a privacy screen, that would get my support. And then, yeah, I can concur with board members or Chair Chair Gibbs. I was going to call you Weil. I was looking at Weil. And then board member Coveney.
All right, Emir, why don't you go next?
Yeah, I'd like to echo the concerns from my fellow board members. I know you had mentioned removing the ADU. I think that would be a disservice in this case, considering an open structure lot could be converted at a future date with an ADU with no parking requirement. I don't like to see that as a way of circumventing this board's authority and purview. Pertaining to the site, let's see the full program. Let's see a program that works with the neighborhood and can accommodate the safety concerns that some of the board members established. You know, I'd hate for that entry area to come back here looking in a similar fashion because I think it has a towering effect, especially with the neighbor Karen to the side. I'd also like to see that deck substantially reduced. I think there is a program here that works with both you guys and also the neighborhood. I think it's important to get in front of them, talk to the neighbors, work with them, but, you know, definitely be thoughtful pertaining to your site, not the ADUs, JDUs, pertaining to your site with parking. It is vital for this area of town. It's a very unique condition on Hill Edge. And I think there's a program here that can eke out additional parking if that makes sense for that site. It's definitely worth considering.
Yeah, I guess I just concur with my board members. I mean, there's a lot more going on here that I think with the prior approvals and the demo that it leads to a lot more questions than I think that's in front of us. I appreciate some of the concessions you're making kind of in the final hour, but it does leave me not clear on what's being changed, to be honest with you. So I need to see it again, just like the prior board members. The access for the lot, I think, is being, with the JADU and the ADU, it creates a permanent component where parking or access will be impaired. And it really is kind of a dangerous corner on that Hillage turn, and that just needs to be addressed in some fashion. So I'll leave it at that. I think there's some work to do, but we'll hear it again.
All right.
Chair, if I may, just one more statement. I just wanted to personally thank Kate and the staff for the hard work they've done on this project over the 4 years. It's an excessive amount of time they've had to spend on it. And I don't think anybody realizes just how much it takes away from other important projects, and that you are really, I really want you to know how much I appreciate it.
Which is kind of an add-on message. Let's see if we can get this right so that Kate can go on to bigger and better things. All right. With that said, I think the direction is pretty clear. I don't think I have a need to summarize it. Yeah, it's going to have to go February. How's the schedule in February?
We're looking at February 12th or the 26th. Right now, the 26th is clear and the 12th has 3 items targeted.
I'll let you choose, Warren.
Next available, please.
February 12th? Yep.
Chair, I'll move item number 5.5 at 490 Hillage Drive to be continued to February 12th, 2026.
I second.
Call the roll, please.
Board Member Belta,
Yes.
Board Member Covney,
Yes.
Board Member Weil,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Gannon,
Yes.
Chair Gibbs.
Yes.
Motion is passed 5-0.
Okay, very good. The next item is 5.6 at 225 Viejo Street. Design Review 25-1490, Coastal Development Permit 25-1516. Ex parte, please.
Chair, I visited site and met with Lance, the project architect.
I visited the site and spoke with Lance Polster.
I visited the site and spoke with Lance.
Visited the site, spoke with Lori, the neighbor, and Lance Pulser.
I visited the site and spoke to Lance. With that, Daniel, you're up again.
All right. Good evening again. If you don't remember me, my name is Daniel Bessenize. I was here 2 items ago. Item 5.6 tonight is design review and a coastal development permit at 225 Viejo Street. The project is located in an existing neighborhood zoned as R2 residential medium density. The site is bordered on 3 sides by residential properties and on the 4th by commercial development fronting Coast Highway. There is a public alley between the site and the commercial development. The project is for an 18-foot, 2-story detached structure consisting of 2 ADUs and 2 elevated decks, 1 for each ADU. The ADU is exempt from design review, but does require approval of a CDP. The elevated decks require both a CDP and design review. This project was first heard at the August 2025 Administrative Community Development Director meeting. The director referred the item to this board, which brings us here today. In this slide and the next, I have 2 elevations shown. This one here is the angle taken from Viejo Street. You may note the elevated decks are oriented to have a view of the ocean. Both directly overlook the adjacent alley between the subject property and the Coast Highway commercial development. From this view in this elevation, you see one of the 2 decks. The elevation on this slide shows the project from the west, as if you were standing where the alley is. Here you see both decks. The deck on the left is the one you can see from Viejo Street. Staff has received 3 public comments, all in opposition or concern. Concerns include inconsistency with the city's local coastal program, or LCP, and the general plan, obstruction to public coastal views, obstruction to private views, and neighborhood compatibility were also concerns. Staff did visit the site after the stakes were erected. I have highlighted the staking in the following 2 images. This image is taken closer up to the project site from Viejo Street. And this one is taken further from up the hill on Viejo Street as well. It is important to understand that there is a panoramic ocean view throughout the city, and the view changes depending on where you're standing. But you may take note of these. It is important for me to remind you that the elevated decks are subject to design review and the CDP. The ADU is exempt from design review, but does require a CDP. Staff finds that the project is in compliance with the design review guidelines, that it complies with all code standards, and that the project does not substantially impair public views, privacy, and is compatible with the neighborhood. Therefore, staff recommends adopting the attached resolution approving design review and CDP and finding said action exempt from CEQA.
Thank you very much. Any questions of staff? With that, I open the public hearing. Lance, you have 5 minutes.
Great job. I'm here with Lance Polster, architect. I'm here with Paul, the owner of the property. As Daniel stated, and maybe it wasn't clear, but just to be sure everybody knows, we were moved from admin DRB, which we had expected to go through without too much of a hitch, and just for the decks and for the CDP as well. But we're here because of a neighbor concerns, and I'll get through those in just a minute. I've reviewed those 4 areas with each of you, I believe, and I summarized it in a written document that I gave to staff to help him with his staff report as well. We were trying to kind of move this along. We thought that it had been going through a long process at the city, not because of anything with the current administration. The past administration, we're on our 4th planner, just to say that. So it's been a very long time for this owner, due to some problems with that. But we did do a trial staking in the summer of 24. And we have for you to see that we've made huge changes from that. With that, we had a neighborhood meeting at that time, and Lori came out. She was not willing to talk to us. She had kind of some stuff going on. I think that day she had a bad day. But we did talk later, and I had another neighbor just near her with some view concerns. At the time, we didn't think we needed design review because we had different code issues at that time that we were still compliant. Since then, we've had to change the design, and we also incorporated view, making the view shed much better for neighbors, will you say. One of the neighbors, I believe, is much more satisfied now. We can't answer all of the concerns. We're down to our lowest height possible. We're down to 18 feet. You can't really build a 2-story with any kind of slope roofs at all, for much less than that. We're at minimal heights for plates and so forth. Let me just address the criteria that the neighbor is concerned with. If we haven't beaten this to death, the neighborhood, the concern from the neighbor is criteria 3, which deals with, are you affecting coastal facilities and so forth. I think she basically has good intentions, but the bike path is really not a facility. So it's not really affected one way or another on that. Criteria 6, is it compatible with the area? We have a 2-story behind us that you can see from the pictures, we are substantially lower because of our lowering down 18 to 18 feet. It is about 24.5 feet high in the back. And some of the neighbors that are complaining actually have taller buildings in their front yards than we have. If you look at Daniel, if you want to show that on the entire street, there is quite a few buildings that have 2 buildings that are 2 stories high in their yards and are further towards the street than we are. So on that street, if you look towards the top, the latest neighbor that's complained is actually closer than we are. So I think that we're in compliance with that part of the code because we have a 2-story, but it's as low as you can possibly go. It's back of the setback. It is not as close as some of the older structures that were closer because they were built prior to our code. But we have blocks of 1 and 2 stories on that street. So I don't think that criteria 6 is not met. Criteria 8, and this is all for the CDP, by the way. Criteria 8 deals with, do we have adequate access? This is not about parking on site. It's about access to streets and so forth. But even so, we are keeping 2 spaces in the front, even though they're in the front yard. They're used all the time. And we have an oversized garage in the back of 450 square feet. So we're better parked than a lot of the properties on that street. We do have, anyway, so the last one for compliance with the design review guidelines is being compatible, the deck with the house. I think it is very compatible design-wise. And I'm just adding on to what the staff has already said, but I do believe that we've answered those concerns. I do have a handout for how much we brought this down. If I can, do you mind passing this out to?
Lance, your time's up.
Thank you.
Give it to Paula. She'll give it to us. All right, at this time, members of the public come up. You'll have 2 minutes each. And begin by stating your name, if you could.
Hello, my name is John Requa. I'm at 229 Viejo. I'm the house directly up the hill from the next door neighbor. This house represents a complete obliteration of my view and a loss of view equity. There are larger concerns with the neighborhood, which you'll hear, but I just wanted to speak as a person who had a view from my front porch and my living room that is going to be gone. I registered the view, and I understand that registering views is for foliage, not for the actual value of the view, but it does indicate that the view had some value and that it was of substance. I just feel like a single-story ADU could give the property owner what they want, and also preserve my view equity. I'll let others speak to the impact on the neighborhood and the community at large, but I just wanted to speak as the person who is going to be directly impacted, not just in the quality of life in the house, because I have another giant property going up the hill from me. So I have two enormous properties kind of canyoning me in, but also loss of money. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Chair Gibbs and members of the board. My name is Rena Sukoff, and I've been a resident on Viejo for over 40 years. The packet I passed out identifies 8 staff findings alongside the code requirements in conflict. I will speak to just 2 or 3. First, the applicant relies entirely on the ADU parking exemption, but the Laguna Beach Municipal Code 25.17.040E6CV allows that exemption only when no significant parking impact will occur. This property is already legally non-conforming for parking. Adding 2 more units without additional parking means 2 to 4 more cars on an already strained street. With beach traffic, which we all know gets more and more every year, adjacent stop and go, and the queuing at the PCH Viejo signal, there is clearly a significant impact, so the exemption cannot apply. Second, the project moves the 2-story structure to the front, which violates 2 Laguna Beach municipal codes because the detached ADU reads like a second principal building, and the configuration effectively creates 4 full dwellings in a R2 intended zone. According to the Laguna Beach Municipal Code, ADUs must be incidental and subordinate. This property will be neither, as it is in the front of the property. Lastly, the staff report confirms that the project staking infringes, and this is a quote, infringes on the ocean view when looking southerly from Viejo Street. Under Laguna Beach Municipal Code and General Plan, existing public ocean views must be protected, and projects must avoid unnecessary visual impacts. There have been no view studies, no sightline analysis, and no evidence.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
Any other speakers?
Good evening. My name is Lori Brigham. I was referred to as earlier as the lady who was having a bad day once.
Well,
to the chair and to the staff, you have my letters on file. There are multiple additional letters that were submitted. I understand that the scope of this is related to the 87 square foot decks, and to that I will just say that they do impede my view personally. They also represent they will introduce privacy issues for multiple neighbors across the street. My point really is that these two-story ADUs, not a single two-story ADU, but two-story ADUs sharing a common wall will represent a massive scale that is inappropriate for our neighborhood. It also is not subordinate to the existing duplex. I'm also want to debate ever so slightly that the staff report fails to mention the view that is referenced is a public view in a city designated bike path. Viejo is heavily used by residents, by visitors, both for biking as well as for hiking. We're access point to Dartmoor Trail. We're also well known for just the incline. Many people walk it every day just to get up Viejo Street, the 20% grade. Lastly, the mass and scale remain inconsistent with the neighborhood. The two-story building is a massive block. I'm asking that the city review and take into light some of the things that the complaints tonight and the documents are asking to be re-reviewed in consideration of the codes and in consideration of what this building represents to our neighborhood. We have no fourplexes on Viejo. This would be a fourplex. Thank you very much for your time.
Any other speakers? One more.
Good evening. My name is Sanjana Subaker, and I'm an attorney at Carson's Black & Mantir, speaking on behalf of Viejo Speaks for Laguna, a coalition of neighbors on Viejo Street that would be impacted by the proposed ADUs. We oppose approval of design review and the coastal development permit for the project as designed. We submitted a letter on November 11th to state our reasons why, and I hope the board has received the letter and has had a chance to review it. I'd like to highlight just a few points. Importantly, we're not trying to stop new construction. We're trying to shape the project or help shape the project so it doesn't negatively impact the neighborhood and the lives of our community members. Approval of the project would result in the property becoming the only fourplex on a street designated as R2 residential. To comply with the city's design review criteria, the Coastal Act, the LCP, the General Plan, and CEQA, we urge an alternative design in the form of a single ADU built as one story, which would not only preserve views from the visual corridor on Viejo Street, designated and marked as a public bike path, but would also be compatible with and preserve the aesthetic sense of the neighborhood. We urge further necessary design improvements, including wider setbacks in the front and side yards to allow for emergency access and to maintain neighborhood compatibility, articulation or other architectural relief for the northern facade, a vegetation palette in the setback, and eliminating the proposed decks or keeping them at ground level. Cumulative impacts from similar proposals throughout the city, some of which we've heard tonight, can be considerable, which precludes reliance on the Class 3 CEQA exemption pursuant to the CEQA guidelines. Finally, we emphasize that the city maintains the ability to shape the current proposal and others like it. We appreciate your diligent efforts to ensure the best design that maintains the city's high standards for compatibility and non-interference with visual and other forms of access. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Appreciate meaningful and concise statements from everybody, including the applicant, and staying within the time period. Seeing no other speakers coming to the podium, and I return it to the applicant for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair Gibbs. We do block the view from the front part of our neighbor up above us. It's been known from the very beginning, if I built a one-story, I would still block the same view. He just happens to be at a very low point, not that much higher than we are. And you can see that if you stand there and take a look at it. Even though we're not really reviewing the project for design review, we always try to do something that's compatible. So we apologize for that. I think there's not much we can do about that. Parking is far better on our lot than many properties up and down the street. Parking is not the issue tonight either, because it is not up to be reviewed, but it's just something that I want you to know we do consider to be important. I think that I apologize, the comment with Lori, when I first came out there, she wasn't ready for me to come in and take a look at the view, so we had a little, refusal there, but she came up later and we had a great interaction, had a great talk about all of the things that, she was concerned about. I respect her concerns. And basically, I think that, the latest letter and so forth is probably an attorney that she got involved with. I don't know who Viejo Speaks is, but it sounds like a kind of a more formal way of saying a lot of her concerns. I don't believe that the decks are a privacy concern. We're across the street and we're way far away from her. So I don't think that that's a viable issue. And that's the only issue really that's up for design review. And as far as the coastal issues, I think that we've answered those. We have done a great job of trying to bring this down to as low as possible. I also just want to read you one thing about parking is I went and looked at this, if you could put that up, if you don't mind. If you look at Viejo, it has many, many properties with buildings in the front yard that have existed there for a long time. Even the second speaker who just came into play here a couple of days ago with a letter, she's never contacted me at all with all of the meetings that I've had and so forth and all of that. But basically, there are a lot of other properties that are 2 stories, larger than ours, taller than ours, in the front yard and throughout and hers is one of them. So I just want to say that I think we're compatible with the neighborhood in a good way. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, questions?
What's the lot coverage?
We don't need lot coverage. We need open space. So we comply by open space. We're a multifamily, so we do open space.
Okay, staff?
I think if I can clarify that real quick. So the lot coverage requirement you'll see with attached ADUs, but with detached ADUs, we don't look at that.
But you comply with open space.
We
I
comply
don't know if
with
it
lot
makes
coverage.
sense, but if that's the rule.
Correct.
No.
I'm sorry, I was using the wrong words. Open space we comply with. We don't have a lot coverage.
Yeah, so the lot coverage rules do not apply to detached ADUs.
Just a
that
single
right?
family.
And then I thought a property was allowed 1 ADU and 1 junior ADU, but the junior ADU had to be attached to the primary dwelling unit. Why is there 2 ADUs proposed, which makes it a 4-unit?
I would have to double check that, and I can double check right now, but I'm fairly certain it's because there's an existing duplex on the property, and therefore they're allowed for 2
Yes.
ADUs as well.
So 2 ADUs are allowed as.
In an R2 zone.
Yeah,
I don't have it.
I was going to ask, is it because of the R2 zone?
It's not because of the R2 zone. It's because there is the duplex on the property currently.
Right.
Now, if that's the case, does the current parking for the existing 2 units, is it met?
Is it what? I'm sorry.
Do they have conforming parking for the original 2 duplexes? Because each of those 2 lots would require their own.
Correct. So it's legal non-conforming, which means they don't have,
Four
I guess,
spaces.
enough parking for the duplex. However, with the ADUs being proposed as part of this, they don't require for the applicant to propose new parking as long as they're not taking away from the previous parking
So that was my
or
question.
the existing.
So basically, staff, I would include Patrick in this. They can have existing non-conforming parking for an existing duplex and add 2 ADUs without adding any more parking.
That is correct, yes. If they were to remove the parking space, they would have to replace the parking space. But since they're not removing the parking space, they don't have to add any more.
All right.
I mean, well, technically, there are 2 parking spaces, because when I drove to Viejo, there were 2 cars that were pulled into that flat area.
Is that
and
going to
that's-
remain, Leon?
Those 2 spaces in front are to remain, and we have an oversized 2-car garage off the alley in the rear. I just have to say, if you look at the properties I did this up and down, I got tired of doing it because every property on Viejo has legal non-conforming existing parking. It's
Yes. So you're
kind of
going
the
to
way-
leave untouched the parking in front. 'Cause
Can't
I
add
parked
more
up there.
parking. Yeah, there's.
If you look at the picture in the staff report, they showed it. It's a pretty big space. Can you show that, Daniel? So I think the public can see that's staying, and that's a significant amount of parking.
Yeah.
It's on page 3 of the staff report with the Tesla.
Is that your Tesla?
No. No, I have a better Tesla. I have a little black stripe on the back. Vest. Vest. I just have this little graphite thing in the back.
Right.
And page
Let me,
two.
while you're doing that, let me ask my question. One of the members of the public handed us this and referred to, oh, there it is. Well, actually, I was thinking of the other one, but this shows it. It's a good sized parking area. Her handout refers to something I'm not familiar with. So I want to, Patrick, if you could either let us know or follow up. It's on page 1 under ADU subordination. It says, cites 25.08.002, ADUs must be, quote, incidental and subordinate, end quote. Is that a requirement? Maybe you know, Daniel. It's on the bottom of the first page of the handout.
Yeah, I'm
And-
sorry. I was in a side conversation.
Yeah,
Could you repeat the question?
she mentioned it, the member of the public mentioned it as one of the 2 issues that was forefront. So I wasn't aware of that. I'd like to get a little background on that
The
one.
parking?
No.
Well, no. This
Correct,
is,
yeah, the-
it says ADUs
Correct, Chair, so I could-
are not appropriately located. It's basically 25.08.002. ADUs must be, quote, incidental and subordinate. This has not a parking. This
Correct. And
is,
so I can answer that, Chair. So that's the definition section. Accessory dwelling unit. Once again, so accessory dwelling unit means an attached, detached, or converted dwelling unit that is ancillary to a primary dwelling unit. The definition below that, which is accessory use, not accessory dwelling unit, but accessory use, then says means a use. That means a use incidental, related, appropriate, and clearly subordinate to the main use of the to the main use of the lot or building, which accessory use does not alter the principal use. Accessory use is not the appropriate definition. Accessory dwelling unit is.
so, I mean, here, let me go hypothetically, because I'm not sure I understand that. I just want to make sure the board understand the rules of the game, including me. If, let's say, you have a 500 square foot cottage and you build an accessory dwelling unit that's 1,000 square feet and is clearly the dominant thing on the lot, would that potentially run afoul of 25.08.002?
No, so I apologize. So that definition of accessory use is what is cited in this.
Oh, I
is
see.
not applicable. Accessory dwelling unit, and maybe I shouldn't have read that definition in. I was trying to highlight.
Oh, I
it's
thought it
different.
was connected. So,
It is not.
Just missing.
okay. I think that answers that. Okay, so I don't have any other questions. Does anyone else?
Deliberation?
What?
He's ready to deliver.
Yeah, I closed the public hearing and I call on Emir.
Yay.
Yeah, Chair. So, very unique circumstance. And if my fellow board members recall, we had a project heard here on Viejo in a similar zone not too long ago. And they didn't use the ADUs in their design, and it took up quite a substantial amount of the site lot coverage during that. I think this ADU proposal meets, I would say it's very thoughtful. There's an open air corridor. The decks are modest. It fits the lot well. I think it's tucked down. They're not trying to maximize their heights. We've seen quite a few of these even earlier tonight. I think it's a very thoughtful design. I think it matches the character of the area. As much as we don't want to see these things, I think that we have a burden to look at them, for the specific site conditions. I like that they're using them because I think it's a very modest home if it were to be a standalone home, which it's not. It's obviously an ADU. And I think it does match the character of the surrounding neighborhoods as, given the circumstances. So I could definitely get behind approving this tonight.
I'll go next. I concur with board member Balta. If this was a single family home, you would extend out, you'd have your 20-foot setback, or I believe that's what it would be, 5 foot for the garage, whatever. So in this case, just because they're ADUs, it actually makes it just as acceptable. I think the height, can you hear me? I think the height is actually slightly lower than the existing duplex, or maybe just
5 or 6
slightly.
feet.
Yeah, so that's impressive because normally you could punch that up. And if I felt like the neighbor to the hillside up could get his view back, I would say we need to rethink this. But a single story is not going to keep his view, and it's the extra story is not going to impede or feel too massive looking down on him. And you've put your decks on the opposite area side. So I feel like your open space is great. I feel like the decking is modest, the height is there. The design integrity is definitely in keeping with the neighborhood and in keeping with the existing duplex. Kudos to you on parking. This is always a big deal, as people will not keep parking. They will eat up every inch of it. And just because they're near a bus stop that's, a mile away. So this is very respectful, I think, as far as how these can go. And I appreciate that. And so I can definitely support the project. It's in keeping with the CDP.
So the 16 DR commandments, we can apply to the ADUs, but we can for the decks.
The decks.
I concur with fellow board members that there's zero privacy issue. The primary portion of the deck is facing towards the ocean and towards Coast Highway. So that mitigates that. As far as view equity, I'm sorry, I walked down that street so many times, driven down it slowly so many times. I just don't see how publicly that doesn't take any views, privately it doesn't take any views. Yeah, the parking, the fact that you are maintaining those parking spots, we just heard earlier today where ADUs are being proposed without any parking. So the fact that you have those where 2 cars can safely pull off and a full SUV, 2 fully big size SUVs can fit onto those slabs. And the fact that you're only 20 feet for a 2-story high, which is lower.
18.
Is it 18?
18.
Oh, I read.
With 8-foot plate heights.
Oh, I read 20, so even better. So yeah, with all of that, I can approve this project.
Louis?
Yeah, I mean, the ADU development is obviously challenged for Laguna. I wouldn't say this is by far, this is not an egregious ADU proposal. I think if you were to tear down the main structure, you could be afforded a significant larger structure and significantly larger 4 units by right in some capacity. So I think by having the 2 separate buildings gives a little bit of relief in the overall lot. Having the ADUs being lower profile than the main structure, I think keeps a nice little definition between the 2. So I do think it's appropriately located. The existing views, I think I know the neighbors are commenting on it, and there is a bike lane up and down Viejo, but I wouldn't say this structure, the view of Viejo is looking through kind of the houses in the development that abut or align the street. I wouldn't say this project becomes any more obtrusive than any other lot. So they're right. All the other lots up and down the street have a right of enjoyment for structures in positions on the lot, and this would be similar in my analysis. As far as the decking, they're minimalistic, to be honest with you. They tuck into each side, they maintain some privacy, and frankly, like Board Member Gannon said, they're really positioned to open up the door and look out at the ocean, which is something everybody tries to enjoy within their properties in Laguna Beach. So, yeah, for me, I can support the project, and we'll go from there.
All right, I concur with my colleagues. I appreciate, Lance, that you made it as low as possible. I am convinced that there is, whether parking is required or not, I think the parking is certainly better than most on Viejo. I know this area very well. And so, unlike some other projects you may have heard tonight, I'm not concerned about parking on this one. The one that I found, the issue I found of interest is the public view issue. And I've read, and I've known him from before, but I have studied the applicable land use elements and the CDP as involving coastal scenic resources. And I just want to be clear, that is a very important aspect of our review under the Coastal Act, which is permitted in evaluating ADU, at least as relating to the coastal development permit. And whether that, that's an issue here, I think not. If a going up 2-story, which blocks some ocean view from the street, triggers a scenic coastal resource issue, you could not build anywhere in the tree streets. I live there. There's no way. You couldn't build the house that was 2 up. Anytime, it's not just the coastal development permit, the land use elements is part of our design review criteria. So the bottom line there is that's not what's meant by scenic coastal areas or scenic coastal resources. The area for the bike path, in my opinion, is directly down Viejo and the view of the ocean in the direction of travel. This isn't a 17-mile scenic highway like there is, in the Carmel area. And so I don't think that's triggered here. I don't think it even comes close to being triggered here. I'm looking forward to when we get a challenging case of preserving public views that rises to the level of a scenic coastal resource or a scenic coastal area. But this is not that. And for that reason, I can approve the project. Any other discussion, or do we go to a motion?
Chair, I'd like to make a motion to adopt Resolution 25-1490, approving design review 25-1490 for elevated decks and coastal development permit 25-1516 for the construction of detached structures consisting of 2 accessory dwelling units and elevated decks at 225 Viejo Street, and finding said action categorically exempt pursuant to CEQA guidelines sections 15303.
I'll second that.
Call the roll.
Board Member Balata?
Yes.
Board Member Coveney?
Yes.
Board Member Weil?
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Gannon?
Yes.
Chair Gibbs?
Yes.
Motion is passed 5-0.
Okay, congratulations. Let's
Appreciate it.
go to the next item. It's 5.7 at 30801 Driftwood Drive. Design review 25-1883, coastal development permit 25-1884, and revocable encroachment permit 25-1885. Ex parte, please.
Chair, I visited with Steve Cortani, Tony and Bobby across the street, Henry and Joyce, and then I missed Mr. Armando.
Chair, I visited site with Steve Cartani.
I visited the site with Mr. Armando. I forgot the last name. There he is. Also across the street with Tony and Bobby, and immediately next door at 21562 Ocean Vista.
Henry and Joyce.
Yes, it's that one.
What was her name? I also went to the site and met with Steve Cortani, the neighbors across the street, the Speranzos, and the neighbors next door.
All right, I visited the site with Mr. Cortani. I visited the sites or the homes of Marcus Imhoff I talked to, the Speranzos I met, the Broats I met, and Armando Bios I met. With that, Nancy, you're on.
Chair, I apologize. I think.
Go ahead.
I have a little technical difficulty here. I need a moment to pull her PowerPoint up.
Take your
So-
time. Well, don't take your time, but go ahead.
7 inning stretch.
She needs it.
Is it raining already outside? Not yet. Sprinkling. I guess we got like 4 or
I
5
brought a
days.
raincoat.
You got a long way to go.
We do. Who's bringing the pizza? My grandkids, aren't they just the cutest? It was adorable. They got the little turkey things. Turkey.
Oh my God. So.
You remember that?
Yeah.
My daughter-in-law is really creative.
We made those exact same things.
Look how serious they
But, yeah.
What's that?
Oh, true.
No, it wasn't this one. It was the last Glen Eyrie. I think it was Glen Eyrie, wasn't it? Oh, you know what it was?
Here we go. Yep.
Okay, Ron. Okay. We're live.
Okay.
Nancy?
This project is 30801 Driftwood Drive. The proposal requires a design review, coastal development permit, and revocable encroachment permit. Next slide, please. The project is demolition of the existing home. The left side, you can see the site plan in yellow represents the lot, and then the street frontage view of the existing one-story home. Currently, there is a side access into the garage, as you can see in the driveway photo. Next slide, please. So the entitlements for the project includes the demolition of the single-family residence. And the site plan here, you can see the new vehicular access is shown. The apron is highlighted in green just to show you where that happens. There are skylights. They're pretty small and circular, but they're highlighted in this plan in green. Grading is proposed because it's more than 20 cubic yards outside the building footprint, and landscaping. Because the development permit is for the non-exempt development in the coastal zone. And there's a very small area highlighted in blue, which is the REP for the walkway. And that's the portion between the sidewalk area they're proposing and the property line. Next slide, please. These are the applicant provided renderings. The right image is the street view, and then a view. The second view shows views that they get from their home. The next slide is the colors and materials. This is also available in the staff report. We've heard from neighbors that have view and privacy impacts and are generally in favor of a one-story home, but preserving views. And the last slide is staff's recommendation is to conduct the hearing, adopt the resolution of approving the design review, the coastal development permit, and the revocable encroachment permit. And I'm available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. Excuse me. Any questions? Seeing none, I open the public hearing. Applicant, you have 5 minutes.
To present. Hello. Thank you to the board for giving the time to the Laguna Beach community and for allowing us to present the design of this single-family one-story home on a Driftwood Drive in Laguna. See the first diagram. Next, please. So learning from Laguna Beach design guidelines, no owner is entitled to the maximum approvable building masses shown in this diagram. It is the existing character of the neighborhood that is guiding and the most important for approval. That is why, next slide, please. That's why we began by carefully introducing a one-story pitched roof volume with eaves heights set to basic standards. The shallow pitched roof runs parallel to the direction of the hill to reduce mass and scale. Should I continue without the graphic
Hold on a
material?
second. Are you having problems, Paula, with the slide? You just got it?
Correct. Yeah, she was just removed from the Zoom.
Yeah.
And there's an internet connection issue going on in council chambers, Mr. Chair.
Why don't we wait till we get it ready and then we can start your time.
Thank you. We can move on to the next slide, please.
All right.
So
Go
that is
ahead.
why we carefully placed a one-story pitched roof on the side with eaves heights set to basic standard heights, and the shallow pitched roof runs parallel to the direction of the hill to reduce mass and scale. Next slide, please. In the next design step, we divided the building mass into four smaller modules. This lowered the height of the roof ridge substantially, and each module is slightly rotated to avoid long facade planes and to introduce variable setbacks and building heights. Finally, projections and recesses are introduced to create shadow and depth and create a human scale to the home. Next slide, please. As this physical model shows, this results in a design expression that blends into the scale of the surrounding neighborhood very well. Next slide, please. That's the existing aerial image, and in the next slide, you see an overlap of the new design and the existing, showing again this scale compliance to the neighborhood. Next slide. In the Zoom, we notice that compared to the existing building, the current situation that the roof currently protrudes not further than the existing home. Actually, it corrects the situation where a sunroof at the moment in the existing situation protrudes in the backyard, and this will obviously be demolished. The house will actually sit further back.
Next slide, please. Here you see where we find the Laguna Beach support of variable setbacks very strong, and we believe it's working to not place any burden on any single side yard. Next slide, please. Following the neighbors' concerns, as we did meet them, we immediately dropped the finished floor level by the maximum we could. Compared to the existing, we dropped it by 6 inches lower than the existing, which is allowable max to the driveway slope. And then we additionally lowered the roof ridges with another 6 inches, resulting in the project's overall height reduction of currently 1 foot compared to what was previously presented in the neighborhood meeting. You see, as we illustrated in the previous slide, that the protruding sunroof, which is highlighted in blue in the rear yard, is eliminated. So in fact, the new volume significantly sets back from the rear yard line. What you also see is that the four modules, as Paul referenced, require additional height relative to the existing, but there are also areas where it has been purposely dropped everywhere we could in the ridges and valleys to respect the context. So that's where you see the blue versus the elevation. Next slide, please. But that doesn't count because that's before the residents. I'm going to go fast, I promise.
It's still green.
Thank you. Our team has made 6 render impressions, and we believe we've been very open about these to help illustrate the deep aim for contextual compatibility and the human scale. Next slide, please. We'll walk you through these impressions. Is that 5 minutes?
You have
Oh,
30 seconds.
For each, we've traced the existing view line of both existing structures with existing vegetation. So you can go like this, and you can go next. So you can see that we've also reduced, next slide, please, reduced existing vegetation. And in this specific case, it's something quite interesting and happy happened for us because public view corridors became open again. You see on the left side of the image where it once didn't exist. Next slide, please. Next slide, please.
Hey,
It's the same.
Your time's up. We're going to go to public hearing. You'll have 3 minutes to come back to if you want to make any comments that you would have made. All right. Is there a lot of people here going to speak? Raise your hand if you're going to speak. Okay, there's quite a few people. I want to keep it flowing. Keep in mind that we've read everything, we've seen everything, so keep your comments to what is most important to you. With that said, also begin by stating your name. You're on for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Tom. My name is Tony Speranzo. My wife, Bobby, and I reside at 30782 Driftwood Drive. In 2019, we moved out to our home in Laguna Beach with the intention of retiring in this home. We are full-time residents of Laguna Beach. We chose this location primarily for its ocean views, understanding that much of the home's value is directly tied to that view. Our home sits directly across the street from the property under review. The front of our home faces west, and therefore our kitchen, dining, living room, and outdoor patio and spaces are oriented towards the ocean. As you can imagine, we spend most of our time there enjoying the view. Our primary view corridor lies directly over the existing home at 30801 Driftwood. If this project moves forward as submitted, it will significantly impair that view and therefore our view equity, not only from our outdoor patios, but also from our kitchen, dining area, and family room. Based on the plans submitted, the increase in the roof elevations is approximately 4 feet above the existing structure at its highest point, reducing my primary view by more than 50%. Even at the lower elevation, the increase of about 3 feet would diminish the view by nearly 40%. Therefore, my view equity is significantly impaired. The other important aspect of this proposed project is that the higher roof line in the design does not stair-step with the hillside topography of the neighborhood. In fact, it is slightly higher than the home above and next to it. I do not believe it is fair or equitable for our view, an integral part of our property's value, and the reason we purchased our home to be so drastically compromised by the proposed construction, especially where the applicant benefits from an unobstructed 180-degree ocean view. I respectfully request that the Design Review Board require modifications to the proposed design, specifically such that it does not impair our view equity and be more consistent with the character and topography of the neighborhood, and such that it would not diminish the equity value of our property.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Harold Vogel, live at 21561 Ocean Vista Drive. Note the name of that street. We're here to support Bobby and Tony Soprano, who just spoke. We had almost identical situation here in 2019, where the house across the street was being torn down, a new home built. Lewis was there. And the issue was almost identical. They wanted to build a house where the ridge line was 3 to 4 feet higher than the existing ridge line. Our complaint, my wife and I, was that we purchased a home that had a view, and we didn't want to lose any of that view. That's what we paid for, and it affected our quality of life and the value of our property. So our view was, if you want to have higher ceilings or bigger home, grade your lot down, take it out of your view, not our view. This home that they intend to build, existing home, has a great view right now. And if they took their lot down, they'd still have a great view and it wouldn't affect the view of their neighbors. And that's it.
Thank you very much.
What
Next
can I
speaker.
do with my extra time?
You're giving it to a good cause, us getting out early. All right, next speaker, please.
My name is Joyce Broad, and my husband Henry and I own property at 21562 Ocean Vista Drive. We have lived here many years, and when we remodeled our home, we planned carefully to keep our building height low and to respect our neighbors' views and privacy. 2 years ago, applicants held brief meeting about a potential project. Neighbors raised concerns about height and lost views. Meeting ended abruptly, and we received no follow-up until story poles were erected. Over the last 2 years, I repeatedly asked for design information and was met with silence. We are shocked. Proposed structure will severely and negatively affect us. Project's height, massing, and extended eaves are excessive and sit too close to our property. Finished height will loom over us. Laguna Beach's own design review guideline publication, when addressing view equity, states patios, decks, and balconies can provide prime view opportunities. We agree. Our patio views are our prime views of mountains. Project removes entire South Mountain view from us and some of our south-facing ocean views within our home. Design is incompatible with established stair-step terrace rhythm of our block. Its proximity, window, and rear patio will substantially reduce our privacy and replace our ocean view from living room, kitchen, and dining table with a blank wall. We request the applicant to 1, reduce overall height, 2, reduce or pull in extended eaves to lessen bulk and privacy impact, and 3, conform design to terrace character of Driftwood Drive so it fits neighborhood. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
My name is Aaron Peluso. I live at 30712 Driftwood Drive. I'm uphill on the next block. 2 years ago, we spent about $2 million remodeling our home. And one of the centerpieces was to protect and expand our narrow ocean view down the street and over this home. During our own design review, we went out of our way to avoid impacting any uphill neighbor and in fact improve the view of one uphill neighbor. Now we have these stakes at the applicant's property, and the building envelope would eliminate part of the view we fought so hard to keep. The current single-story house already enjoys sweeping views. Elevating it is unnecessary and directly violates Laguna Beach's view protection policies. I wrote you an email. I think it violates 15.1 through 15.5. And as others have said, your guidelines say that projects should be stepping down the hillside, and this one goes up. I welcome the investment in our neighborhood. It looks like a beautiful project to me. I just think it should be developed within the existing roof elevations. I simply ask that you direct the applicant to revise the plans, evacuate modestly, keep the current ridge line, and follow the guidelines you already set. In addition to the direct impact on my view, I'm very concerned that this project will create a precedent for increased roof elevations in our neighborhood if approved. We already have a precedent in our neighborhood, and it is the existing roof elevations. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
My name is Bill Bailey. My wife Kathy and I reside at 30752 Driftwood Drive. Our home sits kitty corner on the northeast side of Driftwood Drive. We are opposed to the construction project under review. The proposed orange flag roof height on the property will impact approximately 20% of our south-facing ocean views. We have lived here for the past 11 years and had 2 other total home rebuilds that could have affected our view. However, the Laguna Beach Design Review Board took action on both of these projects to reduce the proposed roof pitch height to ensure the views of the surrounding residents were not impacted. Both homes were designed beautifully and fit in with the neighborhood and respect and preserve the ocean views we all love and appreciate. This unique South Laguna neighborhood was designed in the 1950s as a terrace community with very low-pitched roofs to ensure views for all residents. Like many of the residents, we have southwest-facing coastal views. We have front patios where gatherings of family and friends come to enjoy the views. This is where our family gathers to celebrate holidays, birthdays, special events. We're hopeful that the Design Review Board will be consistent in its application of the design restriction and preserve our community's views. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Hi, my name's Mark Renault. I live 21601 Ocean Vista Drive, just straight up the hill from this project. And I want to thank Joyce, the way she explained what was going on her property, because I have one great peekaboo view straight down south of the ocean, and it's between the existing house and your house. It's gone for me if it goes over towards Joyce's house. So all I want to say is take care of her and I'm happy.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
My name is Mike Childs. My wife and I live at 21612 Ocean Vista Drive. We're right up immediately above the Sopranos. I believe there's opportunity to reduce the ridge height on this property through either reduction in the pad elevation, flattening the roof pitch, or other modification of the project. I think it presents a unacceptable view obstruction to the Sopranos view. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Mike McKibben. I own the house at 21541 Ocean Vista Drive. I'm here, I'll keep it short and sweet. I'm here in support of Joyce and Henry and Tony and Bobby. And it's been said, I think that you could easily lower the grade on the proposed property, pull in the side setbacks, and everybody would be happy with that. I think it would make quite the difference. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. Any other speakers? Let's see one more.
Hi,
Two more.
my name's Sheila Jameson, and our family home is located directly below this project at 30811 Driftwood. And I just want to, I'm more concerned about the setbacks. It's the privacy issue, because the property is going to be built so close to our house. And I want to support Bobby and Tony and Henry and Joyce. We've been neighbors forever, 50 some years. So I just support their opinion and their concerns as well as ours because of the property coming so close to ours at the 30811 Driftwood. And I hope that maybe they can revise some of the plans so they can scale this whole project down. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Marcus Imhoff. I own the property at 30722 Driftwood, next to Aaron Peluso, so where I'm kind of up the street a little ways. Everything that has been said in support of the current residents and the kind of look and feel of the neighborhood, I agree with. I just like to say one thing. Aaron touched on this already. Is that I believe if this project were to continue in the way it's drawn now, it would set a precedent that would enable future roof, raising, and so that's it. So just I hope the design review board kind of takes this all into account. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next.
Hi, good evening, Chair and members of the Design Review Board. My name is Molly Zerflu. I represent Joyce and Henry Brote and Tony and Bobby Speranzo, respectively 21562 Ocean Vista Drive and 30782 Driftwood Drive. They're the immediate neighbors of this proposed project. My clients support thoughtful, neighborhood-sensitive development. This designs increased height, new crawl space, concentrated massing towards the northern property line, elevated ceilings and extended eaves, intrude into both neighbors' primary view corridors, and create a looming enclosing effect on adjacent properties. The Speranzos, who live directly across the street, would lose roughly 40 to 50% of their ocean view, as Tony explained. Their home was designed to preserve views for the neighbors behind them, and then they take advantage of the views in front. So they're losing 40 to 50% of that, which their home went through design review and through this entire process so that they could capture that view and protect it. The Brodes immediately to the north would lose their south-facing ocean view from inside of their home and their gorgeous mountain view from the backyard. The structure's placement and overhangs would overshadow their single-story home, their modest yard and pool, and eliminate spaces where their family routinely gathers. The design conflicts with the city's view equity guidelines by prioritizing the applicant's easement-protected view while failing to equitably preserve the neighbor's views. Reasonable modifications will avoid disproportionate harms. They can lower the overall building height. They can utilize internal areas within those modules to shift the building mass away from the north property line and to restore those view corridors. And they can retract the extended eaves and overhangs to more compact the profile of the design. Thank you so much for your time and service to the city.
Thank you very much. Armando,
I'm coming slowly, but I'm coming.
you got a second and a half. No, just kidding. Take your time.
I know. I will not bore you anymore with photos of the impact of my ceremonial view. But I want to talk about two issues. One is neighborhood compatibility. The structures on the west side of Driftwood were all built to match the same height. You see it as you go by the street. The street curves and drops, but the houses are all about the same height. The structures on the east side, like mine, were built higher on the slope, on the lot slope, and are accessible by stairs. This provided both sides of the street with views of Catalina, sunset, and ocean. The homes on the west have killer views. Our side have good views. We have never complained about our lot in life, but we all cherish what we have. Equity, so let me talk about equity. Equity means treating everyone the same to assure that all have equal opportunity to views. Did you enjoy the 180-degree view when you visited that property? It's amazing. So all I ask is for my view to be protected. Our neighborhood views were designed to spotlight Catalina, sunset, and ocean views from every lot. That's why you have so many neighbors here talking about our neighborhood. It's a wonderful neighborhood. I am now challenged by climbing the stairs up to my front door every day, but I am grateful that the architects who designed the track many years ago, like 70 years, were so careful to provide view equity to every lot. The task of the board is to do everything possible to help existing residents and new residents achieve view equity. What is the purpose of taking my limited view simply to increase the ceiling heights across the street when it does not add to their view? Because they're new residents, I have a new copy of It Takes a Villager written by Arnold Haino, and I will deliver it to the Loloy family if I see them next time.
Thank you, Armando. All right. Thank you. Your time's
All
up.
right. I'm going to go slowly.
We'll wait. No hurry. Any other speakers? Seeing none, I return this to the applicant for 3 minutes.
I will go quickly. So we can go to the next slide as we've seen this for a long time. This is the south side yard. It's about the setbacks. We can look in the plan. They're variable. And if you compare it to the current building, it's more the existing. So I think we can look at that in the plan. We can go next. And this is an impression of the north. And I think that's really important because we're still trying to bring in the human scale. We bring in the values as much as possible. We break down the 4 modules. There's a significant hedge on the north that was always there that, we also respected because there's only one window on the north to the design. And that window is actually angled in. So it doesn't even, there's so many layers of privacy that was considered on that north side yard as well. Next. This is the existing, I assume everyone's been there, but we can, and that's sort of the line of the building and as well as the sunroof and the column structure. Next. This is an overlay just to understand where those dotted red lines are coming on for us to reference. And next. And you see that it's very clear that the eaves are within that boundary. So that's what we were referencing. I hope it's clear. That's what we were referencing to show where the existing versus the new is sitting in the rear yard. Next. Next. Materials we've seen, and landscaping is as much as possible rustic and informal within the immediate planting area. Next, it's the lighting that's no one discussed. I think now that I have a little bit of time, I want to discuss the crawl space, the vaulted ceiling, and potentially other things. But the crawl space for us was very important in the project. We lost our children's school to the Palisades fire personally. And a big no-no for that we've been learning is that ventilated attics are not great. So I think in that sense, we are 2 steps. We did drop the finished floor 6 inches. And we are maximized to the driveway. And the garage is there because it's the lowest program clear height that you need, and it's at the highest point of the site. So these things are like really almost diagrams to build. I hope we can build them exactly to those levels. So in high fire zone, I think that's something to be discussed and to be considered. Therefore, this system of mechanical and levels help mitigate that risk. I have more, but.
You have 30 seconds.
Oh, sorry. I'm a good
We'll have 30
student.
seconds.
So,
Last, but-
yeah, I think that as the project is based on the design of 4 modules, each internal ceiling is different and adjusted to the program. So I hope that that was very considered. The setbacks were very considered. Sometimes they're, we don't even have windows facing the side yards in the north.
Okay, your time's up now.
Yeah.
Let me ask you a question. The crawl space, how high is the crawl space?
It's 18 inches.
And is that for your mechanical?
Yes.
Do you have your air conditioning ducts and all that underneath?
Yeah, we'll have some handling units in the places where we have like 7.5-foot ceilings. Locally, we can fit between the vault, but we are avoiding the ventilated attic that way.
Okay, your ceilings, is there any subceiling, or is it, is there any subceiling to your?
Insulation.
Or is
Yes,
it just
sorry,
roof?
subceiling. Yeah, there's a built-up roof with insulation.
Okay, how tall is the built-up roof?
I have that.
Just yeah. 12 inches?
I would have to look that up.
While you do that,
My house has nothing like that. It's
while you do that,
roof.
can I have Nancy?
Well, I think it depends on where we put the beams in the end, but it could be like 6.
Okay, and then the plate height, I know you've got open roofing, so what does it go from and to in your project? Like, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but it goes 10 to 13 feet, is that right?
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
And the roof, and the bottom of the roof ridges, I apologize for interrupting.
No, go ahead.
The bottom of the roof, let's say the valleys
Yeah.
are 7.5 typical. So we're really, even the depth of the structure will be limited. So we tried to lower it where we could. And then
So what's the roof pitch generally?
it's 3 to 12.
3 to 12.
And it's a built-up roof.
Yeah.
Okay.
Have you, what about lowering the house? Lowering the whole structure? In other words, doing some excavation to lower the structure?
In that sense, we did lower it 6 inches
Yeah.
to the existing, and the driveway.
I'm talking about further.
Yeah, the driveway is maximized at its slope, and the garage is in the point where we could have the lowest height roof as well.
So you're worried about a reverse slope going into the garage. So you have it as low, the garage at least as low as it can go.
Also, yes, exactly.
Okay, I don't have any other questions. Any other questions?
I was wanting to see if I can get Nancy to bring us back to the image of the roof with the outline of the trees and the roof.
This one?
No, back, right around there, but yeah, right here. Oh,
There's
oh, that's one. Okay, there's one. Okay, thank you. So perfect. That's
What's the question? You got it?
Yeah.
All right.
Well, I have for the eaves, are they in the setback or are they on the property line?
Depends which.
The 6-foot eaves that you have facing towards the ocean that's next door to
The largest eave is within
Henry and Joyce?
The largest eave is within the existing property line, and then the other ones vary from 1.5 feet to 3, depends on where which house?
Next door to the right, if you're facing the ocean, or if you're
Sure.
facing your house, next door to the right, it's Henry and Joyce. That
So-
eve in particular.
The one facing Henry and Joyce,
Yes.
the eave is protruding beyond the rear 20-foot setback. Does that?
So it's within the setback, not within the property line? So you could pull it out of the setback and onto the property line? You could reduce it?
We can reduce the eave
Okay.
closest to their house, yeah.
Okay, all right.
And then the one at the, let's say, the kitchen house, that one is already it conforms to even the existing building. So it's very,
Yeah, my only concern was just that one eave next
Yeah.
door to Henry and Joyce.
if it betters them, that's no problem.
Right, any other questions? With that, I close the public hearing. Who wants to begin? MJ, it's your night. Go for it.
First of all, have you guys worked in Laguna before?
No, we're in Venice.
Oh, unbelievable. Wow. Okay. So that the way you took into consideration so many of the requirements is a lesson for many of a lot of architects. I really, really appreciate it. And especially in this neighborhood that's such a tight neighborhood and was designed in a specific way. You were very respectful to how to bring something fresh and accommodate the needs of the homeowner and still stay within the confines of the restrictions of this neighborhood or what are perceived restrictions. I personally, and based on design review criteria, will say that the impact of the view is minor, especially when you look at the outline of what's existing and what I noticed when I was there from all the points that I stood and drove. It's a minimal impact. It's nowhere close to 50% or any of the other call outs of looming and such that were coming from some of the neighbors. I get the passion of the neighbors. I get the fear of increased view. View, as my board members would agree, is my biggest concern because once you start inching away, it could become a big deal. In this case, this is the impact of the view is so minor, and the opportunity for your design to be flourished is extraordinary. I mean, I just think that the choice of materials, the choices you made of angling windows to avoid, any privacy concerns, to keep it an organic to the nature, is really commendable. So no view impact of any substance, no privacy impact. Definitely neighborhood compatible in size, scale, and integrity and articulation. I think obviously access is there, parking's there as far as the REP for that little extra walkway. I think that's fine. I'm just amazed, and I thank you. So you got my support.
Yeah, I'll follow suit. I have this similar sentiment. I'm looking at photos now. So from Armando's view, I stood in his living room, and he has a full ocean skyline view. It's, however, minimum. But if you follow that skyline to the current roof line as is, it already takes away his skyline view. So you're not taking any more skyline view. He still maintains that little bit of view to the left. The only place that I saw any potential view impact was across the street from Tony and Bobby's. From the kitchen, it's so minimal, the view impact from their main living space. The skyline view is maintained, but it's very minimum. So if you could reduce that by a foot, that would be beneficial, I think. Yeah, because you're right at the skyline with this proposal. Mostly, it's really that eave for the next door neighbor, Henry and Joyce. When I was at their house in the backyard, it just looked like it crossed over their property line. That's how protruding it was. So if you could have that reduced, you would have my support.
Just to be clear, you're talking about the side yard eve.
Just
not
the
the
side
not the
yard.
rear one.
On the
No.
north side?
Yep, just the side yard connecting to Henry and Joyce. That's it.
Okay.
I can follow it up. I think MJ hit it really on the head at the beginning. This is an amazing start for kind of a first time group coming in, and the amount of care and detail you guys put into this. It's about as spot on as I've seen. So I really appreciate the characteristics, the breaking up of the masses this was done in a very unique way. I haven't seen this done in this kind of style to maintain a single level home. And I think the articulation is fantastic. The material choices are absolutely stunning. I think overall it meets the design review criteria. The views, as Board Member Gannon was talking about, there's some subtle views. I mean, when we talk about view equity, it's about, sharing the views. It doesn't mean that the roof structures are permanent in place. Like there can be some evolutions. And yes, in these areas where we do have kind of terraced lots, it is sensitive for the downhill lots. And I think the architects team did a really good job. I think the only roof that I'd want to see a little touch lower is the one above the living room. Everything else is very compatible. That one just pops up just a little higher. And I think because it's on the rear portion of the lot, if it could come down just a bit, I think that maintains the overall roof height and the total program. But outside of that, it meets the design review criteria for me, and I'm willing to hear the rest of my board colleagues.
Beautiful home. Welcome to Laguna.
All right. Yeah, I concur with my fellow board members and particularly MJ's comments. And this is to, all your neighbors. It is not view preservation, it's view equity. And if it gives you any comfort, we have allowed more view intrusion in this and found view equity. Your views are amazing and are largely unimpeded. Yet this house, in very, relatively small ways, intrudes on the view a little bit. And we don't like change, and I can see the terracing issue, but this doesn't come close to where we find view equity is not satisfied. And we have to be consistent. I'm very sensitive to all of your feelings. We had a tremendous number of residents come out and give very sincere and heartfelt comments. But I want you to know, we're not authorized to do view production. A applicant, and you may be an applicant sometime, an applicant is entitled to have a fair and unbiased application of the design criteria, including view equity. And none of us, it's unanimous. I said to several of you folks, listen to our deliberations. It would be unfair to the system, unfair to the guidelines to say that what's proposed does not achieve view equity. And all of us agree on that. I concur with the slight modifications proposed by two of the board members, and it sounds to me like that's fine with the applicant. So with that said, do I have a motion?
So just to clarify. So
you said lower.
Right. So let me just touch on the two.
I thought it would be in the motion.
Yes. All right. So board member Gannon was talking about the side yard eave on the north side to have a reduction. Right now, I believe the length is 3 feet of an eave. Is that, or
It's
no,
6 feet.
on the side yard? How wide is the eave on the side
Can we
yard?
just look at the drawings?
Yeah.
I want to be clear about it. Is the roof plan okay?
Yeah.
Should I bring it?
No, you
Well,
can just talk to it.
You can just
So-
describe it.
So this is the living room.
Yeah.
right? That's the house we're talking about. And this is I have a red pen. This is the roof.
It's the eve on the corner of the living room next to the,
Of course.
to the Broad's house.
What sheet are you looking at?
Board Member Gannon.
She's looking at the roof plan.
Just to make it easy, you would like no encroachment into that side yard setback, correct? So if we pull the eave back outside the side yard setback, because it was never over the property line, we're allowed to cantilever 20% into the side yard. We'll pull it back so no eave on that north side encroaches into the side yard setback.
That would be lovely. Thank you.
That works for you? And then what about you, Louis?
Okay.
And then additionally, to address Board Member Gannon again, and perhaps Louis, we're willing to take the highest roof ridge and reduce it by a foot.
Okay, 1 foot, just on the living room eave.
Just on
It's
the
going to
have a ripple effect
Or does it take the whole thing down?
It takes the whole thing down. If we could just go down maybe 6 inches, that might work better for
Well,
us.
if you're already taking away 6 inches, so all you need is, because I just thought maybe a foot. So if you take 6 inches, that totals 1
Wait,
foot.
you're saying for all the roofs, so take the whole,
Yeah.
the whole
Okay, so
roof
the whole
down.
thing's linked, so it's not broken.
Steve told me don't get too complicated, but it's a system.
Okay, so
So
you're
they're
going to
actually
take,
gonna
you're
benefit on
willing
all
to
the
take the
roofs.
system down 1 foot?
The total.
Well, the maximum one would be, they're different, but
The maximum
the
height
one
one's
that, we're-
1
yeah,
foot.
the living room would drop 1 foot.
Okay.
Is that in addition to the 6 foot reduction that you talked about, or 6
Yeah,
inches?
that's in addition to the already 12-inch. We did 6-inch drop the finished floor, we did 6-inch roof drop. So this would now be a total of 2 feet.
I was
You
just
know,
asking for 6 inches.
I'm not.
Okay, let's.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and the 6
It's
inches
not-
would be 8.
I have no issue with the existing roof.
I have no
Let's
issue
let's
with
leave the roof
existing
where
roof.
it is. It's fine.
Anybody?
It really is fine. It
It's-
covers that line. It really does. It leaves the horizon line, from what I saw at most sites. So we'll just make the eve, the no eve in the side yard setback. Okay, I'll make the motion.
Go for it.
Item number 5.6, I'll move item number 5.7 at project location 30801 Driftwood Drive, that the board adopts resolution 25-1883, approving design review 25-1883, coastal development permit 25-1884, and revocable encroachment permit 25-1885. That the said action is categorically exempt from CEQA pursuant 15303. With the project will be approved with one condition, that the eave on the north side be reduced not to be within the side yard setback.
I second that.
Call the roll, please.
Board Member Belta,
Yes.
Board Member Coveney,
Yes.
Board Member Weil,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Gannon,
Yes.
Chair Gibbs.
Yes.
Motion has passed 5-0.
Okay, excellent design. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right. While everybody leaves, why don't we take, we've been going 2 more hours. Why don't we take a 10-minute break? Or do you want to knock off another one before we take a break?
The next one.
All right. Look, it's going to take, the reason I was thinking of a break now is because
Did you take my notes?
okay, we stand adjourned until 5 to 9, 8:55. Resume the hearing now, and the next item, 5.8, at 32005 Coast Highway, Design Review 25-1886 and Coastal Development Permit 25-1887 and Variance 25-1888. Ex parte, please.
Went by the site. I spoke to the applicant and also the neighbor, Beverly.
Oh, yeah, Beverly.
Yeah, I went to the site, spoke to Marshall Innens, and met with neighbors Silvano DiGenovo. Yeah, I couldn't say that one.
I visited a site with Marshall Innes, and I also visited the neighbor's site, Beverly.
I also visited the site. I spoke with Beverly on the phone. I met with Laura and Brian across the street.
And I met at the site with Marshall, and I visited the Burgers, Ken and Diane, and Beverly Factor. With that, Nancy, you're on.
Thank you. This project is a new house on a vacant building site and requires a design review, a coastal development permit, and a variance. Next slide, please. So you can see the property is highlighted in yellow in the first image, and then the aerial photo shows the as from the beach. I thought it was the best way to see the site. Next slide, please. The design review is required for the new single family, the vehicular access, elevated decks, grading, retaining walls, pool, spa, landscaping, and construction in an environmentally sensitive area due to the oceanfront proximity. A CDP is for the non-exempt development of the coastal zone, and it is appealable to the Coastal Commission. And the variance is to encroach into both side setbacks with graded fill terraces to accommodate the fire department stairs. Next slide, please. These are the renderings the applicants provided. There are more attached to the correspondence, but this is the front street elevation and one side elevation to give a little bit of context. Next slide, please. These are the materials, also was in the staff report, linked to the agenda. Next slide is describing the variance. So the variance is the green area that is grading to accommodate the stairs that come down from the blue area that's identified as the on-site turnaround area. So basically, the pavement of primarily the front of the site is for on-site turnaround, which is required on this site. And then once you have that and you start the stairs down from that paved area, they are out of grade. So I showed that in the top image, the extent of the fill area. The other side to the north is not as much. Thought that helped explain where that is. Next slide, please. As most people know that are involved in this project, that the bluff determination, the city believes has a peer review of the bluff determination by our geotechnical that says the bluff is where the green line is. Coastal Commission just had an appeal on prior slope stabilization, and they believe they determined that the bluff was closer to the 150 elevation. This graphic is showing that it's up closer to the street. Next slide, please. This is an exhibit that was shown by the applicant at the Coastal Commission to illustrate where the 89 bluff edge would be based on, and this jives with what that's probably not a good word, but this is consistent with, it's a little bit of New Jersey. It's consistent with what the peer review determined for the city's bluff. Next slide, please. This is the slope repair plan. The yellow is the actual site. The top plan shows the way the grades are now. There was what was part of the slope repair plan that was under appeal with the Coastal Commission included grading fill, retaining walls, a V-ditch drainage at the rear of the site, and landscaping. And then I also provided at the bottom the topo prior to the grading that shows the caissons and the shoring at the very top of the plan towards the northern, the northern neighbor at the rear of the site. Next slide, please. The Coastal Commission did find substantial issue and approved the slope stabilization with conditions because they determined the bluff edge up higher. And the next slide, please. We've heard from the community, and mainly there are some view equity concerns. Several neighbors have contacted the architect, staff, and the design review expressing concerns. The architect proposes to lower the entry roof and remove 2 30-foot high palm trees at the rear of the site. We also heard from neighbors about safety and contractors parking along the red curb. A Caltrans permit was issued for temporary construction parking across the red curb. I'm not sure if that is still valid. That's usually for 6-month intervals. I was provided, and the applicant may have some more information on that, whether that's been extended. The bluff edge location is another issue with the community. The coastal edge by Coastal Commission is closer to 150 contour, where the city's bluff edge determined at 89 contour. And then one other concern was the existing grade. The existing grade, how it is today, is how the building envelope was determined, and the building envelope is 30 feet above grade. 30 feet is the maximum height above natural grade, finished grade, or lowest finished floor, whichever is more restrictive. And based on what staff has, last slide, we are recommending approval of design review, coastal development permit, and variance, and I'm available for questions. Thank you.
Okay, sorry. I was just looking at something. I was thinking if I had a question for you, but I don't. Any other questions, staff? Nope.
I've got a question for Nancy. That one of the first slides you pulled up was pertaining to the bluff top setback. Was that established at an earlier date? And the 89 versus 150? I thought I saw a
It
graphic.
was established by the Coastal Commission. Our report and geology established it at 89.
Okay.
There's different in views. We're going to have
Yeah.
to address that in deliberation.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
The question I have, there's a house down below, right? Where's the access road for that? Is it going to go through this property?
No, it's a flag lot. So the garage structure that's just south of it is a garage. There's like a 4.
Oh, that's a garage for
tandem
that
garage.
house?
And then there's a funicular that goes down from that garage down to that house.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, with that, I open the public hearing. Marshall, you have 5 minutes.
My name is Marshall Innes. I'm the architect for the project. It's the replacement of a structure that was once there. It's bigger, yeah, and it's probably a little higher. It's a 3,500 square foot house with a 400 square foot garage. It has a pool, decks. It's essentially a soft contemporary house. It meets everything except for we have the on-site turnaround at the top. And the reason I asked for the variance was because if I push the stairs back closer to Coast Highway, it takes out about 8 feet of width in the driveway, which could be used for turnaround. And I saw no impact with the stairs on the right or the north or south to either the neighbors or the project. And it gives 8 more feet of turnaround space at Coast Highway. It's relatively complicated, so I'll try to just take you through it. When you're looking at this drawing, this is one of my exhibits, and it has the house. It has 32001, which is the house to the north. You see the drawing of the house in there, and basically it gives you an idea of what the flag lot looks like. At the top of 32007, you see a skylight and a roof. That's a garage with an ADU below it. There's decks off the garage and the ADU. There's a funicular and a set of stairs that goes down to the bottom of the house at 32007. 32007 was built in the mid-70s. It went through the coastal process at that point. The Coastal Commission was in place, but it was, at that point, was sort of run by a South Laguna group, and but it was the sort of infancy of the Coastal Commission, and it was done and built with an 89-foot bluff top setback in front of it. So, Amir, one of the questions you asked, was this an old, well, no, it wasn't. 32007 was legally permitted by the county at the time with a coastal permit using the bluff top of 89. Now, 5 or 6 years ago, Coastal Commission goes, oh, let's wave our magic wand, and it's 150. And basically, it's a taking and an attempt to taking of Laguna property. And what you look, if you looked at the one section or one plan that Nancy showed, you saw the 89, the green line way at the bottom, and you saw that line at the top. Well, guess what? Coastal wants that to all go away from below that 150. So that's what's going on. And so we just had the Coastal Commission. We went through this, and you know, what we did is we went through and we provided all the information through our soils consultant, followed the LUE, followed the coastal plan, followed the general plan, followed the zoning plan, and we came up with enough science to back up the fact that the bluff top was at 89. Then we sent it to our consultant, the city consultant Kling, and Kling backed that up and said, yes, the bluff top's at 89. So yes, there's an issue, and the issue we hope will be resolved with us and Coastal Commission, not us and the city. The house, you understand too now with this flag lot, you got the garage on the sort of bottom or above the 32009. That garage is on the property line, so there's not going to be any windows or doors in that sidewall at all there. So what I did here is I wanted you to see the extent of where my project ended and where 32001 started. So that house starts below the project I've proposed. And Louis and I actually met with the neighbor next door who supports the project. He really is. His idea is like we heard so many times tonight. I want this project done so I can live in peace. I think it's a reasonable project. I reduced the height of the entry down to the existing lower stake. That's 5.5 feet below the height limit. I removed trees because I think it was a legitimate argument that they're going to block views, so I took the trees out. So I think this is a reasonable project. The windows you see on the side of the house are bedroom windows mostly, and there are a couple bathroom windows until you get to the front where the main view is. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, with that, any members of the public wish to speak, please come up now. Keep in mind, you each have 2 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Brian Mena. I'm a 50-year resident of Laguna Beach. I'm a 40-year professional land planner and a hillside grading expert. I've done projects all over the world, China, Paris, Disneyland. Talega Valley was my project, 5,000 acres and 3,500 homes. So I know what I'm talking about when I talk about the topo here. The green line on that plan shows the topo that existed at the city counter when you go in there. That topo is what's represented by the green. What the architect did was just arbitrarily said, okay, I'm going to take the modified topo line and use that for my determination for the height of the project and for where I can build on it. So at the same time, they're going in direct conflict to the November 5th hearing in Sacramento, where Coastal Commission reaffirmed 150 contour, and that's the line that's shown on there as dash line. So it isn't up to an architect to arbitrarily say, I'm going to use the modified topo line that was done by an emergency grading permit. So with the green line, that's the one everybody in Laguna Beach has had to deal with, existing topo. So when you use a little red dotted line that's higher than that, and you propose to go all the way down the slope, that's not relevant. It's not accurate. And the whole review that was done by the staff report erroneously came to conclusions that cannot be supported. It will be immediately appealed if you take a different topo line. So the site is also 103 feet long, the building structure. It's a 20-foot retaining wall at the lower end.
Your time's up. Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Brian, can you come and take your presentation, please?
Yeah, take your topo.
Thank you. No, it's okay. You can take it.
Well, no, wait a minute. If other people are going to use it, it can stay. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Beverly Factor, and I own the property directly to the south of the 32005. I'm at 32009. And I have to correct Marshall, it's not just my garage that's right next to it. It's my whole house that's right next to it. And to begin with, the sweeping impact of the depth of the viewing of the coastline and the point to the north is going to impact my view from the dining area and the living area from downstairs, as well as the bedroom from the upstairs. As you can see from the pictures I provided, it completely blocks out some of the whitewater view from the upstairs. And although it was so foggy this week, the other pictures are not real good. You get an idea of how the impact is going to affect my view. I'm also concerned about the funicular that is right next door to me, which I didn't know was moved closer to my house. It might not be on there right now, but it got moved without my knowledge. So that's going to completely block my whole view from downstairs window. I'm also concerned, although Marshall said he would remove the trees at the bottom of the house that he's proposing to build, and he's going to remove the ones on the top. At the bottom, I'd like it in the plans that he's going to remove those, because that's going to block my whitewater view when they grow 30-foot tall. So thank you very much for those of you who came down and visited. I appreciate that.
Thank you very much, Beverly. Next.
Hi, my name is Laura Combs, and I live directly across the street from the project at 32002 Coast Highway. I'm a resident of Laguna and in the immediate area for the last 40 years. I'm not against building a project on the bluff top at all, but I do find the project intrusive, too big, too large for the landscape that's heading down to the Hospital Way. My second comment is about the view, and I've learned a lot about preservation and equity views. My house is 3 levels, built by Marshall, I think 20 years ago. And I was not the owner then, but the lower level of my home will lose the view. But I am willing to go with that as long as I can keep the middle level and my upper level with what I have now, or close to it. I think the project needs to be tucked in to the hillside as the West Street project, which is being built brand new home. And it's right next to the Signal, which is a really nice project. And the surrounding neighbors around it doesn't look like it affects them very much at all. So I think those 2 comments are important, and not to sound repetitious, but the view is very important. Thank you for coming out to my house, and thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Next.
Ken Berger, thank you. My wife and I live at 32006 Coast Highway, so literally directly across the street, the PCH behind the project. We were before your board just 6 years ago, so I clearly understand the concept of compromise and equity, but I think this project doesn't achieve it yet. To do so, when people are looking for structures that are similar in the area, everything that's at the highway is typically a garage or an outbuilding, something small. In fact, the prior home that was here before it was destroyed was a casita at best. What's being proposed is a huge 3,500 square foot structure right at the PCH, which is just out of line with almost everything around it. The compromise is available even in spades with this property because not only do they have 05, they also own 07. So if you're looking for a lot of real estate, you own the adjacent property. You can get a massive home as a compromise and give yourself the 5,000 overall square foot you're looking for between the two lots by just taking this one down the hill further out of view, similar to the home that's adjacent to it, 32001, the home that supports the project. That home is well below eye level of any view obstruction other than their garage. I don't understand, for continuity purposes, why that same property can't be built here with the added plus for this particular homeowner who owns both lots. They're not going to be short of space to build their dream home that they want and compromise with the view that we're also going to be, that I reiterate, severely compromised for if they build it in this current plan. So thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Tori Mena, and I've been a lifelong resident of Laguna Beach, across the street at 31988 10th Avenue. I do not remember the old structure before it was torn down in 2006. I was 7. But I do remember the countless times that I've walked down and driven down 10th Avenue, being able to see the waves rolling in through the spot of blue water view. As a member of the younger generation that wishes to call Laguna Beach their lifelong home, I was appalled to see story poles erected on the vacant bluff that visualize an obscene structure that will severely subtract from neighbors and visitors' blue ocean view. Please send this project back to design to ensure that Laguna keeps its beautiful ocean views intact instead of blocking them with oversized buildings relative to other residences in the neighborhood. After all, it's a neighborhood where we all live, not a developer's paradise. Thanks for your time.
Thank you very much. Come on up.
Pat Minna, 31988 10th Avenue. You know, I'm a licensed real estate broker, licensed since actually 1986. When I show property to clients and they want buildable lots, boy, would I be talking about this one. It's been a challenge from day one. So we've been at our house 30 years. A lot has changed in 30 years. This program is far too aggressive for this challenged, environmentally sensitive, historic bluff top. They've already suffered an erosion, of falling away of the land. What's unique right now is the same developer owner owns both 05 and 07. I don't really care about 07. They've got their own issues. This is 05, 32005. They had the opportunity to really design an incredible house, but they keep pushing the envelope more and more and more. I am very concerned about a pool on that bluff top. The weight and load of the hardscape downward. What's going to happen when 32007 is no longer owned by the same owner of 32005? As a retired insurance broker, there is no insurance coverage for subsidence. So if the pool, if the program, if everything is allowed already on a sensitive geological bluff and it floats down the hill or maybe erodes down the hill, what's the liability going to be? What's the lawsuit going to be? But not only that, the disruption in our neighborhood. Everyone walking now to 1,000 Steps. Coast Highway is a pedestrian walkway. In the 30 years, we now have people walking, they're in the traffic lane, and I will bet my career they will not use the on-site turnaround. And I welcome everyone to come have brunch at my house. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other speakers? Seeing none. Marshall, you have 3 minutes.
I'm going to start with the fact that the Coastal Commission didn't reaffirm the bluff top line. They created the bluff top line, and the owners are going to challenge it. I'll just kind of go through my list. It's like the The West Street project was a site that was severely, it was graded below the street level when it started. So it's probably about 25 or 30 feet below the street, graded down. It's been existing for years, and the Shop-offs did a wonderful house there, and it is tucked below Coast Highway. I don't think the house is out of line. I think that with the height that I used the garage that was existing to the south, and I maintained that line when I lowered the volume at the entry. So it's 5.5 feet below the height limit. As far as the funicular, it's not part of this project. It exists on the other project. The other project is a repair. We're not allowed to move it. It's in the same locations it's always been. As far as the view out of the corner window from the dining room looks across what will be the locked position for the funicular track and looks at the deck and the side of 32007. And then it wants 30 feet away, wants us to move the house back to keep that view up the coast, open. But for those who were in the living room and the dining room, the house is oriented at an angle to the southwest, and you've just got this magnificent view out the back. So I don't think that this project affects that view. We've kept the house low. I could have built it higher. The neighbor who's most affected by the walls and the deck in the back supports the project. And then as far as this comment about this is rock. We're dealing with rock here. We're not dealing with sandstone. We're not dealing with something that erodes easily. And then we have the finest soils geologists and Lagunas are working on these projects because they know the strata and the things we need to design to. So this is a pretty safe project. And we do maintain a sidewalk on the front of the project. So thank you.
Thank you. With that, real quick, what about the trees that Beverly Factor referred to?
No, I would like to, I alluded to that at the beginning. The two magnolia trees are, I think, mimosa trees at the front, we removed right away. But then once I saw the view from her house, I agree with her. If the palm trees grow up and they get a big head, they're going to be right in her view. Let's just take those trees out as well.
Thank you. Any other question? With that said, I close the public hearing. Who would like to begin? Jess, you haven't started for a while.
Get this one. Let me see. Sorry, I jumped out. The bluff, as far as the bluff, that's not my battle. That's your guys' battle to continue the challenge with the coastal. So I'm not going to talk about that. I agree with you that especially because there's a house down below, to me, logically, that is where the bluff top is determined, is from that house. And so I don't find it in my purview to challenge where the bluff top is or isn't. So I'm okay with that. As far as the variance goes, I can make the findings for the variance and support the variance. And I agree that Beverly's home is angled the other direction, so her side windows are cutting across private property. My only concern is, you said that there were no windows on either side, but on the plans, I see windows on all sides. So I wanted you
address
to,
that?
yes, please.
What I meant by that was on the 32007, where there's the garage and the ADU, it's built on the property line. So there are no windows from that structure looking on our proposed project. We have windows looking at that, but we'd be looking at a blank wall and their bedroom windows. And, then on the other side, there are, the driveway there drops off Coast Highway, goes down, the garage has a turnaround at the bottom. And basically what we do is all our windows on that side look at their garage, their driveway, and there's no living area up there, and their patios are beyond that towards the coast.
Yeah, I'm fine with the north elevation because like you stated, there's parking, there's a driveway, there's a garage. So there's no impact for the neighbor to the north. But for the south elevation, especially towards the pool and the balconies, if you can, I think it's egregious, those windows, because it does pop out so aggressively off that hillside. And so you would be looking at each other essentially from Beverly's windows to your windows, and you could cheers each other. So if you would mitigate, maybe lessen them or make them oblique, yeah. Well, no, they definitely align. Well, it seems like they align from what I can tell, where they can
The
see
way
each
I looked
other.
at it, I didn't see that there was visibility from those windows. So I'd like to hear Marshall talk about it. What she's talking about are the windows just adjacent to the lower and the upper
The
deck.
south elevation.
Yeah,
Yeah,
those
Oh,
yeah, yeah.
no, these,
right here. Look where I struck. I
Yeah,
circled.
same thing. You know, I'm
Okay,
looking,
what's-
I'm looking at the
Let me
3D. You're looking at
Yeah,
the,
what's the response?
looking at the elevation.
I think there's two stacks of windows.
Yeah,
On the south elevation, there's two stacks of windows. And so the bottom one, I don't think looks at anything. So the bottom one, I don't think is a problem because I think it's completely blocked out and there's nothing up there for them to look. But the upper one, how about if I just keep one row of windows next to the corner and eliminate the whole stack of windows there?
So you would raise the windowsill so it's
No,
more
no,
in line?
I can't.
Yeah.
It's like you see there's, sorry.
we can see, but just
Yeah,
describe.
there's two stacks of windows. There's a stack here and there's a second stack that goes in. How about I just eliminate the second stack going towards Coast Highway and only keep the corner? Because it's got a south view.
You're talking about the lower set of windows or
She's
the
talking
upper?
about this one right here.
Right.
So this one, he'd eliminate that stack. This is just a corner so they can look south.
Well, you could keep both of them and just eliminate the half of the panels, like how they have 3 here,
I think.
or
that
maybe put
one
2.
going back are blocked.
Yeah, I'm talking about, because if I do eliminate and keep the sill,
Mhm.
then it still gives them, you give them more.
Right, but it's not going to be floor to ceiling windows.
No, I'll take care of it. If I have to take out 2 panels and make them even with the windows behind, I'll do that.
I mean, it would be more symmetrical because you have 3 panels, 2, 3 panels. So if you
Yeah, I
need
know.
that too.
Let's remove the 2 lower sets of panels on there.
Okay.
Is that good?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
So it'll be, they'll match the 2 panel ones in the middle.
Yeah,
That'd be
they'll-
all the way across.
Yeah.
Then you're going to eliminate the vertical panel adjacent to the upper deck, the one set that is.
No,
toward
she's
PCH.
just saying the lower windows.
No, no,
It's-
no.
Wait,
Okay.
I don't know, so I'm confused now.
See how you have 3, 2, 3?
Yeah.
To keep it symmetrical, you would go 3, 2, 3, 2. You could still, if somebody
So
stood at those
that's-
windows, they would
You're-
still be
you're
able to look out.
You're saying different things.
No, I'm saying different things.
Yeah.
Let me propose this. Where you have the 2 in the middle, make that 2 here and 2 here, get rid of the set of 3s. You see what I'm saying?
And the
can't. There's bed.
She's talking.
Yeah, and on this one, you just get rid of the second
Yeah,
the
but that's-
vertical
she's saying a
panel
different thing.
closer to PCH.
Yeah,
This is my-
Jessica's saying the different thing.
I'm referring to Jessica. That's what I think you were talking about, and leave the corner panels, the corner vertical set of panels.
Okay, let's hear what the other members have to say.
Yeah, we're getting kind of
Yeah.
into deliberations.
Oh, right, the blue line, thank you. The lowering it to the blue line, is that still on the table?
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's fine. Thank you.
All right, let me just go on the bluff edge issue. We do need to determine the bluff edge. And I've reviewed the reports. I'm a little wonky and interested in it. I agree with the city's view. If there's any doubt, putting the bluff edge where coastal is now would destroy the value of this lot. So I think you really need to, where there's any, issue of doubt, I think you've got to go with the city, which was peer reviewed. For that reason, I think you need to go with the elevation of 89 feet. And I think the city, that the applicant's report and the city's peer review of that report make a sufficient case for that. I don't know how the Coastal Commission's going to be with you. You may lose the battle there, but you're not going to lose the battle here. I agree with the city's position. With respect to mass and scale, I think it is consistent. With respect to height, one of the things that I did is I looked at the height of your project compared to the height of others. And we do have a bit of an empty lot syndrome here where you put in a new building, it's going to impact some views. But particularly from the Burgers House, while it impacts views, there's still plenty of view. And I think to deprive you of height that is enjoyed by others along PCH would not be the correct kind of balancing that we have to do in the view equity criteria. So for that reason, I can support the project. I would like to see some improvements since there does appear to be some, one other thing on view, on the view equity issue for the 32009. Yeah, I agree with Board Member Gannon. The view is toward the ocean. A side view, particularly in this context, it doesn't justify, in my view, protection. I think view equity is achieved. And the grounds for the variance are there. I'd like to see a window solution because to the extent those windows on the upper level adjacent to the deck, you can see, and I couldn't really tell when I went in Beverly Factor's house, but I can see where it could be. I would propose and be comfortable with the following. On the upper level, there is windows adjacent to the upper balcony, and it appears to be two vertical sets of windows that are connected, each containing 5 pane. I would leave the set of 5 pane vertical that's nearest to the balcony and require the removal of the set of 5 vertical panes that are toward PCH. Then with respect to the windows that are in the next section over, there is a set of 3 vertical, 2 sets of 3 vertical, and then next to that, 2 sets of 2 vertical, and next to that, 2 sets of 3 vertical. I would propose that it be all the way across, it be 2 sets, the sets be of 2 vertical. So all 3 would match with each other. And then I think beyond that, toward PCH, it's all blocked from any privacy intrusion into the 32009 property. So those are my comments.
I'll follow Chair Gibbs. I concur with Chair Gibbs on the analysis of the bluff. I think the city's determination is peer reviewed. Obviously, there's plenty of developments beyond what was prescribed as the red line. And so I would agree that this would be a taking of substantial property rights if that was implied. And so I think the development's fitted on the lot. I think it complies to the general plan. As far as the privacy, I'll let you guys iron out the windows. I think there was a little bit of concern for making that work, but I think you guys are on the spot for that. I appreciate you did lower the uppermost roof of the garage, and I think that was a smart choice. As far as the views from across the street, there's still plenty of horizon line. There's still plenty of ocean. This follows the pattern of development of what is roughly single level at the street from Coast Highway. So that's compatible from a view equity standpoint for myself. Yeah, I'm supportive of the project.
Emir?
Want me to go? Okay, I concur with my colleagues. The elevation I'm looking at here is showing the actual elevation of the front, the garage area, or is this the blue line, or is this something else that I'm looking
I
at?
don't know what you're looking at.
It's at 176.53.
It's
So this doesn't reflect it. It's actually coming
it's
down.
like it's basically, you have the top piece, the very top piece, and then the next lower line, horizontal line,
Is where
it's going to match that.
Okay, perfect.
I don't know what that
Okay,
is. off
that's
the top
great.
of my head.
All right, not to repeat everything, I agree with them on the bluff location and the peer review that supported it. I think your glazing is okay here, I'm sure. What are you're going to do all the required windows here to keep that from
Well,
becoming
I'm waiting for my turn, then I'll ask a question, but yeah,
Yeah.
I'm not.
Oh, you got a
against that.
question?
Well, can I ask the question about the windows? Because, all right.
Oh, I'm talking windows, not just the removal of windows. I'm talking about the glazing on the VT glass for the windows that support I mean, you're going to do it for the sunlight, obviously,
yeah,
otherwise you're
yeah,
going to
yeah,
catch
We're
fire
doing all that,
inside.
yeah.
It's just, it'll be hot.
I'm sorry, I misunderstood.
Normally, I would push back on articulation on the sides here because you essentially don't have any except for your little fireplace pump out, which is kind of unique. But because of the way these homes are along there, they tend to kind of sliver in. So I won't push on that to. That's not good. Yeah. I struggle a bit with the view from Beverly's home, from that dining space. She does have a great view out front, but the area that she showed in her picture, I believe, was that the lower patio or the upper patio?
I'd have to come over and look. I can't.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I can't from here. I can't tell what you're looking at.
First, I think it's your lower level.
We're
Yeah.
accommodating,
Yeah,
And-
just,
Yeah, could you please come?
yeah, go back and you need,
Sure.
Well, what I'm getting at is, I mean, I don't know what I'm getting at because it's
MJ, what's
tricky.
the issue?
It's the view equity issue from Beverly's.
Are you talking about the windows that I was
Yeah,
talking about?
yeah. No. The
Oh,
view equity,
got our
not
view
the
equity out of that
privacy.
side-
Yeah,
Out of that
yeah,
side window?
yeah,
Okay, good. I just wanted to be sure.
yeah. Is there anything we can do there with that decking? Because once that decking fills up with all the GAC, that becomes a complete obstruction
Not without pulling the building back.
portion.
And I'm, at this point, I'm not willing to.
It couldn't do a partial pullback.
No, it won't do any good for her.
Okay, well, I'm gonna wait to see what Amir has to say, and yeah, I think as far as view equity from the other neighbors and the height, I do think it conforms to the rest of Coast Highway. There's a home, this feels like a single family home, even though it extends down much larger. That's really out of view and doesn't obstruct anyone's view. So I can support it from mass and scale and neighbor compatibility, view equity. It's just the one view equity with Beverly that I'm struggling a bit with, but let's hear what Amir has to say.
Okay, Emir?
Yeah, I think to MJ's point, I think that there's a bit of an overhang just past the deck. I think that would be easy consideration, Marshall. Maybe that'll help alleviate some of the view equity concerns. Just pulling that back to the bottom of the deck.
I'd be willing to do that.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then as far as
Is that on the upper level, the overhang?
No, it's the floor. It continues from the floor.
Oh, I see, pulling it back
You
to
got
the
that
deck.
little point that goes out beyond the glass rail.
Yeah, I get it. Is that what you were talking about?
Yeah.
Emir?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, I get it.
Yeah, I'd get rid of that.
And pertaining to the ridge, I think we have to defer to the city and the reports that we're receiving. Those geotechnical companies are highly regarded in the industry, so I agree with their findings. I think this project does meet the design review criteria, and I can approve it tonight.
All right, so Jess, you raised the windows first. Do you want to work out the windows on the side? Or did you agree with my proposal?
I like continuity from a design aspect. So, Marshall, yes.
I have one point, Tom, is that when you asked to get rid of the bottom on the 6 panel, and there's 3 and 3, The problem with that is I can't do that because then I'd be too far above the floor for egress for the bedrooms. So I'm proposing, could those be opaque?
I'd be fine with that.
Which
And
one?
then
Opaque.
Which ones?
The second story.
can you, so I would eliminate that one stack. And then there's the
Yeah.
3-panel and the 3-panel, I would just do opaque at the bottom panel because I need it for egress
That's
in the
fine.
bedroom.
Okay.
I mean,
No, I
it satisfies privacy. So yeah.
So, yeah. And then I'll get rid of the point that Amir is talking about. So, yeah. I don't have a problem with that.
Done and done.
All right, with that said, Jess, you want to do the motion?
No, because I'm not sure what the, all the conditions of approval are. What are the, because I didn't write them down. Amir, do you have them written down?
I don't, I
I'm
didn't.
a little unclear in the windows. I'm assuming the second stack of windows.
Nancy, can you,
Yeah.
can I just see that real quick?
Be removed?
I'm on board. I'll do the motion. Just a scribble. And just the two bottom ones of those three?
Yeah, they,
Just the two bottom
yeah, the
ones and the
bottoms,
three
I'd
stack would
keep
be
those
okay.
opaque. You know, that gets what you need and it gives me my egress.
All right.
Okay, let me see if I can make, before I do it, the conditions would be what Marshall's just given me, which I'll give back.
Introduction.
The elimination of the trees at the bottom. What kind of trees are those, Marshall?
There's, at the top, they're called mimosa,
Mimosa,
and the bottom, they were palm trees.
palm, okay. And then, anything else, any other? Yeah, I've got that.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me go back to. make
Would
mo-
I be able to say one more thing?
Sure.
Lewis brought up a good point, and I'm just going to offer it, is that he would have liked to see at the location of the 4 trees doing something. And I've got basically a strawberry tree limited to 12 feet high that could go on the corner of the driveways. It wouldn't go above the house then at that point, but it would give some vegetation to the front and.
Does
down.
anyone, it would not go above the ridge line?
No, it wouldn't even get close.
Would that also substitute for those palm trees down below?
Yeah, and in the palm trees, I got no problem because it's way down.
These would be so far
But
down.
at the street, it's,
So were these were going where the mimosa were?
the mimosas would go and then where the bottom corners would go. I've got pictures if you want to see it.
What is the kind of tree?
Strawberry tree.
It's a strawberry tree.
Oh, strawberry,
And just call it out. They'll be no higher than 2
soft-
feet above grade.
12 feet. And again, I've got the locations where the mimosas are now.
At the front of mimosas, at the front corners, at the driveway, and 2 down at the very bottom.
Oh, I
in front
see.
of the house towards the
The
other.
front corner and
Yeah,
then at
and
the
it
bottom.
just, that way it would give it some vegetation. It wouldn't look so much, you know. like
And
this.
no view equity issue
I don't
from,
believe so because it'd be below the height of the garage.
but corridors in between in
I
between.
think there's much view with the corridor because the way it drops off in the walls and stuff like that. I mean, if somebody had a problem with it, we just take them out, but you know, it's.
I think
just-
let's.
Lewis brought it up and I thought.
I did forget about that. no.
Let's just, my view is, let's just take out the trees. There's enough complaints without
I'm fine.
analyzing. Okay, this is the motion. That the board adopt resolution 25-1886 for 32005 Coast Highway, approving design review 25-1886, coastal development permit 25-1887, and variance 25-1888. And find that the action is categorically exempt pursuant to CEQA guideline 15303, with the following conditions, that the set of vertical 5 windows as marked in the plan that the applicant gave me, which I'll turn over to staff, be eliminated, that the, looks like the, God, I forgot of the adjective, the ledge that goes out from the upper deck at the floor level be reduced to meet the edge of the deck, and that in the stacks of 3 on the upper level, that the bottom 2 windows be opaque on both stacks as reflected in the plan, which I'll give to staff.
I second.
Please call the roll.
Board Member Bauta,
Yes.
Board Member Covney,
Yes.
Board Member Weil,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Gannon,
Yes.
Chair Gibbs.
Yes.
Motion is passed 5-0.
Thank you very much.
All right. All right. The next agenda matter is 5.9 at 167 Chiquita Street, Design Review 25-1722 and Coastal Development Permit 25-1723. Ex parte, please.
I went by the site and met with Steve Kawaratani.
I had a site visit, spoke with Larry Noakes, spoke with or conversed via text with Ann Earhart, and met with Cherish at Ann's office.
Met with Bob, Steve Cortani, the applicants, Liz and Sarah.
Mayor.
I did
Met with the applicant team, the neighbor across the street, Patrick Weissman, and I also visited the commercial property.
Ann Earhart? Yeah. Okay, I met the applicant team at the site. I also met with Ann Earhart at the office and Greg McCafferty and one other, Patrick Wiseman. And I spoke to Larry Noakes by phone.
And I also spoke
With
to Patrick
that,
Weissman.
Chavita, you're up.
Good evening, Chair and members of the board. Item 5.9 is a request for design review and a coastal development permit located at 167 Chiquita Street. The project is located at the northeast corner of Chiquita Street and the alley behind Coast Highway in the R1 zone. The project scope encompasses the construction of a new single-family residence of 3,158 square feet with an attached two-car garage and elevated decks. Site improvements include grading, spa, landscape, and hardscape improvements, and a pedestrian entry feature for the site. As can be seen from the elevations, the structure incorporates a cohesive design with appropriate colors and materials. The previous project for this site was proposed earlier this year, and at the third hearing by a vote of 3-2 at the February 27, 2025 Design Review Board hearing, staff was directed to return with a denial resolution, finding that the project did not meet their design review criteria. The applicant subsequently rescinded their application, and the board did not formally adopt a resolution denying the project. The applicant has submitted a new application as of May 5th, 2025, and the revised design takes into account feedback provided by the board on the previous project by reducing the square footage of the residence by 634 square feet. They've removed 2 bedrooms and 1 bathroom from the design. They've increased the balcony setback along the street elevation by 2 feet, increased the rear balcony setback by 8 feet 9 inches, and increased side setbacks for the rear balcony, and added a roof eave to enhance privacy. The number of exterior light fixtures have been reduced, as well as the impervious surface area, and a tree has been added at the corner of the lot. There's also been a reduction in the number of windows for the project. As proposed, the improvements are in compliance with design review guidelines and developmental standards. The improvements are not located in an environmentally sensitive area and would not substantially impair views, privacies, and is compatible with the types of development present in the neighborhood. Staff's recommendation is that the board conduct a public hearing adopting a resolution 25-1722 and approving design review 25-1722 and coastal development permit 25-1723 and finding said action exempt from CEQA. Since the publication of the staff report, there has been public correspondence received concerning neighborhood compatibility of the design, mass and scale of the proposed project, as well as view equity concerns. The design review board should deliberate on whether the issues raised affect the project's ability to meet the design review criteria. That concludes my presentation. The project architect is available, as am I, for questions.
Thank you very much. Any questions of staff? Seeing none, I open the public hearing. Liz, you have 5 minutes.
First, I'd like to say we're back here for the fourth time, and those actually were the elevations from the third submittal. I don't know if you caught that, but if you look at the agenda, the correct elevations are on there and show the correct reduction. Swetha, can we do Exhibit 1, please? Well, Exhibit 1 is going to demonstrate that our proposal fits comfortably within the established pattern of the neighborhood. As you can see, our second story lines up with the neighbors, and the commercial building, of course, is larger, 9,000 square feet closer. At the end of the street, there's a house that's closer. We line up, we have a courtyard that is a common aspect of many of the houses in the neighborhood. And the second stories, you can see from this that the neighbor second stories rise directly above their first stories on both sides of Chiquita. Ours is set back. And the homes in front and the rear of ours are closer to the alley than we are trying to propose. We designed our courtyard purposely to line up with the neighbor's courtyard to give us both privacy. Exhibit 2, please. This is the reduction of height. The color shaded areas highlight the portions that were removed from the original design. The dash line shows that what we would be allowed under zoning regulations. We've eliminated 2 bedrooms and 1 bathroom, leaving a modest 2-bedroom home. The home has been reduced by 664 square feet, now totaling 3,158, far below the 4,740 square feet permitted by code. We lowered the height of the rear by 8 feet 11 inches and reduced the eave shafts on the front and the back by 2 feet. We pushed the front balcony back an additional 2 feet, and the rear balcony has been pushed back 8 feet 9 inches. These reductions show our commitment to minimizing the structure. Exhibit 3, please. This highlights the architectural detailing and articulation, and it breaks up the mass with the courtyard, the stair stepping of 4 different wall surfaces on the front facade, the roof elements, architectural elements that add depth, texture, and character. The step back front corner intentionally softens the building's appearance along the street. Exhibit 4, please. Now the renderings. They show the architectural style and articulation. Diversity of architectural style is a defining character of Laguna Beach. The city was founded as an art colony, and its neighborhood reflects decades of evolving creative expression in architecture. Ann's building, for example, uses stone and stucco like ours, and the home across the street at 132 Chiquita is entirely stucco and contemporary in style. And we have different materials throughout the street. Now, saying this, we met with many of the DRB members. Thank you for your time and thank you for your comments. I really appreciate all you do for the city. We thought we had an approvable program. We thought it was neighbor conscious. We're not blocking any views. We're not protruding. Our house goes down with the street with everybody else's heights. But we felt clear that we really want to get approved and we needed to make more concessions. So after discussing with Peter and Pamela, we would like to reduce the elevation to 124.5, which is 3 feet 5 inches below allowable. The new ridge height will be 1 foot 2 inches below the existing ridge height, which is currently at 125.60 feet. The rear home, where we took off this big chunk of square footage and 2 bedrooms and a bath, will now be 10 feet 6 inches below the allowable height. And then the setbacks. We've decided to set back the front corner even more. We're going to set back the bathroom area, 29 feet 7 inches from the front setback, which is 9 foot 7 from the front of the house. The shower closet area will go back to 10 feet 11 from the front of the home. The foyer is 35 feet 7 inches from the front of the home. So the house does stair step back. And the primary bedroom is 6.9 feet beyond the first floor. I hope you'll consider these revisions and hope we don't have to come back for 5. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Okay, members of the public, are there any members going to speak on this? Please raise your hand. Okay, why don't you kind of get close to up here, anyone who's going to speak, so we can go one right after the other. Please.
Mr. Noakes, giddy up.
Yeah, and other people, be close at hand so that you can come right up when Mr. Noakes is done.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Chair Gibbs and members of the board. I think the confusion on this one is that the numbers were wrong on the plans. And I wasn't sure I heard Liz correctly. What did you say 120, what was your finished height at the
124.5.
124.5? Okay. There are two things. I think the neighbors would really like to see it staked at 124.5 to see what that looks like. There is an issue with the tree in the front yard, perhaps blocking some views. We would like to see that vegetation perhaps come down so that it's lower. We do appreciate, and I want to make sure that I say this, it made a lot of difference to get that bird of paradise hedge out of there and to be able to open up that ocean view that we always knew was there, but it was being blocked. And we appreciate the mass of the building on top being stepped back so that we can see that. So thank you. Thank you for that, Liz. Ann and her folks would appreciate the building being at a finished height elevation of 123.5 feet. And if we could get that accommodation at 123.5, we could agree to that tonight. If we cannot, we would like to see it staked at 124.5 so that we can see what it looks like, and we make sure that we have a plan that says that, so that we're not doing this, late afternoon, day of the hearing, juggling of the dimensions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please. Come on up. That it?
Quickly, is that it?
Is that it? Yeah.
I saw some other hands.
Chair.
Thank you very much. I think he covered quite a bit of it, what I was going to talk about. But, basically last year it was denied because it did not meet the board's direction to reduce buildings' mass, scale, and height, and to make it more compatible with the neighborhood. If you could pull up that thing. The applicant stated the building hadn't been reduced. The figure she's talking about is back when they had a parapet up there, and they used to have the building height, the height shown as the top of the parapet and the top of the chimneys. So you took that away. That was 18 inches, went away immediately. What we have now is there's a view of the front of the building, the new versus the old. I'm not seeing any difference mass scale. It's higher, but now they're saying that the plans were wrong. So, okay, so maybe it's the same height. I think I agree with the height that we talked about, that we get it down to 23.6 versus the 24.6 will be better. Like to see that get staked. The design of this building should reflect and respect the established character of Chiquita Street neighborhood, which extends south from the alley and west from Chiquita Street. Ensuring the compatibility with the surrounding context is essential. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. All right, next speaker.
Hello, my name is Sarah Lowell, and I work at 1191 Pacific Coast Highway, the office building across from the alley at 167 Chiquita. I'm speaking tonight for my mother, who is Ann Earhart, and she's not able to be here. I think there's a lot of differing information here from what we have seen in the report the plans. And so my remarks kind of speak to what we have. So the resubmission of the plan is essentially the same project that it was previously designed because of the minimal changes made to the mass scale and height of the building recommended by the board. The new plan thankfully removes the back upper section of the building envelope that should never have been part of the original plan, as there were, as Larry mentioned, Bird of Paradise that exceeded the height, and a ocean view was restored from that after many requests. I continue to see the mass scale and height of the building as incompatible with the neighborhood. It sits at the highest point of the residential area, which will make the mass scale height appear even larger. It should relate to the neighborhood, which is a residential, not to any of the commercial or R2 buildings across the alley, which is the transition point from R1 residents to commercial buildings on PCH. This resubmission seems to be going in the wrong direction. Applicants state that at their request, they have lowered the height of the building from 127.9 to 126.7. Now we're hearing different numbers. So the third submission was at a height of 125. She was never asked for any input and certainly would never have asked for anything higher. And so they have kept the more generous 10-foot, 6-inch.
Thank you very much. Next speaker. Yeah, I want to make a point to everybody. I want the next speaker to be standing behind at the podium. It's getting late. We still have several more projects. Go ahead. I assume you will be the last speaker.
My name is Patrick Wiseman, and in 1987, my wife and I moved to Chiquita Street. We live directly across the street from this project. Since then, there's been 4 projects in the north end of Chiquita Street, where we live. And there was 2 complete rebuilds, and there was 2 significant additions to 1-story houses. The result of all 4 of these projects was that we had a 1-story house in front going to 2 stories in the back. And there was minimal impact as far as changing the feel and the scale of the neighborhood. And then this house came along, and it is so big, and its second floor is so close to Chiquita Street that it sort of overwhelms our part of the neighborhood. This is the definition of mass and scale issues. So that's my point. And I have one other point, and that is this house has 3 large blocks of windows on its west elevation, and they face directly at our house. And they're going to create an awful lot of glare. And I would like those windows to be either glare resistant or whatever they can do to reduce the glare from those windows. All the windows on the west elevation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, back to you, Liz, for 3 minutes.
As Pat mentioned, yes, we'll do the VT glass. We always propose that, and that's not an issue at all. Yes, the original plan, we were maxed out with the parapet, the roof line, and all elements. And we brought it down and we brought it in, and we were mindful of the neighbors on the sides and the courtyard, but we didn't realize what a issue the height would be, and we brought it down. As per the staking, we are when we did the third submittal, we were at 125, and we had the stakes up for almost 9 months. Ann and everybody in the neighborhood took pictures of it. I don't think it's necessary to put the stakes back up at the same, and we're actually going to go 6 inches lower than that. And then, do commercial buildings, do they count? Do they not count? The person that's most upset about this is lucky to have a 26-foot, 1-inch tall building facing us. She has 14 feet ceilings in the atrium, and we're not asking for anything close to that. When we bring it down, we're only going to be 21 feet, 1 inch. We're going to be 5 feet under Ann's facade, Ann's height. So, and we have the street going down. I think it's a nice transition. I think As the street goes down, the buildings go down. It's an existing two-story house. We're proposing something shorter than the existing ridge. So I hope you'll take that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions?
Yes, just for clarification, because I was confused on this and a bit annoyed. So what's there now is 1.1 feet above. So with the 3.5 feet reduction or 3.5 inches, 3 feet, 5 inches reduction, what's the difference between that and the previous? Do I just subtract 1.1? So the last
for
proposal, it
the
was
proposal-
2 feet, 4 inches? Sorry, go ahead.
So the proposal for the third design review board, we are proposing 0.5 feet, 6 inches below that, where they were originally staked. Right now, they're a foot higher than that. They're what that we showed for the design review second. Meeting.
So what's the
To be
roof
clear, real
line?
quick, how high are the current stakes? That's, I mean, since you're
Or
on
I'd
that, I want to
rather
know.
what the ridge line of the current
Are they at
house is.
126? And so you're proposing going down a foot and a half from the current stakes?
Or are you
They're
saying
126.07 and we're going down to
124.5?
124, okay.
Okay, so where is that in conjunction with the current roof line? You said you're going at the roof line, at the ridge line now? Are you going lower than that? What's
We're going lower.
existing? Okay.
So
That's
the
all.
plate heights will be reduced and it's just lower. The finished floor is staying the same for the bottom level. Everything
Everything's
else
gonna
is
lower.
compressing down.
The existing ridge is at 125.6.
Yeah, the plate heights were large on this house, I think 10 and a half and 9. So you're going to be reducing plate heights? Okay.
Yeah.
That's what I think.
and
Okay.
All right. Any other questions before I close the public hearing? All right, it is closed. Who wants to begin?
I'll go.
Who's going?
I'll go.
MJ, you're on a roll tonight.
Well, I can approve this project tonight, so that will help ease your pain a little bit. Reason being is it's been a long journey here. I think some of it's your fault. I think some of it, but we got here and we're going to solve it tonight and get you in your house. I think the height is fine. I don't think it needs to be restaked. I think that all of the neighbors and specifically has had many hearings to be heard. So I don't think you needed to make any other effort there and any detail. So I think you've done your due diligence on that. I think that the gain for the Ann's building is substantial in the fact that in order to do any more relief in the front, you'd have to push back or go to a one-story and configure a house that, you know, at today's lot prices, it just can't happen. And I think this house is in keeping with where we are in Laguna now, on lots this size and in this sort of I still could see it as a transition area from the office building into the homes. So that is definitely been achieved there. The parapets used to come out more. When you look at it from the side view, you can see how the front articulates much better. And by giving just a little bit extra there, you've achieved even a little more depth. You have the depth of your front, front door, which is nice. So there's articulation in the front. You created the articulation on the side. So I think everything's been achieved to make this an approvable. Also, the different use of your textures on the building itself create a more of an articulation and a softening of the front. So I think as much as I like the homes on the street that have the slow front and the build backs, it's just not realistic. And I don't think it's essential to still achieve neighborhood compatibility, design integrity, and mass and scale. I think have all been achieved. View equity has been exceptionally achieved, and privacy, I think, as well. So I thank you for your efforts, and you have my vote tonight.
Jeff?
And I can echo what Board Member Coveney said. The only thing I'll add is I really was annoyed when I first found out that you guys went higher. I pushed so hard for an approval last time and I just felt like it was a slap in the face. So the fact that you are proposing a lower roof height than what was previously proposed and what's currently in existence, that mitigates, I would hope, the other board members. Definitely helped with Ms. Coveney over here. And as far as neighborhood compatibility, I agree. This is going from commercial to residential. It's a nice segue into the neighborhood. Articulation, the staking really doesn't do it justice. You have to look at the plans and not just look at the elevations or the 3D renderings. If you look at the plans itself, it's phenomenal articulation, and bravo. It's a great design. As far as the materials go, I think you've blended, you've meshed it well with the existing homes in that neighborhood. So it complements the neighborhood, but it keeps its individuality, which is what Laguna Beach is all about. As far as view equity goes, view equity has been achieved by eliminating that the mass in the back. The residential units now have that view looking over. As far as Ann's view goes, I did see intrusion, but after, limiting or lowering that roof height, I think that's been mitigated. So I can approve this project tonight as is.
Louis?
Yeah, and I can follow the colleagues. I'd almost call this a football game. This was a game of inches on this project. But we've moved our way down the field and solved little things. I appreciate, the angling on the front corner that opens up the view towards the street. I've appreciated the articulation on the alley side over the course of the hearings. The reduction on the rear, I think, is helpful on the second level. The balcony that's there is quite large. I'd recommend that we put a 2-foot planter box around inside of it. I know the roof of the garage is coming up as your railings, so it's going to tuck in there. But a little greenery and a little bit of reduction around that horn would be beneficial, and I think it's consistent with other larger balconies in the area. The finished height being at 124.5, I think lowers it down, but it also, when I'm there at the sites kind of looking around, it really brings that down to a level where it hugs the other structures that go down the street. So I don't see the view of the height being an issue when we're at the 124.5. The magnolia tree that's out front, I think we need to cap that at 14 feet high. I don't think it'll grow that high being a dwarf tree, but we'll add the clause that it doesn't get any higher than 14 feet. Other than that, it's been a long journey. This is an approvable project and it meets the design review criteria for me.
Emir?
I agree with my fellow board members. I think this project meets the design review criteria. Beautiful design articulation, beautiful design integrity, great selection of materials, and could approve this project tonight.
Okay, so I'm going to be the lone dissenter here. The problem I've had with this project from get-go is that the mass and scale on the west elevation facing the street, in my view, is out of character for the street. I had requested in the first hearing the top story be pushed back. I requested in the second hearing the top story would be pushed back, and I requested in the third hearing, and you resisted. And so in the first hearing on the second application, you didn't push it back, and you've got 4 votes. So it's going to get approved, but not with my vote. I still feel that it's very Corona Del Mar. It's out of character. If you look at all the other houses, the rear or the upper stories recessed. Some of the things that were on your chart were actually recessed or decks, and not a building that looks like this. So I'm not going to belabor the point. I think it is out of character, however. But, we go on with bigger and better for some of our old streets, and this is going to set a precedent for this street. So I anticipate that there will be more second story really essentially right up to the street. So with that said, I'm going to leave it to one of my board members.
Chair, I'll make a motion to approve item number 5.9, located at 167 Chiquita Street, as proposed by staff as the resolution reads, with the condition of approval that the magnolia tree be capped at 14 feet.
Look at you.
Well, the elevation height has to be at
Oh,
124.
and the elevation height to be 124.5.
The balcony gets, the rear balcony gets the 2-foot planter.
Oh, did we agree on that? No.
Please.
I don't think that's necessary, but if you want it, I think that they're going to make that balcony lovely. They're going to want it to be lovely.
You're going to want that for your own
Spending
privacy.
this kind of
but
money, they're
I'll
not
leave
gonna-
that up to you guys because that's personal property.
Ike, please.
Okay, so the condition of approval to have 2-foot planters on each side of the rear balcony. Do I have a second?
Second.
Was there something you also,
What was it?
No.
or, okay.
I had no.
Okay, we have a motion and a second by Ms. Coveney. Can we get a roll
Call the
call?
roll, please.
Board Member Belta,
Yes.
Board Member Coveney,
Yes.
Board Member Wow,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Gannon,
Yes.
Chair Gibbs.
No.
Motion is passed.
All right,
4-1.
congratulations. We'll go with the,
Right, but we still have to condition that.
okay, I'm gonna call the next item. It's 5.12. At 250 or 2500 Glen Airy Street, design review 25-1431, coastal development permit 25-1432, variance 25-1433, revocable encroachment permit 25-1434. While the applicant's coming up, ex parte, please.
I need to recuse myself. I'm within the noticing area.
You're recused on this one?
Chair, I visited the site. I met with the applicant team and the neighbor next door.
MJ?
I met the applicant on the site and I spoke to the neighbor, Mike, I think.
Carrie. I had a site visit, spoke with Mike Carey. I had dialogue with the person that lives on Cato Way through email and through their assistant.
Marcia?
Yes, Marcy. And I didn't meet with them, but I did go to Cato Way to view the impact from there and corresponded with Mark Abel.
Okay, and then I met the applicant team at the site. I also met with Marciel Duarte and with Mike Carey.
And Chair, if I may, just for the record, Board Member Wiles recused due to the proximity to his primary residence. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. With that said, you're up.
It's
Mr.
Sorry, give me one second, because
Yeah.
it does require, I thought it was, but it's a financial interest in a piece of property that he owns in the city. Thank you.
Good evening, Chair Gibbs and members of the Design Review Board. My name is Sharyar Khan. Item number 5.12 is a request for design review, coastal development permit, variance, and REP approval for a new single-family residence and associated improvements, encroachment into a watercourse setback area, not providing on-site turnaround capability, and a retaining wall within the public right-of-way. The property is located in the R1 zone at 2500 Glen Airy and is comprised of 3 vacant parcels that will be combined into one vacant lot. Site constraints include drainage and a steep slope. The project consists of a new 1,817 square foot residence with a 648 square foot attached garage, 370 square feet of elevated decks, new vehicular access, an on-street parking space, a new spa, and landscaping. As you can see, there's a watercourse that bisects the site, and the proposed development is limited to the northwest side of the watercourse setback area. Vehicular access is provided from Glen Airy Street through a new 17-foot wide driveway apron leading to a stone veneered driveway. The project also includes an on-street public parking space as required by code. The garage is set back 5 feet, which is allowed by code due to the topography of the site. The purple shaded area shows the portion proposed to encroach into the watercourse setback area, which I will discuss in a few slides. Access stairs lead to the deck above the garage, which serves as the main entry to this level. The primary level includes a living room, kitchen, 1 bedroom, and 1 bathroom. Internal staircase leads to the upper floor, which features the master bedroom with an ensuite bathroom and another deck. This level also includes a secondary bedroom and an ensuite bathroom and a laundry room. The areas highlighted in yellow show the area of each level that project over the watercourse setback area at a higher elevation. The residence is designed to minimize its perceived mass through articulation and careful transitions. Multiple roof lines, step forms, and varied wall planes break up the visual bulk. The section above the garage uses different exterior materials to reduce its scale and distinguish the building elements. Together, these features create a balanced composition that softens the overall mass from the street and nearby properties. Proposed residence presents a cohesive architectural expression consistent with the traditional cottage style, incorporates plank siding, shingle accents, stone veneer, and Class A composition roof, all of which reinforce the intended character. So coming to the first variance, for the on-site turnaround, properties on residential collector streets, and Glenary Street is such a street, must provide on-site turnaround capability so vehicles can exit nose first. Due to the steep terrain, irregular lot shape, and limited frontage on Glenary Street, this property cannot meet that requirement. The applicant is therefore requesting that the on-site turnaround requirement be removed. Staff has reviewed the request and, as detailed in the staff report, can make the necessary variance findings. Project also includes an encroachment into the watercourse setback. 78 square foot portion of the garage, shown here in red, extends into the setback area, which is shown in blue. The municipal code allows structural extensions over a required setback as long as no supports touch the ground within the setback and the structure remains at least 15 feet from the center flow line of the watercourse. The design meets the standard where feasible. Portions of the main and upper levels project 10 feet into the setback while maintaining the required 15-foot distance. However, 6 caissons shown in pink are located within the 25-foot setback area. These, along with the garage encroachment, are part of the variance request. The applicant submitted technical studies reviewed and approved by the city's consultants. The studies confirm that the improvements will not disturb the watercourse, impair hydrology, or harm ecological conditions. Staff has reviewed the variance request, and as detailed in the staff report, the required findings can be made. In order to meet the maximum driveway slope of 10% required by code, a sloping retaining wall is proposed within the public right-of-way. At its highest point, the wall will be 3 feet and 4 inches tall, and a 3-foot wide fire access walkway is also proposed in the public right-of-way. The retaining wall will not encroach into the required 12-foot travel lane. The Public Works Department reviewed the request, had no concerns, and approved the design. Findings for the revocable encroachment permit can also be made. Other work includes a 136 square foot spa with associated mechanical equipment at the northwest corner of the site, shown here in purple. The mechanical equipment will be enclosed and equipped with sound attenuation features to ensure compliance with city standards. The proposed landscaping plan was reviewed by the city's landscape consultant and approved. In conclusion, the project is appropriately scaled for the property and is consistent with the city's general plan, certified local coastal program and design guidelines. The requested variances and the revocable encroachment permit are warranted based on the site's unique topographic and environmental conditions. Overall, the project provides a balanced approach to development, maintains view equity, fits the neighborhood, and contributes positively to the visual and architectural character of the area. Staff recommends that the board conduct a public hearing and adopt resolution number 25-1431, approving the respective entitlements and find said action exempt from CEQA. Staff has received public correspondence, which was attached to the agenda, and I'm going to transfer this over to Pat for an updated condition.
Sure, give me 1 second. I don't think I'm gonna be able to share my screen, but I believe it's number 22.
I have it up.
Oh, perfect. There it is. This is the project is gonna require eventually, take a look here, a final parcel map, and this condition as drafted is just a little bit cleaner and more clear to the applicant about what is required should it get approved tonight. That's it for me, Mr. Chair.
And that's city council approval? Final city decision approving?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, and so it says final city decision. I assume that means city council approval and appeal period expire?
Correct, yeah.
Okay, I'm fine with that. All right, are we done? Any questions of staff? Seeing none, I open the public hearing. Lance, you have 5 minutes.
Good evening, board members.
I'm sorry, Mark. I got Lance on my mind. Mark, you have 5 minutes.
Okay, good evening, board members. My name is Mark Abel. I'm the architect.
Thank you for catching that.
Lee, Edwin, and Amanda.
Mark, you
What?
got to turn your mic on. It needs a little green light.
It's on.
It's not
Am I too
on.
close?
Yeah, it's on.
Yeah. Am I good?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay, not too close? Yeah. Okay, okay, here we go. Okay, this lot has a water course diagonally bisecting the lot through the center with 25-foot setbacks on either side. The lot has thick and continuous tree canopy, mostly south of the water course. 2500 is a buildable site, but the water course setback significantly reduced the available area of a home. We are proposing an 1,817 square foot classic cottage style home that steps up the hill from the street on this 49 square foot lot. The south elevation reflects the undulation of the watercourse setback. It's a little bit of Laguna funky town eclectic. The front's pretty classic. The side, it's charming, let's just say. Buildable footprint of what's left with the 4-foot setback, the 25-foot setback is virtually about an ice cream cone type lot to build a house on. All right, building code allows a 10-foot floor cantilever over a 25-foot watercourse setback. Our project is cantilevered 10 feet along its entire south side. We have provided geologic, biologic, hydraulic reports with peer reviews. The hydraulic report models the footprint of a 100-year storm event. We've requested a variance to allow the southeast corner of the garage and 6 12-inch diameter concrete columns within the 25-foot setback. Enclosed in the set is sheet OYSM, which shows that at 167.77 elevation, the 100-year storm water will spill over Glenary Street and fall into the water course on the west side. The lowest point of our garage in the 25-foot setback is 174 elevation, 6'3" above the water spilling over the street. The adjacent house to the north at 2538 Glenary is a Sears Kit House built in 1915 on what was a 25-foot lot at the time, hence its location 3 feet from the mutual property line. The two 25-foot lots north of that lot were added later for a 75-foot wide property with a large ocean view. Regarding a southwest view from 2538 Glenary, their floor is 168.75. 2500's lower level is 182.6, 4'2" lower. So 2538 has a southwest view over 2500's deck railing. We pushed our kitchen and dining room back to allow 2538 to have that southwest view. We could have put our living room there, but we being considerate, okay? We have a small living room, small bedrooms, 3-foot hallway. It was all I could do to make the bare minimum work with the 25-foot setback. If there was slack, I would have moved the house back, but the 25-foot setback just won't allow it. Any moving of the house back will virtually eliminate the living room, which is 2 love seats at this point. So I'll hand it off to Edwin.
Thank you, Mark. I'm Edwin Kissel, and it's my pleasure to introduce the owners and project applicants. So the owners, Mark and Sue Winter behind the owners, Mark and Sue Winter behind me are 37-year residents of Laguna Beach and longtime artists at the Sawdust Festival. They purchased the lots with the Blue Cottage next door when the 1993 wildfire destroyed their home. They've been working for 30 years to get to where we are tonight with the project before the Design Review Board. As for the applicants, Amanda, my wife, has a strong connection to the land, having grown up there. She is a graduate of Laguna Beach High School and is following in her parents' footsteps as a festival artist. I have served on the personnel board for the city of Laguna Beach. As an attorney on active duty in the U.S. Air Force, I gained a depth of experience in environmental law. With my subject matter expertise, I have published law journal articles with deep analysis of land use matters in Laguna, and have really enjoyed working with Shariar over the last 3 years to get the project here tonight. Amanda and I are seeking to build this true, soulful Laguna cottage as our forever home. We've worked with Mark Abel over the last few years on this very challenging building site, studied all the possible opportunities, and developed a solution for the beautiful home proposed for you tonight. We thank you for your consideration of our project.
Excuse me, thank you very much. All right, members of the public, come up now. You'll have 2 minutes to speak.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Bryson, and I'm a nearby homeowner on Cato Way. I strongly oppose construction on this lot, which is designated unbuildable for good reason. The applicant is seeking multiple exceptions that would undermine safety, environmental protections, and the character of Laguna. First, the applicant is requesting to place the garage closer to the road than otherwise would be allowed and use public property for their driveway. Without doing that, there is not enough space on this property that isn't in the watercourse. Even with this exception, the proposed construction still encroaches on the watercourse setback with 6 caissons and the garage. They also seek an exemption from the on-site turnaround requirement, which is particularly troubling given the property's location on a low visibility bend on busy Glen Eyre. While the proposal adds a public parking space, a parked car there would push pedestrians into the road and further reduce visibility, compounding safety risks with the garage close to the road. The applicant also wants permission to build a retaining wall within the public right-of-way, putting pedestrians in the street as well. Approving all of these exceptions would set a dangerous precedent and could enable further development of the adjacent lot, further harming the watercourse, public right-of-way, and street safety. This proposal conflicts with Laguna Beach's commitment to environmental preservation. Watercourses shift over time, which is why our setback rules are essential. Without these numerous exceptions, the lot simply cannot support a house, and even with them, I estimated that more than half of the footprint would be cantilevered over the setback. The plan also disregards the historic neighboring cottage, which will be aesthetically compromised as well as their view. This project demands far too many exceptions and creates unacceptable risks to public safety, the environment, and our community's character. I urge you to deny it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Bad at public speaking.
You did well. Next speaker.
There's the lady.
Any chance I could get a special request for Bill to give me the 3 minutes he promised me on the site?
No, sorry.
You guys are tough.
2 minutes.
No.
Sorry about that. We've read your material, so.
Perfect.
Okay, you can begin. Go ahead.
Beautiful. Okay. Thank you. Mike Carey. It appears everyone skipped my historic home entirely on the site. 27-page staff report, 24-page resolution, CEQA, the renderings, the neighborhood letter. Please see attachment number 1, completely omit discussing the Mills Act home. I've submitted my bullet points. I think you guys have read through everything. The staff and the board and reference CEQA, Laguna Beach land use element guiding principles in my response. Please consider that. View equity, historic, siting, mass, neighborhood compatibility, existing character are not addressed because they forgot to the impacts to our property, but on the approval in the staff report. Referencing city documents, a variance cannot be detrimental or injurious to other property. This application is requesting 3 variances as well as a CEQA exemption and approving tonight a parcel map combining the 3 lots to justify the frontage issues and other problems. The intrusion into a natural and ever-changing moving water course is very concerning to all the surrounding neighbors as well. I have signatures from them too. I also don't support the applicant's water course setback calculations regarding the fluid, volatile, and shifting runoff patterns of that naturally eroding area, which looks different every winter and every season and every rain, which we're going to experience tonight, I believe, or this week. Additional impacts on a historic resource cannot be ignored. A 1915 Mills Act home with local history referenced in a famous painting and registry documentation, deed recorded Mills Act property. Lastly, the findings in the resolution and staff report are not valid or supportive, as well as the project receiving a CEQA exemption to move forward. For the reasons I've outlined in my email and paperwork in your hands, I'm requesting it be denied. Thank you for your service and your expertise tonight. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Any other speakers? Okay. Not seeing any applicant. You have 3 minutes for reply.
Okay, regarding the first neighbor that spoke, the garage is at the 5-foot setback with 21 feet from the edge of pavement to the face of garage, which allows two cars off-site. The additional 8 by 22 public parking space is per code outside of the travel lane on Glenary. That stuff gets scrubbed down. It's not a capricious location, okay? It has to allow traffic. That's just basic. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Mark. I'd also like to point out that 2538 Glenary owner Mike Carey is an out-of-town investor seeking to abuse the design review process for his own gain. Mike wants to use the board as a pawn to effect a regulatory taking of the winner's property for his own benefit.
I'm going to cut you off.
Sure.
This is not a personal attack session. It's to deal with the merits of what they said about your project. So confine your comments to that. I won't allow.
Yeah,
it.
so
Go ahead.
the point I want to make is he's coming in and talking about the historic nature of 2538 Glenary. I would reference you to the email that Mark Abel provided to the board this morning discussing some issues with on his property and potential violations of Mills Act. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. I have a question. I'm concerned over the retaining wall. The standard, this is to Patrick and to Shri. I cannot pronounce your last name, so I'll call you Mr. Khan.
Yeah, that's fine.
So it's really to both of you. This is the rule. It is that the REP is intended for small-scale structures such as low fences, retaining walls. So it does use the word retaining walls, blah, blah. This type of permit is not appropriate for any structure that would result in code violations or other non-compliant conditions if removal is ever required. So as I understand it, if this retaining wall was required to be removed, the project would be non-compliant with respect to access to the garage. So is it fair to say that the removal of this retaining wall will not be required by the city?
I just wanted to make one clarification. So a significant portion of this retaining wall goes essentially up to the property line, and Glenary Street has a 4.5 foot parkway adjacent to it.
Okay.
And so this part where where my cursor is on the screen, this sort of juts off and then provides some protection to this vault area. This is where the 4.5 foot mark is, and so everything beyond this would still not encroach into the into the parkway area specifically. And as I mentioned earlier, the city, the Public Works Department reviewed this and approved this, indicating that there were no street widening plans underway, at least to my knowledge.
Well, I'm not sure what a parkway is. Maybe what we're worried about here, and we've had this with other projects, where if there's a street widening, for example, there's a right-of-way for a purpose.
Yeah.
If there's a street widening and the city wanted that to come out, is that possible or is that not possible?
So if I can take a stab
take
at
it, because
this.
I want to make sure that when if we were to approve this REP, we're not running afoul of that language where it says this is not appropriate for any structure or improvement that would result in code violations or other non-compliant conditions if removal is ever required by the city.
Right. So to that point, so the city owns or has control of rights of way, right? And within those rights of way, you have the paved travel way for the roads. Those roads are either going to be one lane in each direction. Maybe in some areas it's 2 lanes in each direction, depending on the classification of the roadway. Beyond the travel lane, then we have a parkway area. And within that parkway, you normally have your sidewalks and maybe a strip of landscaping or things like that. In some parts of town, in front of this property in particular, the parkway is sort of poorly defined, right? There's no real curb and gutter yet. There's no sidewalk. It's just sort of the travelway, the asphalt pavement of the travelway just sort of, drifts off and turns into sort of the dirt of the subject property itself. What I think Shariar was basically saying is that he has consulted with the Public Works Department. In their opinion, there is not a need to widen the actual travelway. And so where the edge of that pavement currently is about where it would always be. If they were to ever widen the street, it should be done in accordance with their adopted city standard plans. Those city plans have dimensions for travelways. Typically, it's about 10 feet in width from the center line. And then beyond that, there would be typically on local streets or collector streets, maybe another 10-foot wide parkway area. Generally speaking, 5 feet for a sidewalk and 5 feet for a landscape strip. So if I understand what Shariar is saying correctly, the location of the retaining wall is within that space that would always be devoted for the parkway and never be expanded, at least in consistency with the adopted city plans, would never be utilized for asphalt travelway purposes.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions. All right, with that, I'll close the public hearing. Who wants to begin? All right, why don't I begin? Because there's two kind of complicated issues that maybe I probably put more thought into than I should, but I'll start with the REP. It's a tough one for me. I have been very concerned about retaining walls going into right-of-ways because of the potential for a street widening. I think based upon where a street widening is involved and there's a retaining wall, I think that there is a foreseeable chance that the city will at some point choose to widen the roads to make them safer for public traffic and, more importantly, for emergency vehicles. That is not the case here. As the explanation goes, it is outside the standard road, two-lane road, and there's no way Glen Airy is being widened beyond a two-lane road. The infrastructure, the houses, not going to happen. So I think that the REP is appropriate. It provides, and the retaining wall is not a bar to it, that all the findings can be made about it. With respect to the variance in the water course, and I'll tie it into my CEQA comments. The water course there is an active water course. It's an important water course. I mean, you can tell, including, and Mark, you walked me, we walked down into it and saw the drain that goes across Glen Airy. So I take water courses very seriously. So two things kind of lead me to believe that there's not a water course issue here. Number one is that the water course is very well set in. It goes rather deep, particularly below the house. The caissons do not act as a prevention of water entering into the water course, even if water ever goes that high, which it will never get to. The corner of the garage had me stumped, but I went back and looked at it. And I am of the view that there's no way that the water will ever come up to the area of the garage for the reason that you said that I think is just obvious from looking at where the garage point goes and where the encroachment is, and that it's significantly higher than Glen Airy. The water will cascade over to Glen Airy into the water course below. For that reason, I think that the variance, all the findings can be made for the variance for the encroachment into the water, into the 25-foot setback for the water course. If the water course even had, in my view, the most, a reasonable possibility of being impacted or moved, I can tell you, I would not approve this variance. Moreover, I would require most likely the next level of CEQA compliance. But because I don't find that, I see the support for the variance, and with respect to CEQA compliance, I think the categorical exemption applies. The exceptions of finding a potentially substantial impact on the environment just cannot be made here, triggering the initial study. So let me get to my only concern then. Mr. Carey has a Mills Act house, and it is a historic resource for the community. And the Wendt painting is very telling. I mean, it was there before I was alive, before you were alive. And your house goes right up to it. On the other hand, it's very thin. You don't have a lot of room. You could not get any closer to the water course where it is. So and also the Carey house has land on the other side for decks and patios and things like that. My biggest concern is it's a very small house and major rooms are right along the side. And looking at the color elevation or the elevations you supplied on that side, you have tons of windows looking right into his kitchen, his living room, and his bedroom. I'll ask you this, am I wrong about that? And how did you, I probably should ask it during questions, but it's like, I'm really bothered by it. How did you take into account the privacy concerns that Mr. Carey has on that side of the house?
Can I answer?
Yes,
Okay.
I'm
I
allowed.
did a study after you brought that up at our site meeting. On the survey, the lowest, okay, hold on. Okay, regarding privacy between 2538 and 2500 Glenary windows, per the survey, 2538's floor level is 186.75. Eye level would be 191.75. 2500's lower floor is 182.6. Eye level is 187.6. Eye level between the two houses is, we're 4 foot 2 lower in 2500 than next door. So it's not a eye to eye. Okay, then 2500's upper floor at 193.77 is 7 feet above 2538's floor level. So for some perspective, 2500's window sills are 3'4" above 2538's window headers. So here's the sill on our project, and here's the window headers. So there's a 3'4" difference between that. So there isn't any glass that aligns. They look like there might be in the elevations, but when you do the math vertically, there's nothing there. We're higher. We're lower with our lower floor, and we're higher with our upper floor.
But the lower floor may be lower, but the upper floors look right down into his private areas. The problem I have is that you're putting a house right next to a historic house with very few rooms, with private areas that are directly viewed in. You don't have any landscaping in there. It's just a direct sight in particularly from the upper level. I'll tell you that my view is that there are significant privacy concerns to a house that's been here before Laguna Beach was Laguna Beach.
Yep.
And it's a historic registered house, and I believe it is a historic house, and it's being, fixed up. I can't approve the project without significant reduction in windows on that side, on that elevation, and protection of views into, into I think it's the living room and the bedroom. There's only one bedroom in that house. So the problem with this, and I'm interested to hear what my fellow board members have to say. This is almost not a developable lot. You were able to come up with a development where I'm willing to give you a variance on, I'm willing to give you an REP on. But it's your choice to make it right up against this person's house with no landscaping. That's your choice, which, you're free to make. It's just on that side, I can't approve this project with so many windows looking right down into this house that's been there for a long time. It's the result of trying to squeeze a house right along the property line that's 2 stories tall, effectively, to get, your house isn't even that big. It's 1,800 square feet. It's not a huge house, but it's almost, you've got almost a square peg in a round hole here. If you're going to get the peg in, at least to get my vote, and I'm interested with other people, you're going to have to seriously reduce windows on that side. So anyway, we're in deliberations. Go ahead, Emma.
Can I go? I think maybe I'll help you respond to that with my comments. I concur with the staff findings in regard to the REP and the variance. I think the findings have been made for both the variance and the REP. So I support that. As far as the house is a small house. This is a buildable lot, so you have to build on it. And I think the solution you came up with is very good. I think that as far as the windows, I agree with Chair Gibbs, but I don't know if it's that dramatic of a fix. I think for your upper level, that you can look at some alternative, maybe eliminating a couple windows or adding. Help me out. Film. Thank you. The other option.
Making them opaque.
Yeah, opaque.
Yeah, you and I are saying the same thing.
Yeah. The other option is to extend off of it a screening. They have screens that extend off that will give you a view out a little like this, but not. I know you're trying to keep the cottage, and the windows are really accommodating to a cottage to have that kind of vibe going with that. But in this case, I think to Chair Gibbs' comments that in the courtesy to this historical home, I think it's an easy fix. I don't think it's a massive fix. So I think as far as everything else, the design, the articulation, the neighbor compatibility, and then as previously mentioned, I think that this REP, CEQA, and variance findings that the staff had are all, I support all of those. So I think you're almost there, and I can support the project with that, whatever adjustments we can make with windows.
Jess.
I don't see how this is a buildable project, a buildable lot, at least. It could be a buildable project if you move it over 10 feet from the Mills Act property. I mean, I've lived in Woods Cove for 10 years. I've walked by this property numerous times, and I've visited it twice during this week, and I just don't see, unless you move over more into the water course, cantilever more, but you have to give more grace to the Mills Act property. And I agree that the windows, that's an easy fix. The finding number 3 for the variance, the safety, I don't agree with that finding. I can't make the finding that it doesn't, the turnaround, the on-site turnaround, not having the on-site turnaround, it does prevent a safety issue for the public. So I can't make that finding. If I'll leave the CEQA thing to the professional, and if he thinks that this is CEQA, then I can abide by that. But for me, there has to be more grace given to that Mills Act, or enough room to put planting there so that you're not on top of each other. It just, when I visited the site and walked up that hillside, it just felt like you were building on top of the property line. So I need to have more grace. Maybe if you can move over some into the water course. I thought it was an active water course, but I guess it's not.
No, it is.
Oh,
It's very active.
Oh.
That's what I said.
Very active.
No, I won't.
No, I can't approve any project on this site. No, I can't approve any project on this site. No.
Okay, just so it's clear, the reason I didn't mention it, the on-site turnaround finding can be made is because there's no house in that area has on-site turnaround that's right on Glen Eyrie. And so it would be depriving them of a benefit that others are enjoying. But anyway, that's why you're entitled to your view. Mr. Bauta, you're up.
Thank you, Chair. I think there's a program here that can be built, and I think that MJ and Chair Gibbs expressed their concern on the windows. I think that's easily achievable. And I think that it'd be great to see I believe you have a site fence that's proposed or a site wall. Just showing that on that elevation would help.
Fence?
The site fence, yeah. Just showing that on that section will help sort of mitigate some of the view concerns. I'd be open to some greenery going above that. I mean, I'd even love to hear Mike Carey's, opinion on that. If we could do that, that'd be great.
Let me propose something.
Yeah.
And this is just proposing for discussion. I'm not asking you guys about it. I think we should continue this matter to address two things. One is whether we can achieve some distance from Mr. Carey's house. Two is, because I'd like to see some more distance there. I think I could approve it without it if I was satisfied on privacy concerns, but I'm very sensitive about that Mills Act property. The only reason that I did not make it part of my comments is because that property has a lot of outdoor area on the other side of the house. But the reason I would continue it with my direction would be to reduce the number of windows. I think it's more than a minimal, but I would encourage you to meet with Mr. Carey to come up with a solution that provides him on that side of the house a sufficient degree of privacy. And that would include, and then we can really do apples to apples comparison on really analyzing what the privacy issues are if you're going to be that close to Mr. Carey's house. And it would be looking at, one, reducing the number of windows, looking at line of sight into the principal areas, which is the living room and the bedroom, as I recall. And also whether the lower story or the first story windows have any visibility, use of fence and landscaping. In other words, you're obviously, Mark, a great architect. I think the house is cool. You'd see it maybe in Disneyland. It's kind of like, or in a movie or something. It looks like a really cool house. And it's not your typical, but Laguna Beach has a lot of atypical houses like that. But I really want you to focus when you come back, from my point of view and the direction I give, which I'm hearing it from 3 board members at least, that you really take into account the privacy and do what you can to achieve a level of privacy for the Mills Act house. And again, working with Mr. Carey, it's always good to try to come up with an agreement on it, because privacy is personal to 2 homes, not something that the community as a whole is concerned with. So those would be my directions. If I had satisfaction on the privacy issue, I could approve this house, but I'm not there today.
Chair, can I add in some maybe suggestions or just general?
I think if we're agreeing on continuing, let's give the applicant team the benefit of our views.
Okay, perfect. If you can take a look at sheet 2 of 20 on the project plans for the upper level floor plan, which we're considering the windows to the above.
Let me get to that page.
yeah.
It's my computer just went dead. It's what page?
Sheet 2 of 20.
2
of 20 on the PDF.
Second page.
Page, yeah.
What page is on the plans?
Go to the plans and second page.
Okay, this A2? Okay.
So it sort of works out the way the architect has it laid out. We've got 3 bathrooms on that elevation on the upper floor plan. I would propose opaquing those windows. That would give you, maximum privacy. There's a pop out for a walk-in closet. I think that can also be opaque. It's a closet. Unless someone wants to see someone getting changed in there, I think it benefits both parties. And then for the master bedroom, I would suggest, but not hold it as a requirement, maybe utilizing that pop out as instead of putting the windows toward the adjacent property, maybe make them on the the north and south of the property, if you're following me. So right now, the windows on the long side of the pop out, maybe making it on the short sides on both sides so that you're looking through the corridor and not necessarily across.
East-west rather
Yeah.
than north.
Yeah.
So you're saying the pop out, they'd be opaque, but would pop out for the,
Yeah, the window would be on this, he's got one right here, this window.
Yeah.
And then maybe the other one there. So he's looking down the corridor, not necessarily across, and then, probably even opaquing this, yeah.
yeah, I mean, I think I could approve the project tonight if you opaque all those windows and make them so they don't opening to see. Huh?
It's still overcrowding. It's still overcrowding.
They're willing,
No, I know your point
they're willing to go opaque.
on that whole side.
Opaque. Yeah. If that's,
And not openable in such a way that they could see out of them toward the Carey house? Yeah, if you're agreeable to do that, I'm probably could support the project.
So is that upper and lower? I mean, do you guys really want to jump?
Yeah,
that without-
upper and lower. I can't tell.
Because
don't-
we won't change. I know you
will be a
probably.
6-foot fence, just saying.
6-foot fence between the,
That could influence, but
Well, if the
that-
6-foot fence on the lower blocks the view of those windows into Mr. Carey's house, then a fence, so we can say opaque or blocking, a view into Mr. Carey's house, basically the windows and the doors in Mr. Carey's house.
with Mike's permission, I would like to do an elevation of the side of his house. Draw it up exactly where the windows are, and then I can impose it on our elevations, and then I'll know exactly where
Let's,
things line up.
I think that we're close here, given those rooms, but let's continue this, work it out, and let's bring it back as soon as we can, which would be the first meeting in January or February.
No, probably first meeting in February.
Okay, I really think I want to get a comfort level. I don't have it yet. And I don't want to, this is too important to Mr. Carey and to, I think, our views. So I'm going to move that I think, anyone want to give any additional direction?
well, I just want to make sure they're good with continuing. You guys are okay with that because I can tell you're scared. It's like you don't want to let go of a yes tonight. So it's like,
Well, you went there.
I
So,
know. I just want to make sure before we're not pushing you into this, that you feel comfortable continuing this to come back.
decision.
Well, no, it's our decision.
I mean,
No, we could. if
I'd like to
they're-
hear from the applicant.
Yeah, I mean, the only way I would approve the project, and Emir, are you the same level, is if they fog in and make unopenable all the windows on the Mark Carey side. Well, so they can't see, I mean, the house, so.
I think
I don't want the windows open, they can look right in.
what was that about open windows?
Can't open the windows. So we could approve it if you make.
I mean, we have egress windows on that side. So we need to get out of there.
That's a good point.
I'm all right with operable.
Yeah.
For what it's worth, we have a 4-foot setback and the fire path has to be 3 feet. So we have 12 inches for landscaping. We can soften it, so just.
Okay, if to the extent there's some windows that can't be, that need to be open, let's come up with a privacy solution that we can all look at. I don't think it'll take long. Let's continue it. That's my vote. Okay, what's the meeting in
I think the meeting would be February 12th, and we would need plans back, something around December 18th would be ideal.
Okay, so the motion is to move item 5.12 at 2500 Glen Eyrie Street to February 12, 2026. And that's my motion.
Second.
Call the roll.
Board Member Bauta,
Yes.
Board Member Coveney,
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Gannon, Chair Gibbs.
Yes.
Motion is passed 4-0.
Okay, hope you come up with
Thank you.
some
You've
good
been very
solutions there.
reasonable. And we want to make Mike happy too. So, thank you.
We remember what we do. at the first hearing.
That went better. Yeah. Oh, sure.
We're taking a break to, let's keep it to 5-minute break, 11:11. That Board Member Gannon has left. She is given her medical condition, it was a necessity. So we are proceeding with 4 members. And I will call the next matter. All right. I'm calling agenda item 5.10, 1550 Bluebird Canyon Drive, Lot A, Coastal Development Permit 24-2588, Design Review 24-2586. Ex parte, please.
Chair, I spoke with Susan Witten, Harpal, Vera, Peter, Steve Coratani, and then I wrote down JB, and I'm drawing a blank on who that was.
And I met Steve at the site, and I spoke with Susan Witten and Harpal Sadal.
And I met Steve Curtani at the site. I spoke to Susan, Harpal, I believe JB Horner, and one other person. I thought it was Peter Grumman, but I don't think it was. It might have been Vera Wilman.
Chair,
Oh, it's you. What's your name? Roseanne. Yeah, she was there.
Roseanne was there when I was there.
Yeah, Roseanne was there too. I knew there was another person. I just couldn't remember.
Chair,
With
I also
that-
spoke with the project applicant,
Oh, that's right. Close.
Steve Caratani and Susan Wynn.
Who's doing the staff report, Bill?
I am doing the staff report.
You better be good.
So thank you, Chair Gibbs, and good evening, board members. Bill Rodriguez for the Community Development Department. Project planner Daniel Latham was unable to join us this evening, so I'll be filling in. As the board knows, this item has been before you several times or 2 times before. This is the item's third hearing before the Design Review Board, and pursuant to our municipal code, a decision needs to be rendered on it tonight. Patrick and I are going to kind of tag team a little bit on this presentation, so I'll do a couple of introductory slides and then turn it over to him. And then back to me and wrap it up. So the project site, as you know, is located at 1550 Bluebird Canyon Road. It kind of sits, this area, it's kind of surrounded, there's Morningside on one side of this hill or this knoll area, Bluebird on one other side. There are several properties that make up this knoll. Several of them have been received entitlements but are not developed, although there is an adjacent property that is developed that sits at a slightly lower elevation, kind of at the nose of that knoll, and other properties located beyond higher up Bluebird Canyon and Morningside. They're also developed with some residential projects. Obviously, residential does exist on the downhill side of Bluebird Canyon across the street and has existed so for many years. Property is also kind of unique in the sense that the developable portion of the lot sits a little bit higher, a lot higher than the street, somewhere in the neighborhood of maybe 10 or 12, 13 feet above the actual road elevation. The applicant for this 1550 Bluebird Canyon site is proposing a new single-family home. There's an attached 2-car garage. The site will have 3 parking spaces. There are elevated decks. A lot of glazing on the elevation of the building, spas, reflecting ponds, site grading for development, as well as site landscaping are all proposed. At this point, I'm going to ask Patrick to jump in. There's some city council relevant, maybe city council direction that the board should consider. So Patrick will kind of give you a brief overview of that.
Sure. Thanks, Bill. As I'm sure this board is aware, review of this project and the next item at 1560 are a bit unique for a variety of reasons, most of which are outlined in the staff report. Most germane for your guys' discussion tonight is that the city council has provided some direction in the context of its review of 1560, which they remanded back to this board, which we'll hear next. However, that direction is applicable to both that project and this one before you currently. In short, in an effort to harmonize the city's obligation under the state housing laws and its Coastal Act requirements under its certified LCP, the city council directed the DRB to only apply those objective standards in the DR entitlement, which were listed in your staff report. And then for the CDP, when examining and applying the facts to the required findings, the DRB should identify and gear any discussion towards the protection of an explicit identifiable coastal resource. Practically and legally, I would agree that in trying to harmonize these seemingly competing authorities, state housing laws, and their intent to only apply objective design standards with the unequivocally subjective criteria in our CDP findings, that it is a more sound argument if the city's analysis and basis is directly connected to a coastal resource as compared to, say, just visual compatibility with the character of our surrounding area without identifying how that finding protects a coastal resource. So my advice to you all today is that any discussion on the CDP clearly identify a coastal resource. The city council is the ultimate city decision maker and arbiter of city policy. Here they have provided guidance, and that provided should be given deference. Back to you, Bill.
Thank you, Patrick. So I believe this item was back in front of this board, I want to say back in August of this year. At that point in time, there was quite a bit of discussion about some revocable encroachment permit application and analysis of what was located within the right-of-way, maybe some, grade differential discussion. Since that conversation happened, the applicant has gone back. They've made some changes to the project. Most notably is that everything related to the REP has been moved out of the right-of-way and placed on private property. As a result of that, the REP application has been removed. We are no longer considering that application. The only things that are occurring within the right-of-way would be some landform modifications, some small grading activities, and there will be a small curb, create kind of a little bit, maybe of a just kind of a little planter area and sort of define an on-street parking space through that. But that curb is no different than the 6-inch curbs that you would see throughout the city, and is not subject to an REP, but instead just a permit through the Public Works Department itself. Staff spent a lot of time working with the applicant team on making sure that the way that the site driveway would conform with our code, making sure that the grades were correct, making sure the dimensions were correct, making sure that all the retaining walls, including their foundations, are located on private property, making sure that the design of the driveway and the driveway apron from the site, which is located within the public right-of-way within that parkway discussion that I described on the previous application, conform with the city engineering department's standard plans in terms of the driveway profile and all of the code required gradients. We do find that the driveway is in full compliance with the code. There have been a few other modifications made to the plans, but nothing substantial in terms of the design of the house, the elevation of the house, the height of the house. I think those are all substantially similar to what the board had seen before. I know the applicant team and the architect is here, and they have a presentation that includes a number of slides that they can run through that will show more of the details of the house itself. As the board will remember, staff has been supportive of the project the previous times that it has come before your consideration. Tonight, staff continues to support the project. And so with that, I will recommend that you conduct your public hearing and adopt the design review board resolutions approving the design review application, the coastal development permit, and finding the project exempt pursuant to CEQA. So that I'll conclude my remarks. Thank you.
Okay. Just a question for you, Patrick. The way I read the city council's findings was that the coastal development permit findings and criteria adequately protect coastal resources. As I understood it, and I listened to the hearing and I read the documents, the city council is still looking for us to make the findings required for the issuance of a coastal development permit. Is that right?
That is a fair statement. The only thing that I would add, editorialize, is that there be an explicit coastal resource identified when reviewing and making those findings.
Okay, and I understand that. That's not actually in the findings set forth in the coastal development permit as approved by the local coastal plan. So I'll address that when I get to my comments as to whether we have to identify. Is there anything the city council stated in their resolution that required us to identify the specific coastal resource? Maybe I'll ask that. In other words, did the city council direct that we identify a specific?
I think I could answer this. I think they specifically said, do not apply the design review criteria.
No,
if the
I understand
project
that.
meets SB 450.
Right, I get that, but I'm asking a different question, Emer, which is, I want to make sure we understand the groundwork.
Right.
Did the city council specifically direct us to identify a coastal resource in making the determinations for the coastal development permit, including criteria 5 and 6?
And so let me double check the resolution.
Yeah, I did not see it in there.
Okay.
If it is, I'd like to know, because I don't want to impose a requirement on this board that was not required by the city council. So why don't you look at that? Let's proceed to open the public hearing, and the applicant team has 5 minutes.
Good evening, Design Review Board members. I'm Horst Knoppenberger from Horst Architects, project architect for David Derneas. We have just a very quick slide presentation. I'll be sharing my time this evening with Morgan, who's sitting to my left. Can we go to the first slide, please? While we're in this transition, just wanted to kind of reiterate what Bill just outlined. Our primary change to the project was to eliminate any of the previously proposed improvements in the right-of-way that would have required the revocable encroachment permit. So that's been satisfied, and that's been reviewed by the city. Additionally, we added 3 mature Palo Verde trees to the downhill elevation to further mitigate the appearance of massive scale. Doesn't look like our slide presentation's coming up.
It's growing kind of late. If you could proceed without it. Otherwise, Horst, if you want it, I'll pause your time. We've seen the project. You didn't change the project.
Yeah.
You did change the REP, and I understand that.
Okay, I'm going to relinquish my time to it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Oh, we're up now.
Do you want to mention?
Oh, there it is. No, I have nothing to add. Go,
Okay.
please.
Okay, great. Thanks. Good evening, board members. My name is Morgan Gallagher with Cox, Castle and Nicholson. I want to focus my comments on the limit of your discretion. And Mr. Rodriguez and Mr. Donegan touched on this. I just want to make this very clear. The projects are covered by both SB 450 and the Housing Accountability Act. We know that. The City Council made clear that DR criteria does not apply. There's no REP, as we discussed. The REP has been removed from the project entirely. That leaves the CDP. As Mr. Donegan just said, we need a coastal resource to make any subjective findings under the CDP. That's very clear in the law, and the City Council made that very clear. An explicit coastal resource. Coastal resources are specifically outlined in Chapter 3 of the Coastal Act. It's public views, natural resources, and coastal resources, meaning access to the coast and other marine resources. What it is not is a natural profile of a site or the natural beauty of a site or anything else that's not outlined in Chapter 3 of the Coastal Act. The city has confirmed multiple times, including in the staff report, that there are no public views on or near the site. There's no natural features, heritage trees, rock outcroppings, sensitive habitat, ridgelines, or other significant watercourses. Absolutely no natural features and no public views. The project is not along the coast. There's no way it could implicate public access to the coast or marine resources. So there are no coastal resources on this property, meaning that none of the LCP subjective criteria can be applied to this project through the CDP. Even if there was a coastal resource, which there is not, the city would have had to identify that coastal resource and the project's inconsistency with that resource a long time ago. It is way too late for the city under either SB 450 or the Housing Accountability Act to raise an inconsistency now. SB 450 requires a timeline of 60 days. The Housing Accountability Act requires 30 days for the city to identify an inconsistency, and that never happened. The city does not have the discretion tonight to say any aspect of the project is inconsistent with city standards or policies. Since the city's staff has confirmed that the project does not require an REP, does not implicate coastal resources, and meets all objective standards, which we greatly appreciate Mr. Rodriguez and his team confirming both those points in the staff reports for both projects, the DRB does not have the discretion to deny the projects under either SB 450 or the Housing Accountability Act. You must approve the projects tonight. If you deny them, the applicant will exercise all legal remedies available to him. And a denial would be such an obvious and egregious violation of state housing law that he would easily win. We urge you not to go down to that path. And we'd like to remind you of the Pearl Street case and the city's $2.5 million settlement. We do not want to see that happen. This would be worse for the city. We urge you to approve the projects tonight.
Thank you very much. Members of the public, you'll have 2 minutes each, please.
Good evening, Chair and members of the DRB. Harpal Sudal. I'll be brief in my remarks. I'll let the photos kind of do the talking for us. So, we're talking about what is kind of legally applicable, legally required here. If you look at the photos that are in front of you, they really speak to compatibility under 2.8 of the land use element. And if you look at the homes that are proposed, they're 52 and 55 above the street grade. They're very large in size. They're elevated garage floors. And if you look at the 15 homes that the applicant has provided in the past as to comparables, none of them are applicable. And I understand that there's a different set of criteria that you guys are being given here about coastal resources, but we still believe that the neighborhood compatibility element is important. You can see that there are measures of the height of these other 15 homes which have existed in this neighborhood for decades and decades. And it is subjective criteria that you can look at and go on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
At the city council meeting in August, our city attorney pointed out that SB 9 and SB 450 projects must be in conformance with objective requirements of our certified LCP under the Coastal Act. These include the coastal development permit findings, land use policies, and Title 25 of the Municipal Code, which require projects to minimize landform alterations and for development to be compatible with surrounding areas in terms of structural height, mass, scale, and size. Objective metrics within the LCP, such as structural height, mass, scale, and size, provide a basis on which to make findings. The objective metrics of 1550 and 1560 developments demonstrate that the required LCP findings cannot be made for finding 1, criteria 5 and 6, nor for Title 25 review standards 2505040H, nor for land use policies 2.1 and 2.8. The proposed projects are not approvable as proposed due to privacy relationships related to the floor plan. The structural height and mass are objectively not compatible with the surrounding area. Roughly 90% of both landforms will be altered, and the houses are not integrated into the landforms to reduce the structural height and scale. The metrics also identify and compare the measurable differences from the Morningside project on the other side of the knoll, such that the same findings cannot be made for 1550 and 1560 as 1536. This is a challenging situation. Mr. Darnase has a right to build on his properties. Houses with the same specs and different configurations are approvable for these projects. At previous meetings, DRB provided a roadmap to approve the projects. The applicant has not made a good faith effort to make substantive changes suggested by the DRB and the neighborhood. Because the objective metrics and findings in the LCP cannot be made as required by law under the Coastal Act, I respectfully request that DRB deny these projects.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Almost good morning, members of the Design Review Board. Mary Fagris, 1561 Morningside Drive. My husband and I request that you deny this project. We cannot be threatened to not use our local coastal plan. These are documents that reflect our community. They have for years. There are many things about this that we've tried to work out with the landowner to no avail, and it doesn't seem right that we have to give in when really we have documents in our city that say this does not fit in our neighborhood. Please deny the project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
William Horner, also known as JB Horner, to clear up the confusion earlier. 1565 Bluebird. I think given the difficulty of the project, obviously there's kind of a lot of frustration. I think there have been very reasonable paths forward to get an approved project. I think fundamentally it comes down to a trade-off between either the site planning, being on top of the hill, or integrating into it. I think there's plenty of trade-offs and concessions that could have been made. I think there's been a lot of rigidity around that. I think that's kind of how we've ended up where we are today. Given a lot of the intimidation and kind of threatening tactics, I do encourage the board to use all the tools available to you to encourage compliance and compatibility. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Good morning, Eileen Slora, 1545 Bluebird Canyon Drive. I asked that this project not be approved. There was no good faith effort made to make changes to the design as was recommended by the Design Review Board and concerned neighbors. The proposed project design is not compatible with the surrounding area in size and height, as Harpo has done the diagram for you. There has been no integration with the house to the landform as required by the LCP. Thank you.
Thank you much. Any other speakers? Seeing none, I return to the applicant. You have 3 minutes.
You can hand this out. One moment while she prepares.
You can go ahead, Mr. Dernes.
So the bottom line for this project is that when I bought the property and split it up, the staff at the city last year approved the final map under SB 9 at the time, which is now protected by SB 540 or 450. At that time, the city made a commitment to follow those guidelines, and they're fairly straightforward, that this project is, not subject to subjective reviews, right? These particular things that they're bringing up now have very little to do with anything that you have in front of you to decide. And really, Lewis came down on very consistently the last 3 meetings, saying that what he wants to see is he wants to see the removal of the structures in the right-of-way.
Can you speak a little closer? I'm having trouble hearing you.
Sorry. He wants to see the removal of the structures in the right-of-way, which we did on both properties, and he wanted to see the homes lowered. Well, first of all, the homes themselves are already an average of only under 12 feet above standard grade. There is a peak of nearly 15 feet on both properties, but that's because of the slope and the fact that we have a second floor on each one. But ultimately, that's already a 15-foot limit that's half what it is normally, because it is a standard that the city has to protect it. We don't put 30-foot high buildings on the top of hills. So we're already under a restricted environment. But none of that matters in the sense that we comply with city code, and we have done everything we can to mitigate the concerns of the neighbors and the city. And there is no variance required for this or other issues that should be brought up. And I've put quite a few additional things in here, but the most important thing is if you can go to like page, I think it's 10, where there's a plot map. This has been graded a long time ago. It is not a natural site. It's always been prepared for development. In 1940 something, they graded this site. There's nothing natural about this site. It was always been intended to be a home or a site for a home. There's 15 or so different variations of properties that were supposed to be put up here. And at the end of the day, you have a choice. You can either approve it or deny it. But here's the facts. If you approve it, we have a lawsuit already filed against the city, and we will be open to negotiating settling it. But if you deny it and we continue to push this along, we are not going to settle anything. This is going to court, and it's going to end up being in my favor, and the cost of the city is going to be immense. So ask yourself, what's going to happen when this gets appealed to this council?
Your time's up, Mr. Dernes.
What are they going to decide? Are they going to approve it or are they going to deny it?
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions of, I have a question to you. Are we required to identify a specific, were we directed by?
Yeah, So I can read you the language verbatim.
And what's it from?
The city council resolution.
Okay, good.
So it's consider a coastal development permit for the revised design based on direction in paragraph A above. Paragraph A dealt with the removing the permanent structures from the REP area and recognition of coastal resources, including natural landforms, public views, and risk of fire hazard. So,
It's an
I take-
interpretation.
And so, but if you will, Chair, I would advise that in this kind of somewhat novel issue, once again, how to reconcile these state housing laws along with the city's obligation under the Coastal Act, my advice remains the same. That is in the context of the Coastal Act. Its purposes kind of drill down to its base level is to protect coastal resources. I will be honest with you all, as you can imagine, my past days have been focused on this very issue. And there's not a citable case I can point to. There's no clear roadmap. I can point you to different authority that can be read kind of both ways. That's in kind of dicta for other cases. That language does come verbatim from the Coastal Act. So some Coastal Commission staff reports treat it different directions, i.e., yes, there needs to be a coastal resource there, or alternatively, hey, it's just, look at the other houses up and down the neighborhood. But once again, in that context, my advice remains the same, that in applying that, identify a coastal resource. And I'm open for any
Okay,
more
how do you
questions, Mr.
define
Chair.
coastal resource?
How do I define coastal resource?
Right.
Yeah, sure. I mean, so that's a pretty wide net. I know that the city council talked about natural landforms, public views, risk of fire hazards. That's only a very small subset of it. It can be views of the ocean. It can be protecting, I believe, the city's open space, talks about protecting the hillsides, things of that nature.
Okay, I think at the last hearing, back in August 14, I said it was a fairly broad term, not specifically defined in the, either by the city council to us or in the LCP. So with that said, I don't have any other questions. Any questions? All right, I close the public hearing and I'll begin. First of all, we are here as a board to apply in this case, a CDP evaluation, and to the extent applicable, land use. It is particularly not important to be threatening us with the city being sued if we don't agree with everything you say. You have your legal remedies. It's appropriate to deal with the merits rather than to try to threaten this committee. I personally don't appreciate it. And I think it's too bad that you set the tone in a public meeting, creating the impression that we're all doing this to avoid a big bad law firm suing the city. That's not how I operate. I operate in applying the rules and we are volunteers, and we do this because we take our job seriously, not because we act because of threats of taking this city down. Second of all, I also take the applicable law very seriously, and I try to figure it out. I'm not always right. I was a practicing attorney doing exactly what you do for some 40 years, and I have a position to make. I haven't always been right, and such certitude is particularly unimportant given my understanding of how this thing works. All right. I'll start by pointing out that SB 9 and SB 450 and the ADU law have a carve-out, which says nothing in this section shall be, effectively, this is from SB 9, but there's some similar provisions in the other code. Nothing in this section shall be construed to supersede or in any way alter or lessen the effect or application of the California Coastal Act of 1976. That carve-out was done for a reason, in my view, and that reason is because the vote that led to the Coastal Act was designed to protect the coast. And in adopting these provisions, the state of California was desirous of promoting residential development to deal with the housing crisis, but at the same time say that it doesn't apply to coastal zones to preserve the coast of California, as was voted in by the citizens back in 1976, which, not to date myself, I voted for back then. So I think that carve out on its face means that we can apply and should apply and are obligated to apply at least the coastal development permit, that it doesn't supersede the objective. I'll take that back. I'll get to the objective issue in a second. It doesn't supersede the statutes you're relying on to make your threats. I listened very carefully to the city council meeting and then also to the resolutions and so forth. I don't read the city council as having direct us in as narrow a framework as you would propose. In fact, the city council directed us as a board to consider not only the REP, which you've eliminated, but also the CDP. If it was so clear that we have no choice, they wouldn't have sent it back to us, but they did. Also, the local coastal plan as approved by the Coastal Commission as set forth in our general plan also has policies and elements that I think also fall within the carve-out. I believe the city council was less clear about that. So I'm going to focus my comments on the CDP and make a few final comments on the land use policy, land use element and policies. On the CDP, I agree with the understanding that our city attorney or assistant city attorney gave. The city council did view the application of the criteria for the coastal development permit should be tied to a coastal resource. I don't know that they required we identify one, but I think it's very broad. I don't think it's limited to just being able to see the ocean. The Coastal Act covered a lot more than just seeing the ocean. The coastal resources are within the jurisdiction of the Coastal Act, and that includes hillsides. And in fact, if you look at the elements that was approved by the Coastal Commission, it goes way beyond just a very limited view of coastal resources. I find that I cannot, rather than I find, from seriously considering this, I cannot make the findings required for criteria 5 or criteria 6 of finding 1 for a coastal development permit. The proposed development, this is criteria 5, the proposed development will minimize the alteration of natural landforms and will not result in undue risk of geological and erosional forces and/or floods and fire hazards. So natural landforms is a coastal resource. So I'll identify that as a coastal resource because I think it clearly is. The driveway and long slope distinctly alters the natural landform that a ground level garage would not. I have asked repeatedly, not only on this project, but other projects, to fully consider the garage on the street. And that clearly, I think a different tact was decided here, which is not to deal with that issue, but rather to threaten litigation. So based upon the record, I do not see that criteria has been met. Moreover, it's not been met because the project sitting on top of the hill or ridge, and I don't know if it fits within the legal definition of ridge, definitely does not contour to the natural landform further creating an alteration. Rather, what's done is a series of retaining walls, creating a massive looking structure, and then putting the house on top with no effort in the three hearings. This is the third hearing. This is the one with the third hearing, right? The other project was appealed to City Council. With no effort at all to address criteria 6 and make the project more in conformance with the natural landform of the hill. And I've seen no evidence of any grading previously of this hill. And I don't think there's anything in the record. And it looks like a natural landform, so I'm going on the assumption that it is. With respect to criteria 6, it says, it reads, the proposed development will be visually compatible with the character of surrounding areas and where feasible will restore and enhance visual quality in visually degraded areas. So the way I read that in terms of coastal resource, in a coastal area, the character of surrounding areas is a resource that is worth protecting. And that's why it's in the CDP, as distinguished from the design review guidelines.
Chair, you mind if I butt in, pertaining to the remand, are we to look at, when we're objectively looking at this, are we to look at it from a standpoint of, subjectively? Because I think objectively, if we're looking at the landform, the act requires that the development minimize the alteration of landforms through practices such as designing buildings to fit into terrain. And I think what I'm hearing is that nothing can be developed here. This is a buildable site, right?
I didn't say that.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, let me address
you're considering the view, but I think that
I didn't mention the view.
The landform.
I mentioned the landform.
Yeah. So you're considering it, but I think it's very clear with the coastal resources that they're very specific that.
Well, let me finish my comments and then you can address it, because I disagree with that, and we can disagree. That's kind of what we do. I think I've explained that coastal resources is broad. I've explained on criteria 5 what the coastal resource there is, which is the natural landform. All four of us are going to have to make our own decisions about this. So I'm explaining mine, and then I want to hear
the act is clear on the minimization of the landform alteration. They're not saying you cannot build on the landform.
I didn't say they can't build. I said
I know, but you're mentioning it as if it's this broad thing, and I think it's very specific that it says to minimize it, not to eliminate it. And I think we were remanded to just look at those elements pertaining to the CDP.
Okay, let me respond to you. Number one is, in evaluating the CDP, there was no direction that we consider only objective criteria. And I'm not going to debate whether what I'm describing here is objective or subjective. I'm not sure it falls into either category that well. With respect to minimizing the alterations of natural landform, that is, I think, an objective. Are you minimizing the alteration of natural landform? The City Council directed us specifically to make the coastal development permit findings and criteria adequately, let me finish, which became, and the city's finding that the coastal development permit findings and criteria adequately protect coastal resources. So basically what the City Council was directing us to do is to make these findings. And if we make those findings, it will adequately protect coastal resources. So
it clearly says in the minimizing landforms alterations.
You're talking about criteria 5?
Yeah, no, not criteria 5. Through practices such as designing buildings to fit into terrain. The Coastal Act. The Act requires that the development minimize the alteration of natural landforms through practices such as designing buildings to fit into the terrain rather than heavily grading the site.
That's such as, it's an example.
Yeah, yeah, I think it's
And
very-
I
it's
think
very
that
clear.
actually, I think that actually is apt here because that would require terracing and not cutting into landforms, for example, putting in major retaining walls.
Yeah, and I think this
So-
board had the opinion, you know, I would say namely Lewis was bringing it down, and we gave that suggestion to the applicant on 3 hearings on both projects, and I think that was incorrect. And I'd like to really debate this and talk
No, I know,
through it
and I think
because-
we are.
Yeah.
I think what you've just read is consistent with terracing and bringing down the project because that is
I
let
disagree.
me
It
finish.
does- it's
That
the
is
exact opposite.
minimizing the alterations of natural
No,
landforms.
it says rather than heavily grading the site. If you are going down, you are digging the site down.
Heavily grading the site,
that's
they're going to be
mass
taking out
excavation.
1,300 or 1,800 cubic yards
That's
to
great.
create this driveway to put the building on top of the slope or top of the ridge.
Yeah, but
That's not
you're
that's
saying
not
it from
major-
the opposite side. So it's
No, I'm
literally
saying that's not minimized.
design it to fit the terrain rather than heavily grading the site.
They're heavily grading the site to put in the driveway so they can put the building on top of the hill.
Yes.
Rather than terracing it into the slope to make it less impact on it. So it's the exact, in all due respect, Emir.
You're saying
I know
the opposite.
you think differently. Maybe we have to
Yeah.
agree to disagree. It's the exact opposite of what
Well,
you're
what
describing.
do you consider grading?
No, grading is taking dirt away, moving dirt. I'm not going to get into fully a
Well, I think
definition
it's
of
impo-
grading
it's
because,
important.
because the language you read was by way of example. I'm just following the criteria, which is minimizing the alterations of natural landform. They do the opposite here. They cut into the hill to create this driveway
But the board told them to go down. The board has literally in these hearings, we
Don't
have
say the
said,
board.
the majority of the board has said, take it down. And I think that's incorrect. I really do.
I disagree with you.
Yeah.
I think it is entirely correct. Go ahead.
I think that,
Could you, Mike?
By take it down.
yeah, so
we said
the
take
board,
roof
the board has advised numerous occasions, bring the program down further into the hill.
Yes.
So that increases great.
No.
It
So
does.
here's the,
No,
no,
it'd make it-
no. Can I finish?
Go ahead.
I mean, this is one way to look at it. I could be wrong. Don't think so, but be the first time. You have to grade to get to the top. And you have to grade a very interesting driveway and support that with your grading. And then you also change the topography and the nature of this natural resource with a big home that's almost 52 feet above that. So you've graded and you've put this up there, as opposed to building the home within the natural, which will still require grading, but you will no longer have that mass and density, the mass rather, on top of the hill
And then
and the height.
And then when it talks about alteration of natural landforms, it's looking at the end result, not only the grading. And what you read was by
It's
way
the-
of
it's the
example.
whole thing
It looked
together.
at the end result. In other words, you know, it's the difference between terracing buildings, you know, houses into a hill and making it more natural with the terrain, rather than putting houses on the top of the hill with big retaining walls and big driveways.
Yeah,
One is much more
it
minimal.
affects
than natural
We're
landform.
playing both sides of it.
No,
Tom.
no.
Not.
You're saying you got to go up, but you can't go.
I think,
No,
I
no,
think,
no,
I
you
think
go
we've,
down.
I think we've argued this out.
Yeah, no,
I
I
can't
think
tell you how much I disagree with you,
I don't
but
know
I
how-
think we've,
You're not open and you're not receiving it because what you're saying on
no,
one
I
hand
know exactly.
does
what
not
you're saying.
apply to the other side. And I think that's
It
the
does.
concern.
It-
That's
it-
what I have the biggest concern with because you're not objectively looking at it for the coastal purposes.
I disagree.
disagree.
Anyway,
I
I
also-
fully
I
agree to
also
disagree.
disagree.
Let me go on to criteria 6. And then you can come back to it, you know, Emir, with your comments, but we're kind of going in circles now. I happen to think that reducing the building further down and terracing it into the slope, even if it might include more excavation, although they've got a ton of excavation, will minimize the alteration of the natural landform. Then with respect to criteria 6, the proposed development will be visually compatible with the character of surrounding areas, again, a coastal resource. And there's a reason why they talk about visual compatibility with the character of surrounding resource without saying, well, it's only public views of oceans. I think it's much broader than that. And as presently designed, I cannot make this finding for a couple of reasons. Some of them are objective. One is it's the highest, again, it's the visually compatible with the hillside, with other houses in the community, with the overall area in which this project resides. There's nothing like it. It stands out. It's not visually compatible. If anything, it is jarring because it's not built into the hillside and it is not even attempted to design to follow the natural landforms and preserve the public resources of the surrounding area. Rather, it's put on top of the hill, I think, to maximize views. For those reasons, I can't make the findings for criteria 5 and 6. I'll make a few brief comments about the land use element 2.1 because many neighbors raised it, 2.8 and 7.3 and 10.2. I don't think those elements are satisfied here. And I believe my own view is the carve-out allows us to fully consider them. However, because the city council was far less clear and did not give us the clear direction to make coastal development permit findings, to make findings on these other criteria, I'm not going to base my denial on those elements. It sounds like this is going to go before city council again. I hope they read my comments to reconsider that and apply those land use element policies to also deny this project. It is so, for example, 2.1 deals with maintaining the diversity and uniqueness of individual. It'll minimize the scale and bulk of new construction and/or renovation and require development to be comparable with surrounding residences. Doesn't come close. Policy 2.8 require building design and siting to be comparable and integrated with national topographic features. For the reason I said, dealing with the coastal development permit, it doesn't meet that. And then land use policy 7.3 and 10.2 to preserve unique scenic quality, public views, and visual compatibility in surrounding inner areas. So for all those reasons, and I'm willing to listen to, other arguments, and even if you want to repeat the argument, Emir, but those are my views. You want to go next, Louis? Or Emir, you want to?
Yeah, I'll go for it. I think this objectively is an approvable project. I think we were remanded by the council to recognize the coastal act and look at the natural landforms, public views, risk of fire hazards. I don't think anyone has any issue with the public views or the risk of fire hazards. I think with natural landforms, I think the project does a very good job of incorporating that into their design, and I understand that we're used to subjective criteria being applied, but objectively, this project clears that burden, clears that barrier. I think that consideration for the coastal resources should be looked at in a much grander scale. This is a buildable site. There is a project here that works, and cutting it into the hill would just only increase the grading, and it would only increase further disturbance of that excavation. And I think that the objective standards that we're applying here today can apply to every single home that's in the CDP, and I don't think we do that here on the board. And we do that purposefully because these are buildable homes. These homes are very much on a buildable lot. This is not a coastal resource. So I think that's what I've just been trying to get through, because I think, we got to look at it for what it is. This is a buildable lot in a buildable neighborhood. And objectively, this is a buildable house. And we have to ignore our subjective process that we normally go through with the 16 criteria. We have to ignore that. The SB 450 is very, very clear on that. And I think we need to, it is. MJ, it is.
It
It's
has
very
It
clear.
has a carve out.
For
It carves
subjective
out.
criteria, we
No,
have to
it
ignore.
carves out the Coastal Development Act, which the CDP was adopted pursuant to and approved by the Coastal Commission. That's
Yeah.
not correct.
Yeah, do you know what the coastal act is?
If we were required to only consider objective criteria, then the city council wouldn't have directed us to make the findings under criteria 5 or criteria 6. There's the word objective doesn't appear in them. Now, whether something's objective or subjective is minimizing the alteration of natural landforms. Is that an objective determination or a subjective determination? Well, it isn't privacy and it isn't view equity, which requires a balancing. It is something that's observable and you apply words in their ordinary sense. There's no language in any of this that says we can only apply, quote, objective criteria. If it was objective criteria, I suppose you're talking about what's in the zoning code. Why do we even consider a coastal development permit at all at design review if there were strictly objective elements? Why did the city council return it to us to make a coastal development permit determination if it was all objective criteria? In the sense that if it complies with the zoning code, it's done.
I think city council has given us a chance to re-review the REP
No, they
that
want
was
us to
removed
exercise
because that
discretion.
was the big comment going around
No,
Alaska.
they could have made that
Tom,
determination.
did you bring up natural landforms last time? You did not.
That's
So I did.
course,
You're
that's-
so
that's
wrong. It's been in
part
my
of it.
notes on every one.
Your main concern last time was the REP and reducing the house height. So-
That's just not true.
I'm going to call a timeout.
I'm going to go next. Can I go next?
Go next.
Or do you want to go?
You want to go next?
Let's just stay on topic with our own individual comments and let's just.
Can I roll with mine then? Because I'm going to be quick about it because it's going to be a
Go ahead,
concurrent.
MJ.
Mine are
And
going to
then
be.
Louis. I think you and I probably.
Mine are going to be concurring comments with Chair Gibbs. So I just want to, I'm not going to go through every point, the findings of 5 and 6. I agree wholeheartedly with your detail and your interpretation and your efforts to kind of figure out this carve out and figure out how to protect this this landform in the way that I think is incumbent upon us to do so. I'm grateful for your insight. I'm grateful for the time you put into it, and I'm grateful for the legal knowledge that you have. I'm also very grateful to the community who has made the effort, a tireless effort, in time spent to support the beauty and the safety and the integrity of what our community stands for. So I really appreciate that. I don't appreciate being threatened with a lawsuit, but that's beside the point. The reality is, we got to this place because there was very little efforts made to find a balanced solution that would allow you to build absolutely a buildable site, beautiful site. It's going to have a beautiful home on it. And Horst, you're an astounding architect, no doubt about that. So all this could have been solved. But I stick with the details that Chair Gibbs articulated, and I support those. And that's my standing tonight.
Louis, you're up.
Yeah, I wish we'd be at a better spot with this. I think there's been challenges on a lot of fronts. I mean, in all honesty, I'm a volunteer on this board to try to work with the community, work with applicants to find reasonable solutions, to find the right fit developments that balance the community character that we have here in Laguna Beach. And in serving for 7 years, there's been some fantastic projects. Horst, you've done quite a few of them over the years. The ones that fit really well take elements of compromise from both the applicants and the neighbors. And I do appreciate the neighbors' comments that they've been very specific. They've been tied to the program, and it's been full of context. And the applicant, you've made good efforts to provide your stance and your case all along the way. Some of the challenges was, the lawsuit thing has been threatened from the beginning. When I first met with the applicant, I had to walk away from the conversation because I was threatened on the top of the hill and I had to leave. The good faith effort along the journey, making changes has been extremely difficult. I've been trying to provide the right direction to get an approvable project, and the inching and the continual challenges haven't come to fruition. And I wish we'd be having a different conversation tonight, because this is a buildable lot, and a large development, something of this size, can fit up there. But how it's placed on the lot is, I think, the biggest challenge, that we're trying to fit the right balance on the lot to meet the CDP requirements. And I think, as you know, I concur with Board Member Gibbs that the LUE has been challenged, and I'm hard pressed to make some of the findings for the P 2.8, P 7.3, 10.2. 2.1 being the more specific call out, the mass and scale out of character because of height of grade of the knoll far exceeds other projects that have been approved. I've mentioned it at other times where the two on the other side that of recent, we did approve them. They're only popping out of grade by a foot or two. This is popping out of grade by 10 to 15 feet. And that's just significant. When I'm down entering Bluebird Canyon, the whole neighborhood from the bottom, you can see this protruding well above roof lines. It's not tucked down to be within the characteristic of the total neighborhood. It exceeds it. It stands out like a sore thumb from all the way down by the tennis courts. You can see it. I was trying to find my picture. I took it, but I couldn't find it tonight, but it's visible throughout, and it will change the characteristics of the community. And I think that's why the neighborhood has kind of come at large to try to find compromise. And they're coming to the board and to council to try to, find that balance, strike that balance with the applicant, and it just hasn't been achieved. I did have issues with the access all along the way. I was requesting that we try to meet the right standards for the road, because I do view this as kind of a new subdivision that's been created with SB 9. On the Morning side, well-established road, curb and curb on both sides. So this wasn't an issue on that side. On this side, we have existing homes. We have much more narrowing in the street. The AM&M calls out 18 to 20, 24 to 28 feet of Bluebird Canyon at different lengths. When I'm up there, I'm measuring about 17 or 16 feet of existing. I know there's some proposals to widen it, but I still think, when we look at CAL FIRE, a 2-lane road, which is Bluebird Canyon, it's a 2-lane road. The standard is 20 feet from the state requirements. Unobstructed should be 24 feet. So right around the nearby vicinity, just where the curb to curb ends, is a power pole, the curbs, the street. The pole is specifically 24 feet, the brand new one that's just up there. I sent a picture into staff that we can pull that up. But these new poles and the utilities and the fire hydrants are all encroaching into that 20 feet. The new pole, I measured it, is literally 19 feet across. I don't know how that new pole didn't meet fire standards. I don't know who screwed that up, messed it up, but it's not being addressed in the application tonight. Right? Did you get my photos?
Yeah, they're there.
Bill?
Yeah. I didn't
Not that one.
realize it.
You gotta pull the next one.
The power pole is in the 20 foot?
It's only 19 feet.
That's crazy.
For where the new pole line is, because it's already partially being placed. I don't know who's driving that, but it doesn't meet the state standards. And when I read the state standards, it says if the local doesn't have a specific ordinance calling out for immediates, the state standard applies. So I don't see this criteria as being met. And from a CDP standard, we were specifically asked to look at fire safety for this area, right? Those are the old existing poles. The new ones are being placed just as tight to the existing street with no consideration. Yeah, there's one of the pole wires.
They're right there.
Yeah, that was right there. It's being tucked in and it's creating a hazard for your development that needs to be addressed because new development needs to address the right road width. I don't know what to make of it, but the AM&M doesn't call out, oh, that's the curb to curb in the nearby vicinity, just shy of 24 feet. It's the 23-foot mark. The next one should show the power pole. Yeah, 23.6 was kind of curb to curb where I measured it. That's the newest replaced pole on this block that people were telling me about. It's clearly got 24 feet of clear width. So I don't know how these new ones being relocated don't meet the standard for fire safety. And it's not being addressed in the application. So for that reason, I'm denying that CDP element because I don't think it's meeting the state standards.
All right. Before I give everybody more time, the debate that Emir and I had, that's what we're supposed to do. Emir, I totally respect you for your views. And if we can't debate each other on important issues, we're not acting, I think, as we should as a board. So I want to encourage people, if they have more comments, to make them. Emir, do you have anything you want to add or address?
No, I think, I think that there is, it seems like there's a clear 3-1 vote that's going to happen here. It seems like, I think it's worth the consideration to really, consider the SB 450 as it pertains to this specific project. I think that that'll come up again, but that's all I can say tonight.
MJ, anything more to add? All right. At this point, we don't have, go ahead.
Yeah, and so I just want to be sure, chairs, because this is the third one, I've been taking kind of copious notes. I may, why don't you guys go ahead and wrap up your final comments?
Yeah,
I'm
I
requesting a
was
5-minute.
going to ask you.
Yeah.
I was going to look to you and I say, do you want to do a resolution?
I'm going to do one. I'm going to share it on the screen. As I said before, I'll probably only need about 5 minutes. The one kind of clarification, I understand the issue that Board Member Weil brought up. I didn't hear potential agreement with that. And then if there is agreement with that, you guys are going to have
You
to walk
want
me
us
through.
to continue it and do the resolution on consent calendar?
No, well, we need to do it tonight.
Okay.
And the code section I was referencing was 2020 14 CCR Chapter 17 1273.01. It also is in OCFA as a guideline B01 for very high fire severity zones. 28 feet.
Well, I mean,
You want us to take a short break?
No,
Because it's probably going to be at least potentially a similar resolution for the next time.
correct. And so we are going to want to take one, but I do kind of want to,
What?
I do want to drill down on that if is there a majority of the quorum, i.e. 3 of you? And then if so, I understand those references are to the fire code and maybe to the municipal code. I'm not necessarily seeing a direct connection to the CDP findings. And so if you want to include that in the resolution of denial, I got the number,
Oh,
the
definitely.
criteria 5. I got criteria 6. If this fire issue needs to be, well, you're going to need to kind of wrap that up in a bow. And
Okay.
I apologize if I'm
You've got 5 and 6 because I'm denying it based upon 5 and 6.
correct. I believe I have 5 and 6. And once again, but give me 5 minutes. I'm gonna type it up and show it on the screen for you guys.
Okay, and you want to hear the fire thing?
The fire correlates to CDP finding number 8, quasi number 9, and somewhat number 1, in the sense that number 8, the proposed development will provide adequate utilities, access roads, drainage, and facilities. The road needs to be compatible for a 2-lane road that it is. There's 3 vacant lots that are trying to be developed on the uphill side, that there is the right of way available to create the 24 feet.
Which ones again?
So CDP 8, access to roads.
Proposal would be
Public, other 9,
Proposal
including
will
but
be
not
provided-
limited to solid waste, public roadway capacity. Number 1, the proposed development will not encroach upon any existing physical access ways legally utilized by the public.
I'm not sure we see 1. I see 8. 8 would be, the proposal will be provided with adequate utilities, and given the location of the pole, if you question whether there's adequate utilities, access roads and other facilities. Where's the fire?
Well, the council told us on fire, that was in there, that fire safety needed to be a component of it. So that council's direction was B, consider the coastal development permit, revised design-based directions, paragraph A, above recognition, coastal resources, including natural forms, public views, and risk of fire hazard.
Yeah, it's a road,
Right.
or flood or fire. It's 5. 5 is what you want.
Okay.
So make it based upon 5, and I think potentially 8, but it's primarily 5. So I could support it on 5.
I can too, if you need to hear it from my lips. Yes.
Board needs 3 to act.
Same
Okay,
time.
so Chair, if I may, with your indulgence, maybe between 5 to 10 minutes. It is imperative because the item is still open. I would encourage you all not to talk to anyone, not to talk to each other. Usually during the recess, there's kind of some back and forth. This is a little bit different because the item is still going. So mum is the word. And once again, everyone's here. I will give you the signal after I get with Bill and wrap
Okay,
it
why
up.
don't you take the time when you're ready, you let me know and I'll call the meeting to order.
Thank you, Chair.
Meeting's on break. And Mr. Dunnigan, you have the floor.
What?
What?
So just for everyone's edification, I believe I copied all the whereases, but the direction that I will seek from the board is to make sure that those are all consistent with all the dates and so on and so forth. Obviously, we have the CEQA for a denial, and then here's what I'm going to want you guys to take a look at. And if you want, let me make that a little bit bigger. And this is basically denying the CDP based off of the following findings, obviously finding 1 and then criteria 5. If it's easier, I'll kind of just shut up for a second and let you guys read it as compared to reading it out loud so I don't confuse anyone.
Move your arrow, your cursor. Instead of would more, I would say, will better protect the natural landform and minimize its alteration. As a result, it's of a naturally occurring landform on the project site. Yeah, I think that's good for the location. Let me read that. Okay, that should fall within. Oh, yeah, that goes perfect. Are you good with the further, because it does fall within the right criteria? Louis? I'll go to number 6.
Yep. But I mean, I just put that, compatible with CAL FIRE or, the CAL FIRE standard. The CAL FIRE.
Right. And so, once again, you guys are the.
Yeah, I would say that allows for a widest possible road and I would do this complies with.
I just want to be sure though that I understand that site to the fire code. I'm not doubting it.
Okay.
That is kind of the
Oh,
fire marshal and the fire department. So I want to make sure that I have no idea if there's exceptions, if there's another code that says, hey, and under X one.
Do this after where it says widest possible road and then add will not result in undue risks from fire hazards.
12:07 a.m.
And that then tracks the criteria. All right, number 6. Let's see. Okay. Okay, I want to make one. Where it says above the knoll by 10 to 15 feet, I would do comma, resulting in a structure approximately 52 feet above grade.
Street grade?
Yeah, from above street grade. Is it higher, 54?
This was 52.
I would do resulting in a structure more than 50 feet above grade, because I think it's not clear, but it's definitely above 50. Say more than 50 feet above grade, which finds no comparison. In surrounding areas. Okay, then I'm good through this. I'm good with that paragraph. Okay, I'm good with it. Those are my only changes at this hour. I mean, keep in mind, if this does go before the city council, it's a 3 vote, so it's a de novo review. And they'll have the opportunity to consider what we've written and to make any changes that the city council may desire.
That is correct, Chair.
All right. I'm good with this. Do we have a resolution? I'm happy to make, is this carry the same resolution number that you have? So is it resolution 24 dash, that's the wrong one. Second, let me go back to.
I have that wrong.
I'm on 12. Yeah, is this
Correct, yeah, so we,
24-2509?
no, it would be five, it would be,
This is,
20, it would-
I went to.
yeah, sorry, yeah, it would be 24-2588. Look at that, I think I got it right.
24-2588. Okay. With that said, I make a motion that the board adopt resolution 24-2588 as revised and presented by the city attorney, which denies coastal permit